our DNA. So when they start to play and you want to know and you can't find the call on the radio, go the White Line Wireless, White Line Wireless, White Line Wireless, White Line Wireless. Just one click to hear it all. Boba, bloody bo. The vein of every true blue fan is the bad ex cricketer anchorman. It's the same old words in the same old voice. Long past time there was another choice, like the White Line Wireless, White Line Wireless, White Line Wireless, White Line Wireless. From the box of dreams you're gonna hear the call. Boba, bloody bo.
Yes, hello everyone, and welcome to this White Line Wireless broadcast for the 10th match of the ODI 2023 World Cup between South Africa and Australia. We are in Lucknow. I'm not going to bother to pronounce or read out the name of the stadium, but it's a very long name. It's a very beautiful stadium here. I really like it. It's a great place for the Box of Dreams, and interesting to see what the pitch does, because not a lot of cricket has been played here, or at least since I think they've relayed the pitch, but we're about 5 minutes away from a start. Couple of changes to the team. South Africa bring in the spinner Shamsi for Kutsa, so they've got two spinners, and Australia, well, rather sensationally, have dropped Alex Carey after just one game. Has been out of form, but one game was enough, and Josh Inglis comes in, and the other change, which we all expected, was Green out for Stoinis, who has recovered from that injury. So we've got Messi, welcome to you. Adit, welcome.
Well, thank you. Good to be in the Box of Dreams. It looks a beautiful day. The forecast is for fine weather, not as hot as some days, and no rain today, I'm pleased to say.
Yes, it looks a beautiful day for cricket. There's, like most games we've seen early on, there's a small smattering of a crowd coming in, but another quite big stadium, so hopefully it continues to fill, and as other games have gone on, they have continued to come in during that first session as the sun goes down. But we're expecting a fantastic game here. Australia have won the toss, and they have elected to field first, so just changing things up from what they did in Chennai the other night, where they really didn't put enough runs on the board to put any pressure on India. So perhaps with the two spinners, or spinner coming in for South Africa, Australia choosing to bowl, thinking maybe it'll be a little bit difficult to bat on.
That they want to negate the effect of the two frontline spinners.
Yes.
And that, yeah. And
also with Dew potentially being a factor, like everyone's talking about over here, South Africa two spinners may find it more difficult under lights, but the form they have been in, especially in that first game, making well over 400 against Sri Lanka. We're expecting, no matter what the pitch is like, they're going to come out firing, because that's the way they play, all the way down, with De Kock and Bavuma up the top, and all the way down Markram, obviously, with a ton of 49 balls the other night. We wouldn't be expecting them to just sort of knock it around for 200. You'd expect them to come out and put a big score on.
It really puts the pressure on the Australian top order, doesn't it? Facing a team that's smashed Sri Lanka for 425?
420 something, 3 centuries, which is pretty rare. But there have been big scores in this World Cup. We were lucky enough to call the game the other night between Sri Lanka and Pakistan, which we saw the highest ever run chase in a World Cup.
Arguably the first good game of the World Cup.
Well, we're only a weekend. We're only a weekend. So there have been some rather one-sided games, but I think now we're starting to see more of the heavyweights sort of play each other, which we've got here, which is something I wasn't sort of saying, at least 9 months ago or 10 months ago, the last Australian summer, where we saw South Africa come out and really got pasted, and they looked like they were just in all sorts in general for South African cricket. Now all of a sudden people are picking them as one of the favourites for the World Cup, so perhaps that's where the focus has been, on white ball cricket rather than Test cricket.
Well, the white ball top 6 has been incredibly stable in the past. So I think since the 2019 World Cup, and 50 over cricket does seem to be Temba Bavuma's best format. It's still the format where Quinton de Kock plays, because he doesn't play Test anymore.
Yes, that's it.
And they have really good hitters down in the middle order, who, like David Miller, Heinrich Klaassen, and now Aiden Markram, are routinely striking at 200 or thereabouts.
Yeah. Now they've gone sort of feels like the England model of 2019, where they would just attack all the way down. I'm not sure if they do have that. Maybe Bavuma is the Joe Root role, where everyone talked about, he'd hold things together, and then they'd have 7 or 8 batters around that would just go from ball one, and that very much seems like the South African philosophy. It's quite different to the Australian philosophy, which just looks like you're watching the test side, and Smith and Labuschagne just knocking it around for singles, and Glenn Maxwell's about the only difference. But with Stoinis in tonight, I think that helps the Australian side to no end, because Cameron Green just hasn't really looked like it. He's finding his feet. Stoinis you can more rely on for that power hitting down the order, and well, Carey was out of form too, so Inglis hopefully strengthens the Australians. But the Australians will start with that 3-pronged pace attack that seems like, well, it hasn't seemed like, it's been about the last 10 years of Australian cricket. It's been Stark, Hazelwood and Cummins, and that's what we're going to see again today.
It's our very own big three.
Yeah.
But we saw what Stark could do against in India, in Chennai, just blasting out the entire Indian top order.
And speaking of Mitchell Stark, it will be Stark with the first ball with those long green sleeves. Looks like he's got a South African top on underneath the yellow of Australia, as he's coming in now for the first ball of the game. Left arm over the wicket, nice bit of shape away, full of delivery, and it's just defended more or less out on the offside by de Kock, and there's no run.
Well, all indications from that first game against India was that Australia's bowling is not the problem. The problem is if your batters are going to get bowled out for 200, you're not going to win very many games.
Yeah, that's it. I think most sides would have chased down that. A low score of 200 as all the players just getting into their work. There is a fairly regulation field, couple of slips in as Stark's angling that one away, and it's just being worked down to deep third, and that is the first run of the game.
So just to go through the South African 11, we have Quinton de Kock and Temba Bavuma opening the batting. De Kock, of course, the keeper, and Bavuma the captain. At 3, there's Rassie van der Dussen, Aiden Markram at 4, Henry Klaasen at 5, Devin Miller at 6, and then we get into the bowlers, Marco Jansen at 7, Maharaj 8, Rabada 9, Lungingiri 10, and then the other spinner, Tabraiz Shamsi at 11.
Yes, they certainly have been in form, and it will be Bavuma now taking strike, the right-hander. Cummins just pulling a few changes in the field as we wait for Stark to continue. The amble's in, and that's the wide ball outside the off stump. Shapes back in, left alone by Bavuma. He had a thought about playing at that, but he is getting a nice bit of swing here early, Mitchell Stark, as he does. There's not many grounds where he doesn't get a little bit of shape with the new ball.
I thought that moved more off the pitch than it did
maybe.
in the air.
Yes, there's been a lot of talk about the pitch. Some saying this will could potentially be a low-scoring game because there's maybe a bit of unknown with limited games being played in Lucknow recently. Stark's in again, and that one's angling in, and it's been worked into the onside by Bavuma, and they'll go through for a run as a mid-on comes around to field. 2 for none.
Just two straight there, pitching on leg stump and easily dispatched by Bavuma. And I think I saw an interview with Glenn Maxwell very recently where they were basically saying that they're expecting Lucknow to spin basically, and how he's ready to be Australia's second spinner, and the fact that he's played in India so much in the IPL as well.
Well, the last time South Africans played against spin, Adam Zampa went for 113 in one game in that 5-match series. So we'll see how he goes today. It'll be very interesting how his confidence is as Stark's in again, and that is a half volley, and de Kock misses out there. They'll get a run as that one goes down to mid-off, who's right back on the circle, but that really was a half volley waiting to be hit. Rather lack of fireworks. So I was going to say pedestrian start. Looks like Stark's just working into his rhythm and putting it on a length. No real concerns yet off the pitch or in the air for the batsman.
And maybe that's the difference between bowling during the day and bowling under lights. That again, in that game versus India, that was when we saw Mitchell Starc really cause trouble.
As that one's in and getting the inside edge, but they'll get another run as it's squirted out to mid-wicket from Bavuma. He's on 2. De Kock is 2. 1 over gone. It is 4 runs for no wickets.
We got lots of friends on Twitter and YouTube. Mog's starting a minor war. He says, hello there, chumps and chumpettes, to which Ant says, I identify as a chimp. To which Mog says, no, noted for future reference, champ. Ant says, them's fighting words. And I've been up for 12 hours already. As I imagine most in the Box of Dreams have tonight, I could get loose by the end of play. And Moggs checked his weaponry and sent us a photo of it, which is quite extensive in terms of any duel that occurs with Ant. Leo's with us. Says, hello all. I was very pleased with the performance of my thick boy yesterday. Greatest ODI World Cup batsman of all time. He also dethroned Gale, so that's a plus. This is in terms of Rohit Sharma's century. And Jay is with us, said giving Twitter a pop.
And it'll be Hazelwood starting the second over to Bavuma, and he's defended into the offside, no run. Hazelwood, the number 1 ranked ODI bowler, which is interesting. Probably hasn't played. Not sure how many ODIs are actually played these days, and how many years back the sample size is. But I imagine.
Yeah. So I know the ranking system goes back 3 years.
I would be surprised if Hazelwood's played more than 10 games since the last World Cup. Maybe all in the last couple of months, but before that I wouldn't have thought he's played too many. As he's in again, close to the umpire, and that one's played gloriously down the mid-off, but it's fielded, and there's no run.
On Leah's point about thick boys, we're watching one face up right now, and Temba Bavuma is quite famed for his physical features. So
Hazelwood's played 7 ODIs this year before this game and 13 last year. There you go.
13. Oh, that's more than I thought.
But that would have been 6 games before the World Cup.
Yeah.
This in 2023.
Yes, that's right.
But nevertheless, he's in again. That one's been clipped over square leg. Well, there is no square leg, but it was clipped in the air just past the umpire, and fine leg will come around to field, and they'll come back for a couple. I'd just like to comment on the architecture of this stadium. It's fantastic. All the one tier. Looks like it's sitting up at about a 60-degree angle. It'd be an interesting view from right up the top. Usually there's 2 or 3 tiers for a stadium. They've gone, let's just have 100 rows going all the way back in one tier.
You'd have to go through the alphabet 4 times.
There'd be row A right up the top. As Hazelwood's in again to Bavuma, and that one's left alone outside the off stump. Still the 2 slips in, then more of a regulation ring field and deep third and deep fine leg. One of these new stadiums with IPL money, no doubt, that's been recently built and looks magnificent. It'd be fantastic if it was full, but let's hope we can get it up to half full and get the place rocking.
Well, to be fair, it is 2 p.m. on a Tuesday.
Yeah.
On a Thursday.
Quite impressed. There's a few in. Hazelwood's in again. That's a good delivery. That rises off a length. It's left alone by Bavuma, but good bounce there. Just a hint of movement away off the pitch. So certainly treating things with caution, the South African opening batsman.
And I'm sure it's been said often that it's been very hard for international fans to get in, not necessarily just because of visas, but because they didn't know when and where the games were being played.
Yes, unlike other World Cups where you can book your accommodation and tickets
a year in advance.
Not quite the same for Indian World Cups, as Bavuma's defending that one to backward point, and there's no run. It completes a tidy over from Hazelwood, just the 2 runs from it. It's 6 for none. Bavuma 4, De Kock 2.
Well, I've got to say, Ben, that you've impressed Jay Grover. He says, "Is that Ginger wearing a Marxist wind cheater mint?" Two things. Firstly, you know the rule is only a ginger can call another ginger ginger, and secondly, I think the spelling might be slightly off in terms of a Marxist top as far as Ben's top is concerned.
Probably shouldn't be wearing it. It's just my standard issue work wind cheater / Marxist. I'll tell them that when I fly back tomorrow to go to the office. As Stark's in and beating the bat outside the off stump. Inglis almost in the game there. As that one flew past the outside edge. It was classic Stark. Pitched on a good length, shaped away, and de Kock was probably missed it by a fair way in the end.
I thought that was fairly close. We'll watch it on the replay.
Oh, yeah.
It didn't beat the edge by that much.
That was a beautiful delivery. It was unlucky not to clip the off stump.
Too good
on the way through. It was too good. So
too much swing.
He's up and about now. That's where he wants to be. And that one's not where he wants to be. It's a full toss, and de Kock misses out. He clips it down to mid-on and can't get a run. Perhaps surprised by full toss. You'd suspect that was the attempted Yorker from Stark that he just misdirected.
I'm curious to see what speed that was and if that was maybe...
Yeah.
Mm.
I don't think these two are too worried about runs at the moment. If they can see off the first 4 overs of the new balls till the swing's gone, it's going to become an awful lot easier for them.
Stark's in again, and that one is a straighter delivery, and they are going to scamper a run as it's pushed down to mid-on. So they're taking the singles, South Africa, and ticking it over, but haven't yet found the boundary. Yeah, you're right. I think they will target the spinners, as much as people might say it's a spinning pitch, but what they did to Zampa last time, Maxwell being a part-timer and perhaps Stoinis potentially a bit underdone, they may well want to see out a few overs before they lose 3 for none like India did the other night.
The Hearst broadcast is just showing a graphic of the different lengths.
And Stark hits that length again. It's moving back in and takes the inside edge of Bavuma, and it just goes back down the pitch. They can't find their timing, the South Africans.
And I think I was just saying that between him, was it Shaheen Shafridi and Trent Bolt, Stark's length is relatively short. I don't know if that's common for him.
Yeah, I think he's just been a bit short the first over or so, but and maybe in the first game as well. But he does usually get it up there and find that edge in the LBW, and often finds the stumps, which is his go. And that one's going the other way and beating the outside edge of the right-handed Bavuma. He's bowled a similar delivery that often comes back in, and that one just decked and moved away. Josh Inglis in there. He's waiting for his first catch of this World Cup. Rolled the fingers across that Stark. It wasn't the seam-up delivery that swings. Hit the pitch and kept going. That was beautiful bowling.
What do you
Certainly
make
was.
What do you make of the decision to drop Alex Carey after one game?
I think it's been a build-up of a lot of things. Obviously, the 5-match South Africa series and 3 in India, where he has Stark comes in, and that's another one beating the outside edge. That dies before the keeper. It bounces before Inglis, but it's another dot ball. That's just one run from that over. 7 for no wicket.
Muttley is with us. He says, "Wolf peeps, I've actually been up since before the start of the game. I'll be with you for about an hour, then appointments and the like. Love and sausages." Varong sends us a photo of a bear playing cricket. Bit of AI inspired picture, I think. It says, greetings all. Hope everyone's well. On the way back to the rice paddies, the Saffers could nearly knock Australia out of the tournament, which will be a delight for many guerrilla cricket followers. Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Netherlands, Sri Lanka, all gone. Yes, I think that's probably true. Australia has 2 changes tonight in Lucknow, says Adam Newman. Inglis and Stoinis in, Green and Carey out versus South Africa. Josie Oak says, "Morning all. Good to see the spirit of friendship riding high between the GC listeners." And there's ongoing banter between Ant and Mog in relation to their duel and the weaponry to be used.
Good stuff there. As Hazelwood's bowling the first ball of the fourth over, and it's jagging back in and taking the pad of De Kock, and there's no run as the ball just trickles out onto the offside. Yes, just going back to the Carey point, I don't think it's fair enough there. I would have thought maybe for a World Cup you'd say, well, we're going to lock you in for the first 2 games or 3 games.
Yeah.
Not one, considering no one really made runs the other night. So it's a strange one, and Hazelwood's bowling another good delivery that's defended. Back by De Kock, no run. The form makes sense, but it's strange that it would come after 1 game. I would have either gone with Inglis from the start or given Carey, at least 2 games or 3 games.
And especially at the group stage where Australia will play 9 games.
Yeah, there is 9 games. So what do they do if Inglis comes in and makes 5, 10 and a duck? Does Carey come back in?
It may be, but by the same token, I think it's to compensate for the lack of head, really, isn't it? They really do miss that aggression.
Yeah, that's it. Hazelwood's bowling another good delivery that's stroked away into the offside, and there's no run. Yeah, Inglis more maybe that top order aggressor, which Carey's just kind of lost that over the years because he used to play up the top of the order in one-day cricket, or at least he did domestically, I'm pretty sure, and could play attackingly, but that it seems to have gone out of his game, and he's more of a finesser around the field and reverse sweeper than perhaps just where his game's gone. But I don't mind it. If something's not working, fix it. As Hazelwood's pulling a short ball and De Kock's having a swing of that. Did that just take a bit of glove on the way through? It's gone over Inglis's head, so it must have flicked something, and it's gone for 4. So the first boundary of the innings coming in the 4th over. South Africa, they're not quite away, but convincingly. But they'll be happy they've found the boundary.
That looked like it brushed the glove.
Yeah, just brushed the glove on the way through.
In that very specific instance, maybe Alex Carey could have gotten the glove to that because I know English isn't very tall.
No, I don't think so. It was way too high. But it was interesting that De Kock was actually really late on that, wasn't he?
And that's a beautiful delivery there. Going across De Kock, and he's playing and missing as he just fends at that from the crease. Inglis takes that at a good height. There's good bounce in this wicket, and South Africa just struggling to find the pace of it.
You're right there, Messi. That Australia's definitely missing Travis Head, and why they're desperate to keep him in the squad, despite the fact that he's in Adelaide right now.
Might just fly over for the semi-finals if they make it. Maybe, you wouldn't want to carry him for too many games, because if Australia do go down here, they're in a bit of trouble of missing those semi-finals as De Kock goes for a huge heave over the leg side, and he completely misses it. No, he may have got an inside edge and smacks into his pad and just trickles down in front of him. There's no run. It's the end of another over, 11 for no loss.
So we've got a whole lot of people with us on YouTube. I won't have time to read all of the names, but Leah's there with us. Stephen Kelk, Jay Grover, Kieran Roseblade, who was wondering how I rated Australia's chances. Not very high, to be honest, Kieran. Ant, of course, is over there tweeting us on behalf of White Lion War. And Brown in Brisbane says, "Morning all from wet, cold and miserable Northampton in England. What is the feeling about Australia coming back to good winning form?" I think it might be a while myself.
I have a funny feeling Australia will win this game, mainly just because of personally what I saw from South Africa the last Australian summer. Maybe just believing that they can't sort of keep this sort of form up as Stark's continuing the 5th over, and that one's wrapping the pads of Bavuma, but it's going well down the leg side. A bit of a stifled shout, but there will be no review. Yeah, I don't know, I wouldn't put it past them ripping through here and taking a few wickets, potentially if this pitch is doing a bit, but it's just my hunch.
I think there is a big difference there between the red ball and white ball setups.
That is.
And yeah, like I said, the South African top 6 has been extremely stable and extremely productive ever since the 2019 World Cup.
Stark is in again. That one's outside the off stump, and
Oh.
Bavuma thrashes that to cover, and it's misfielded, and they'll go through for one, and that will be it, as Maxwell does the fielding. You don't want to take on Glenn Maxwell.
But I think that was Maxwell with the misfield.
Maxwell with the misfield, well,
That's unusual.
he sprinted hard to redeem himself. But yeah, in terms of the three teams, I'd have to say India, obviously, you'd think on home soil would make it through to the semis. New Zealand, I always have as a lock because everyone underrates them, and they're New Zealand, they're always there. And then you've really got England, South Africa, Australia and Pakistan fighting it out for the other two spots. Pakistan's obviously 2-0. They've beaten who they have to, which often is where they come unstuck. Pakistan losing to one of the minnows or something. So as that one's bowled down the leg side, and that'll be a wide from Mitchell Stark, wasn't called a wide. Maybe it flicked something on the way through. That's a bit of a let off there. But yes,
I'm pleased to say that Ant is maintaining the high standard of wordplay from White Line Wireless and Guerrilla Cricket. Says it's hard to know how Australia are going to combat the cock without head.
Classic. Lucky Dale Staines not playing. As Stark's bowling that one down the leg side, and de Kock's whipped that into the crowd for 6. That's gone over backward square leg. Stark didn't get that one as directed where he wanted. He just straight onto the pads, and that's what Quinton de Kock does well. All timing, all elegance, and all class. And he moves to 13 with the first 6 of the match, and the score ticks along to 18 for none.
Yeah, it didn't look like a whole heap of backswing there, and we do see a nice crowd catch from a young fella in the crowd. Good to see someone taking the catches.
Yeah.
That was a glorious shot. He just waited for it and flicked the wrists. And don't worry about the rope or the fence. That was well into the crowd. Oh, what's he going to come back with here? Mitchell Stark. He's going to bowl a fuller delivery outside the off stump, and de Kock's going to scamper through for a single as it's pushed down to mid-off. Still the 2 slips in here, which I like, from Pat Cummins. He's persisting into a third over. And why not? Because the way the ball's moving around, I think they're in with a chance.
On your point about the South African batting lineup, what is interesting that they've been doing is that they've picked 6 batters and then 5 bowlers. I mean, Marco Jansen can bat, of course, but
Maharaj is not the worst with the bat either. But yeah, I mean, Australia too with Stark at 8 is, it's hardly Chris Wokes coming in at 8, but he could do his job as he did the other night, and he bowls a top ball there to Bavuma to finish the over. It's 19 for none.
Jay Grover says, after Googling Capitol, I fear it is not as revolutionary marks as I had first hoped. There's a surprise. He also says, I love the image of Lion frankly leaving answering machine messages to the selectors like the scene in Swingers, which he gives us a link to.
I'm imagining him as the correspondent in the Eminem song Stan.
just him and George Bailey.
Oh dear.
Hey George, I'm sorry, I'm ready.
Yeah, one of life's great mysteries, Nathan Lyon. In terms of short form cricket.
Indeed.
Hazelwood starting the 6th over, and that one's played gloriously through the offside by de Kock. Just a short arm jab, and it's beaten backward point and raced away to the boundary. Well, Hazelwood didn't do a lot wrong there. He, similar to a couple of deliveries that have beaten the bat, but de Kock perhaps has found the pace of the pitch, and that was all in the timing. If he played that shot in the nets, you wouldn't think twice about it. It would just hit the side net, and you'd go, good forward defence, Quinton. It's gone for 4.
Yeah, you're right. It wasn't even that bad a ball. It was just good timing.
And placement.
And he's trying to do it again, but this time he's finding point, and he won't get a run, but he's looking good now, Quinton de Kock. 18 from the 17 deliveries. Bavuma struggling a bit at the other end, 5 from 15, but real danger man for the Australians.
We made a comment early on about the length of the name of the stadium in Lucknow.
I didn't mean any disrespect by that as well. It was.
But for reference, it is a whole 9 words, and I did look up the longest stadium name, and I found an American one that's also 9 words. It's the Mall of America Field at Hubert H. Humphrey Metrodome.
Oh gosh. All I can think
Mall
of is
of America. So that's got sponsorship and a name and a word for the name of the stadium.
Yes.
That's a 3-pronged
Triple barrel
sponsor and named after a person. As that one's edged over the top of Inglis behind the stumps. De Kock really threw the kitchen sink at that and got a top edge. It was, well, we had that discussion.
No, it's Byes.
Yeah,
it's Byes. I could have sworn that just kept climbing. Maybe Inglis is smaller than we think. It's been mentioned, Rise Smile, but it was sort of almost between the keeper and first slip. That just took off.
I missed the bat by a long way.
It was pitched in short, but that was trampoline sort
Wasn't
of.
even that short.
Wow.
Wasn't even that short. De Kock missed it by 2 feet because he didn't do a lot wrong. That was.
That's a bit scary.
There's something about this pitch, I think. So it seems like it's got nice enough pace, as we've seen from a couple of boundaries, but also variable bounce. So Hazelwood's in again, and that one's defended back down that pitch.
It's about time we saw a bowling game after all the massive scores.
Yeah. Well, this could be interesting, but for all Australia's good work, the run rate's about 5 and over.
Australia, India was very much a bowler's game, wasn't it?
It was.
Well,
until Kohli and Rahul will put on about 170 without much trouble. But for the first 55 overs, it was bowler friendly. If Mitch Marsh had have taken that catch, it could have been
very interesting.
Very different story.
Or Carey. I reckon actually it was Carey's.
And that one's a wide delivery down the leg side. Well taken by Inglis, but that will be a wide. So a little bit of everything here from Hazelwood. Short stuff, down the leg side, outside off. And
I would have thought a bit uncharacteristic from Hazelwood, because his whole thing was like the next Glenn McGrath with the metronome. But I would expect Stark to bowl something like that.
Yeah, you could set your watch to Hazelwood's bowling generally. And he's perhaps just searching for that wicket. I think the Australians, having seen the pitch and seen what a couple of balls have done today, would have wanted a couple of wickets before 28 were on the board. So perhaps a bit of frustration, and De Kock's just guiding that one between gully. Well, it's almost a short third man and slip, and it's gone for 4. It looked intentional. I'm going to give him the credit. They brought up the third man, and he just really played that off the face of the bat almost.
I thought that was definitely a late cut.
It was a late cut.
It was closer to the edge than maybe De Kock would have liked, but I think the fact that Hazelwood's missing his lengths and lines is because Quinton De Kock's starting to be proactive and actually starting to find the boundary. Yeah,
well, he's 22 from 20. As Hazelwood comes in to complete his third over, and De Kock's making room again and scampers off a run. There's a run-out chance, and he's just missed the stumps. That would have been an absolute photo finish. It was Steve Smith coming in from point. De Kock keen to keep the strike. That's the end of the over. It's 32 for none. Well, we'll wait to see the replay on that, but that could have been anything for the Australians.
Ant says, in the Googling of Capital, you've seen what they actually do, which should be revealing some contradictions inherent in the dialectic. So it's kind of done an unintentional Marxism on you, and they're the best of kind. And Jay says, Anthony's sudden appearances are like that wee demon in Insidious. Top lad for getting into the spooky season. I haven't noticed. Does he keep appearing behind you, does he?
Yeah, well, that last over had everything from Hazelwood. Couple of boundaries, wides, 4 byes. It went for about 15 in the end.
Glenn Maxwell entering the attack.
It will be Glenn Maxwell.
As we hear some applause from the Boxer James.
The Big Show himself, perhaps announcing himself as the frontline spinner. Coming in ahead of Adam Zampa with that rather juicy ODI average of 48, an economy of 5.5. Not sure there'll be too many tremors in the South African dressing room about him as he comes into bowl in the first 6 overs. Pretty much a ring field and a man out at the deep square leg boundary, and he starts with a wide.
Loosener.
well down the leg side. Joel Wilson, the umpire, has no trouble in signalling that one. He looked like he rather enjoyed that too. Big Joel. It's Bavuma. He'll be looking to attack here. He's had a slow start and he works that one into the onside, and they'll ample through for a run. It's the 7th over. What do we make of this? No Pat Cummins, Glenn Maxwell.
Yeah, very interesting. I think maybe Pat's read the feature about Glenn Maxwell that said that this is a turning pitch. This is Maxwell's time to shine. Got to get him in the power play.
Yeah,
No, I like bringing him on early. I think it shows some different thinking.
Yeah.
But Maxwell instead of Zampa though.
Oh, well, maybe they're, Bavuma particularly may be more inclined to try and play a few shots and perhaps get a wicket that way. Here's De Kock now on strike, and he's slashing in a wide delivery outside the off stump, and they'll run through for another single. All he could get's a bottom edge to that, and it is that man Zampa coming in from short third to field.
But the beauty about the South African opening pair is that it's almost never both De Kock and Bavuma firing at once. It's one of them firing and the other playing the anchor, but they always take turns, and they always make runs.
And the thing about De Kock particularly is he doesn't look like he's doing a whole lot, but he always strikes it over 100. As Bavuma's getting another single, as that one's turned out to deep square leg. Yeah, so he really does set that platform of scoring quickly without much effort, and then the other guys can come in and blast it, 150 strike rate.
200.
But De Kock can see off the new ball, do the hard work, and still find the boundaries, which he has been a real loss from their test side since he's retired. So Maxwell's in around the wicket now to De Kock, and he's defending back down the pitch, no run.
One thing I've always thought about Quinton De Kock is he has the saddest resting face I've ever seen on a person.
He always looks worried about something.
He's got those gigantic eye bags, always like as if he's been crying all night.
Maxwell's bowling a bit of a dart there, just at the off stump, and it's pushed down to long off. So
I think
far,
we're due a change after this ball, aren't we?
Yes.
And so far Maxwell not giving it a whole lot of flight, just pushing it through, and perhaps Cummins just trying to get through a few overs for not many runs early as well, rather than leaving him all 10 to the end, as Bavuma is working another single into the leg side, and that will be 6 off the over in the end. It's 38 for none, and we'll be changing it up.
Yep.
Okay.
White Line Wireless. More of this.
There
We
you
should
go.
call Alistair Cook the crowbar, one of the great levers.
And less of this.
Don't you love that?
And welcome back to what should hopefully be a very good game, which I'm saying Australia will lose because Sri Lanka lost to South Africa, and I do not want Australia to beat South Africa. And I don't think Australia has the batting lineup to beat, to chase down whatever total South Africa put. Av, how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm pretty good. Hit beers nice and early tonight, so getting a bit loose over on social media. So it's been good fun, talking about different kinds of weaponry. And yeah, I tend to agree with everything you just said there. I think South Africa are the favourites, and I think Australia are probably going to struggle to chase down.
As Hazelwood it again, and this one's a middle stump line that's just defended by Bavuna out to point.
And
We should have.
I was going to say, have we got Hattie online? Otherwise, I can.
Hattie's definitely on the Zoom, but is currently muted.
Okay, and I think you might need to just adjust the frames there. So
No, I like seeing 7 of myself.
yeah, that kind of we go on forever.
Hopefully none of our listeners have taken any acid, because that's not going to help them.
I have.
As Hazelwood in again, and that's a 4th stump line, and Bavuna is well behind it and just works it down to 3rd leg for a single. If anyone on the Twitter sphere does have a cure for the sore throat and husky voice I have at the moment, please send them in. I've tried most of the remedies I know, so I'm up for anything. And actually, it's actually been Cummins bowling the last 2 deliveries, not Hazelwood. Should have recognised him, but it's hard to. He was blinding me with all his yellow. As Cummins in again, and that's slight bit of swing away, and that's hit by the cock down to mid on for a single. And that's the another single there, so that's 2 off the over so far. And you can tweet into us at Wildline Wire at Gorilla Cricket, or join us on the YouTube comments. If you want, you can send us some snail mail. By the time we get it and read it on air, it will probably be a bit out of date. But South Africa currently 40 for 0 after 7.3 overs. As Cummins in again, and Yorker length and dug out by Bavuma to point for no run.
I do have to say, responding to a tweet with a postcard is a fucking amazing bit, though.
Do we have an actual mailing address that we can give out? I don't think so.
I think we might have something sugar and spice related.
Yeah.
Yes, there might be. So the Sugar and Spice Cat Rescue. I wonder if you just sent it to the Sugar and Spice Cat Rescue in Moonee Ponds, how it'd go. 'Cause even though I don't think the cat rescue's technically here, but you never know.
Cummins in again, and that is hoiked by Bavuma, and that goes all the way down to the boundary for 4 runs. Very well done by Bavuma. It was a good delivery from Cummins, but Bavuma just timed it and spotted it and knew exactly where the gaps were. That moves South Africa to 44 off 0.
So we don't really set the postman those kind of challenges these days. You used to just send, you knew someone lived in the town, so you just send a letter to the town, and the rest get worked out.
I think the only mail I've received is bills, and then scams saying that I owe land tax. As Cummins in again, and that's worked off his pads by Bavuma. It's a quick single. Bavuma has to dive at the end, but the ball doesn't hit the stumps anyway. So it's all good. And I believe Hattie has joined us.
Hey.
Hello.
Good evening, good afternoon, Hattie. How are you?
Good morning.
How are you finding the game so far?
Well, yeah, South Africa have picked up the pace somewhat, haven't they? They were helped by those 4 byes, 4 top edges and stuff that really needed South Africa just kind of kickstart their innings somewhat. But, I mean, the pitch seemed not slow, not quick, and that just seems so basic cricket, doesn't it, talk? I'm not making any sense whatsoever.
It's white line wireless. You don't need to make sense,
flat.
Hattie.
It's all right.
Yeah.
It's all right. I think we've got the 2 huskies, haven't we?
Yes.
I've been drinking hot lemon and honey for the last 3 days. I've just literally, this time last year, I had my flu jab, and it feels like my body's saying, yeah, this is what happened this time last year, and this is what I'm waiting for again, because I've got a cold again, and it sucks.
As Maxwell back into the attack, and that's just turning a little bit, turning in onto a middle stump line, but Bavuma is using his feet, getting behind it and just defending it back down for no run.
So yeah, I'm just feeling like the, but I mean, watching South Africa can't be all bad, so I'm feeling pretty good about things right now.
As Maxwell into Bavuma again, who works it onto the onside. It sort of goes nowhere, so they start running, stop running, and then realise none of the fielders have gone to collect the ball, so they do actually complete a run.
Yeah, a lucky run, really.
It's the sort of thing where you shouldn't really run, and if you're teaching kids how to play cricket, you tell them never ever run in that situation, but works at the international level. As that one's in and driven by the cock, but it goes straight to the fielder at point for no run. South Africa 46 for 0, and Maxwell doing his best to have as short an over as possible. Meaning I just need to keep talking. As here we go, he's in again, and that's just forward defended by the cock, who's currently on 25 off 26. South Africa 46 for 0. Bit of a breather.
Sorry.
As Maxwell in again, and de Kock's missing at that time, and it's hitting him on the pads, but he's well outside any stump line, so no danger of an LBW, but a good bit of bowling from Maxwell. And he's bowling at about the 94 k's per hour. So
Yeah, he's bowling a good look, isn't he? Actually.
as he's in again, and de Kock gets behind it, and there's an attempt at a single, but they're driven back because there's 4 fielders in the infield, and one of them definitely got to that delivery. And that's the end of the over.
Yeah, 46 for none. So just to check out what's going over on the Twitter. So Jay Grover is not promising out RE the acid, and I agree, that's good for you. And also just asking what's going on with my T-shirt. That's a communist star, not a Star of David. It is indeed Mao Zedong on a set of decks. So DJ Mao. And Jay also cheering the arrival of
the only
Patty.
way that T-shirt could be better was if it was DJ Meow.
Meow. Yep.
With
Yeah, he's my biggest fan. You know, whenever Ramon comes, he's always pleased to hear me. Say hi, Jay. Nice to hear you.
And it's Sam over on the YouTubes again, reiterating that de Kock with no head, easy SA win.
As Cummins in to Bavuma, who mistimes this. It goes all the way in the air, and it goes somehow. I think it's just short of the boundary. He's going to have to look at the replay from this. Goes all the way behind the keeper. There's I can't even tell who that is who ran behind to try and catch it. Everything happening here. He middled that, going behind. There's an attempted catch. Misjudged by about a foot. If there'd been a dive, there would have been a catch. But he might have stopped the 4. I think he stopped the 4.
Adam Zampa
He
fielding.
didn't even lay a hand on it, I don't think.
So, but his foot got to the ball as he's falling, and that stopped the momentum. And it's been given as 1 run. After all of that excitement, 1 run to Bavuma. It could have been out, it could have been a 6, it could have been a 4, but it's just 1 run. And that's definitely going in the highlight reel.
Oh, for sure. Absolutely. Oh, my goodness. This cough makes me sound so filthy. I'm sorry. Oh.
As Cummins into de Kock, who drives it but goes straight down to mid-off for no run. So, bit of a slowing down of the run rate by Australia.
Yeah, they've got the field right now, haven't they? Even though it's still in the power play. They've kind of got the offside field exactly right for where de Kock plays all his shots. And then for Bavuma, they've got it right on the leg side as well. So they're putting the pressure on and making them play what they don't want to play. Just basic cricket, really.
Cummins in again, and that is a short ball, getting to about shoulder high on de Kock, who leans back, thinks about cutting it, but pulls back at the last minute, and that's just collected by Inglis for no run. I've noticed the teams that have been really successful so far this tournament, aside from putting a ridiculous score on the board, they've bowled to their field, and that's been the key. Bowling to your field lets you keep the pressure on, and it's like Pakistan the other night. Their bowling was all over the place. They let Sri Lanka get it ahead of themselves. And India, on the other hand, were very, very good at bowling exactly to what they need. I think they had 2 bad balls in the entire innings. As this one from Cummins to de Kock is a bottom edge, missing the stumps, and work its way down to third man for a single.
Well, that's right. And then while Sri Lanka didn't necessarily bowl badly, they let themselves down in the field, which enabled Pakistan to reach the target.
Yep, it's Sri Lanka. It's very much a confidence thing. If they don't feel like they're winning at the end of the 10th over, they won't win the game.
No, exactly. And again, at the end of the 50 overs, how your confidence is at the end of the 50 overs, because that momentum carries on into the interval, which then carries on into how you field at the start. It's such a momentum sport. It really, really is. It's probably why I've got this cold, because the season's finished. It finished on Sunday, so I wake up on Monday morning and I've got this.
as Cummins into Bavuma, who just works this down to point for a single. To mid-wicket for a single. South Africa 49 for 0 now. So the run rate's still going pretty well, even though they haven't really done... It doesn't feel like they're doing all that much exciting cricket, but their score rate keeps just going up.
Yeah, I mean, they'll be if and when they get to the 50, that will be their first target. Get to 10 and make a 50 partnership, and then just build.
And know that Macron will come in and get 150, and regardless.
Miller will get like 50 off about 12 balls or something.
As last ball of the over comes into De Kock, and that is hoiked all the way over point. Let's get all the way down to the boundary for 4 runs. That is 8 off this over, bringing South Africa up to 53 at the end of 10 overs.
She's real fine, my fool.
So, very good work there.
Yes, over on Twitter, formerly X, we've got Josie Oakey saying that this match sounds like it should be sponsored by Strepsils. And Jay Grover, communism, it's a party. And over on the YouTube, Pokey Bumfinger saying, I got spanned, been a very civil World Cup so far across the gorilla world, loving not having to do anything. And Stephen just saying, congrats Pokey, now you sit astride 2 thrones. And just also myself just doing some riffing on the fact that we managed to get through the De Kock, the head, the stain puns, and had not slipped the Cummins in there. So I think...
I believe there was enough implied that it didn't need to be outwardly stated. That's for the listeners to...
Yeah, I was trying to sort of work something that even without head, as long as we Cummins can get De Kock, but it's kind of not quite working there. I'm trying.
As Maxwell in to Bavuma, who worked that off the pad for a single. I suppose you could say... now you've got me thinking about it, and I'm not going to focus on the cricket.
Yeah, no, you've got to do the ball by ball. You've got to save the puns for your break. Yep. Or if you can work out the better order for this, because yes. Because if De Kock could get Cummins, that would that sort of Cummins getting De Kock.
We need a 6 for De Kock to. I've got the hint of something.
It is, but they're playing it. You need De Kock bowling to Cummins, really. I think, and then they'd start they would start rolling in. So.
And you could always just Maxwell.
Yes.
Oh dear.
Yes.
As he comes in to De Kock, and that's cut by De Kock quite late, but well timed and well placed, and they managed to run through for 2 there. So De Kock moving to 32 off 34. South Africa 56 for 0.
Can I suggest De Kock hits the ball with his Hazelwood?
Yes, there we go.
There we go.
It's coming. It's coming.
As Maxwell into De Kock, that's a bit of a slight bit of spin away, but De Kock's well in front of it. Maxwell's never really been too much of a turner, and he just works that away down to mid-on for a single.
When it comes to Cummins, you could Maxwell, but Hazelwood.
That was Willow of you.
Yes. I mean, we're working blue in the pun zone. It is the lowest form of comedy that we're doing here. Actually,
as that is missed by Bavuma. There's an attempted stumping by Inglis, but Bavuma was well behind his crease. And we're just going to see on the replay how far that ball was from. Was that a drop catch?
I don't think there was any bat in that.
No, it spun and bounced over the top of the stumps, really.
And that one in again, and Bavuma's getting back to it this time and driving it down through the backward point for a single. So the Kock strike rate sitting at about 98, and Bavuma sitting at about 60, which seems to be about right for these two. There's 5 off the over so far. Last ball of Maxwell's over. It's a fairly soft one. De Kock's well behind it and just works it down for a single. And that takes South Africa 59 for 0. As Amphi's busily tweeting away.
Oh, so we've got Jay Grover just asking, is it called the Box of Dreams because the internal geography looks like some sort of non-Euclidean nightmare. Can't work out the doors from the windows. And just explaining that it's called the Box of Dreams because it's a state of mind, not a location.
Yes. Also, window, emergency window, if in case of fire, break glass.
I don't think you can actually see any doors. So, but they can't see that. Yeah. So
we might turn the camera around a bit later.
I've also got a tweet here from Duringer, which is still stuck in the queue outside. Organisation so bad. It's very hot, and we've been here a long time. 11 overs into the game, and they
still not into the
still haven't cleared the queue that was there before the start of the game. So, well done.
Well, glad you're listening in to us.
Yep.
So you know something of what's going on in the game. We've never promised to be comprehensive in our coverage.
Speaking of which, 59 for none, De Kock 34 off 36, Bavuma 19 off 30, Cummins 0 for 14 off 2.
11 overs. Good summary there, Amph.
Yeah. Sometimes we forget. We don't have the big sign written like we used to. We used to have a big sign telling us to keep saying the score. We don't have that up now, and so sometimes it slips the mind.
As Cummins continues his spell, and that is short and bounced, and De Kock is well behind it and hits it all the way behind third man for 6 runs.
Will you just go for
Third man.
Take the easy run, or will you have some fun and try for smack some mum?
So Cummins
Fine
got
leg, I
smashed
think
by
he
De Kock there. No, it doesn't quite work.
No. It'd have been a good effort if it was over third man, lovely.
Yeah. And that was just a very well played shot by De Kock. As Cummins in again, and that's a better line, and De Kock's forced to defend it back to Cummins for no run. So De Kock 40 off 38, and things are happening, but I think it's fair to say South Africa's in control.
Yep, definitely.
There's
It's
been
one of those starts that you can really accelerate.
And
and not having dropped any wickets yet,
this looks like a pitch that's well worth accelerating on. As Cummins in again, and that is swung at by De Kock, and he misses it, and Inglis just collects it behind the stumps. So no run there. No slips in anymore. So it's just Inglis behind the stumps. And South Africa 65 for naught.
Yeah, Josie Oki was wondering before.
As Cummins in again, and that's a bit of a loose one wide outside the off stump, and De Kock just behind it drives it through for a single.
Josie Oki was wondering before what a good score on this pitch is, 350, and I don't even think that's a good score now. That's, that would be
You'd
par.
want to get to 380.
Yep.
And with this batting lineup, you'd be disappointed if you didn't hit 400.
Yeah, I mean, at the start, even 280 looked like a good score, but now they've really kind of judged the pace of the pitch very, very well. But I think it's going to be whatever score South Africa get. I still think it's going to be a close game.
Yeah, it's Cummins into Bavuma, who just defends that down to backward point for no run. So 7 off the over so far, 1 ball to go. Bavuma 19 off 31, De Kock 41 off 40. So where does Australia turn with their bowling today? Do another over of Maxwell, who has gotten things to happen, but Cummins in again, and that is edged by Bavuma, and it would have been out by a first slip, but there is no first slip, and there's an attempted shy at the stumps by Inglis, but there's no run there, and that's the end of the over. South Africa, I think that was 66 for naught after 12.
I got Messy Jez saying that witnessing the painful and messy process of pun creation is just as bad as witnessing the creation of sausages. I really only want to see the finished product.
Well, Mez, get a few ready when you're next on there.
And Jay Grover, every window is also a door, said some Cenobite. Tony Cork, threatening to take punitive... Tony Cork is asking Jez if he's threatening to take punitive measures. And speaking of that, because I read that as punitive, because that's what the word was, and then I went, oh, no, we're doing puns, aren't we?
Yes.
Oh, I know what's going on. Stephen Kelk over on YouTube has said, I only understand the stain joke now that I see that it is pronounced stain.
Yeah.
And of course, it looks like Stein or something like that, but yes. And yes, we've got Sam saying De Kock is still as stiff as Hazelwood, perfect time to get Cummins on him.
So it might be a little bit of an extended, or not extended, but one of those drinks breaks that happen every... they were just decided to put Zampa on.
Oh, here we go.
So prepare for the run rate to go up quite a bit.
It's a bit harsh.
I don't rate him.
I don't rate him either, but he's actually, look at that. 142 wickets. He's not a bad bowler with an average of under 30 for a spinner. That's not bad.
Yeah, he's just not threatening at all.
It's not threatening, but it's not bad either.
Yeah.
He's got better as he's gotten older.
As Zampa into the cock, and that's beating the cock, and Inglis doesn't manage to collect it cleanly, but there's no danger of a run there. So that was just a tiny bit of spin, extra bounce. It actually, the cock was forward and leaning down, and it actually bounced above his helmet. As that's in again, and that's hit by the cock hard into his own pad. No run.
Again, playing for spin that didn't come.
So there hasn't been any pitch so far this tournament where there's been a significant amount of spin. As Zampa in again, and that's a middle stump line that the cock's well in front of and just defends it down for no run. So 3 dot balls so far this over.
Yeah, he's just playing just back of a length, really, isn't he? Trying to make it spin, but he probably needs to pitch it up a bit more.
As he tries that, and again, it's just a fairly middle stump line, and the cock's well behind it, and now gets a single, moving him to 42 or 44. South Africa 67 for naught. And Bavuma's on strike, and for some reason they head down to the middle of the pitch just to tap gloves, even though neither of them have any sort of milestone.
Just a bit of encouragement. I like it.
Yeah, Zampa in again to Bavuma, who's playing forward and misses it, and goes to Inglis, who just should have been a straightforward take and just drops it. I'm not.
Somebody should go down and punch gloves with him.
I'm not sure if Inglis was a better option than Carey, but it's I don't think there's been any difference so far. As Zampa in again, and Bavuma works that off his pads for a single down to long on, and that's the end of the over. 2 from it. South Africa 68 for 0. And I believe Amph is doing some spruiking of a few books in there.
Yeah, we just had an ask of what the books were behind us, so I'm just typing that in now. But so you can see we've got Darkness into Light. That's by myself and John Broome, and that's about the AIF cricket team in 1919. The 50 greatest matches in Australian cricket by Dan Liebke. So a good chuckle in that one. And also Wizards, the story of Indian spin bowling by Ninja Dada. And they're all White Line Wireless / Guerrilla Cricket callers. Except for John Broome, he's some random guy I found on the internet to write a book with.
And Mitch Marsh is going to bowl. Mitch Marsh is going to bowl, everyone.
Here we go. Here we go.
So, I don't know when Mitch Marsh last had a ball. Probably 3 years ago.
in the tests and over here in the summer.
I don't think he's ever bowled in Indian conditions. So this is going to be very interesting. As he comes on, and that is short, and that is hoiked by Bavuma out into the middle of nowhere, and it lands safe, and there's a 2 that they've managed to run. Or just 1, I think Bavuma was a bit... No, they got 2. So that's 22 for 35. And there was a drop earlier in Zampa's over. Bavuma did edge it to Inglis, who missed it completely, and... That is a regulation catch for a wicketkeeper.
That's unacceptable.
That you can't do that at this level. As Marsh in again, and that's short and down leg side, and Bavuma works it off his pads down to backward square leg for a single. So 3 off the over so far. We've had a South Africa in control, and luck's playing out in their favour. Currently 71 for naught. We're just having a little bit of a chat. Slight change of the field. And it's Marsh into De Kock. That's a wide outside off stump line, and De Kock just drives it down through the onside for a single. Moving to 43.
Yeah, it is an interesting change. I mean, was Carey struggling for runs, or maybe he just wasn't fit, or... I mean, because certainly Inglis is a worse a keeper than Carey. Carey's certainly the better keeper.
Yeah, and I haven't looked at Inglis's batting as that's short into Bavuma, who pulls it away, but can only find the fielder down on the boundary there, and that's another single. So it's 5 off the over so far, 2 deliveries to go, and Marsh hasn't really been disciplined in where he's been bowling. I'd say he's been trying everything, and the batters have been well behind it, well in control of it, whatever he's tried.
He's just done everything to not look threatening.
As comes in, and that's a slightly slower one on middle stump line, and De Kock just works it behind him for a single. So there was a couple of good overs there where Cummins and Maxwell tried to constrain the run rate, and now it's just Marsh has come in and gone, well, let them score as much as they want off me. I do need to give a shout out before I jump off the air to Brian from Brisbane, who did supply the Box of Dreams with quite a bit of alcohol today.
No, is that where it came from?
Yes, as
champion.
Final ball of the over from Marsh, just defended down by Bavuma for no run. That's 74 for 0. We're going to have a quick change in the Box of Dreams.
Yes, and going in for... You still got me on there? Yeah, just while Ben's going in for that, I just want last tweets before... I think Hattie's going to take over from me. And just Jay Grover saying, I love and despise admin and all they stand for, but I've just realised I own all of the books displayed on the back window. Fuck sticks. Yes, but it's not admin that have done that for you. We're just regular guys. We're just regular boys. We're just here doing this, having fun, not making any money out of this. And you have decided to support this thing that we do here by buying our books. And we thank you till the end of time. And yes, there has been no targeted marketing. We haven't stolen your data, and we're not going to tell the government about your health.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Hi, Hattie. How are you?
I'm very well. How are you?
I'm very good, thank you.
Yes, welcome. That's
thank you.
Bit of a could be a crucial drop catch there from Inglis. I must say, he hasn't set the world in fire, coming in for Alex Carey. He's definitely been all smiles and everything behind the stumps, but it hasn't been super clean as Zampa's tossing that one up, and it's just defended by Bavuma, who really is a bit stuck here. 24 from 39. He's looking like he's trying to get the scoring going, but he just can't make it happen. Zampa wasting no time, and Bavuma's having a huge swing at that, and he can't beat the bowler. And there's no run.
Zampa has started much better today than in previous games.
He certainly
I
has.
think his great friend Stoinis being back in the team is helping him.
Yes, except for that catch on the boundary, which we might talk about in a bit, as Bavuma's just getting a single down to long on. Yeah, I was off commentary. I'm not sure if you were looking at it a bit more closely. Just not sure if he lost it or he's got something wrong with his eyesight, but the ball just landed about 2 feet from him and he didn't make contact with it.
He didn't even lay a hand on it, did he? He looked down and it's just like, oh, that's where it went.
He did swim into the end of a pool last week. Apparently when he was swimming with his eyes closed and crashed into the stairs and had a bit of a cut above the eyes. He bowls another dot ball, so perhaps still suffering from that, or maybe he just doesn't have very good eyesight. But he's definitely been the pick of the bowlers so far. He's getting through the overs and he's not conceding many runs, just the 4 runs of his 1.5. But having said that, to Cox, lofting that one over long off. The long off is up, or mid off, should I say, and that is 4 runs. He's picked that one very well and he's managed to get Zampa away for a boundary. So that's the end of that over. It is 80 for none.
That's a great shot. I think Zampa to de Kock has been aiming to bowl quite straight because he's got 3 out of his 4 boundary riders on the onside. But this one is just tossed up a bit outside off stump, and de Kock is taking full advantage by hitting it over mid-off.
And how are we going
It's
on
a good release shot as well for him, isn't it? It's just like saying, and it's a shot of authority. It's just saying, I'm not going to mess around just poking and prodding and just like hitting it down the ground, to mid-on or mid-off, or kind of backward point for a single. It's just like, thanks, here we go.
There's 49 from 49, and speaking of the bromance between Zampa and Stoinis, it will be Stoinis who will come on. So 6 bowlers have been used now within 16 overs by Pat Cummins, so he's definitely giving everyone a go. And so let's see how Stoinis goes. Coming back from injury, whether he can crank up that pace, or as Bavuma's just putting the foot down and lofting him over mid-on for another boundary. Well, he needed that one, Temba Bavuma. That might get him going. He moves to 29. It really just was a loosener, a length delivery from Stoinis. It didn't do much, and Bavuma just had to plant the front foot down and loft it over mid-on. 84 for none. Stoinis looks on in disbelief, but it really was there to be hit. Will that be what gets Temba Bavuma going? Really does need to lift the rate here because there's plenty of batting to come as he's working that next delivery into the onside. They'll look for 2 and they're going to come back for 2. That's good running. It was just between the backward square leg and the deep fine leg. 86 for none. Well, after winning the toss and bowling, this is not what not what the Aussies wanted, Hayes.
I think South Africa are the New England.
Yeah.
Aiming for 400 every game. Deep batting lineup. Big hitters to come.
As Sapun in the producer's chairs just reminded us, Mitch Marsh just bowled the 1 over spell. So perhaps Cummins just hedging his bets on Marsh and Stoinis. I don't think either of them are going to get through 10 overs. So Stoinis, you would think, would be the preferred bowler, and that one is a better delivery. In at the body and defended by Bavuma for no run.
A bit quicker as well than the first one, which was a bit of a nothing delivery.
I must say, just being off commentary for a bit, there's a lot of anti-Australia, or not much confidence in Australia in the sentiment from certain commentators. But I was a bit more bullish about them early. But now at none for 86, maybe I'm tending to agree. They're looking a bit ragged. Stoinis is in again, and Bavuma's hoiking that one away on the onside, and has it got to the boundary? It's been caught, but the fielder has tumbled over the fence and thrown it back in, and it hasn't been taken on the rebound. Stark has got it. I think it's Kyle Abbott maybe on the field as a substitute fielder. It was looked awkward and ungainly. I'm not sure if it'll end up being called a 6, whether he released it in time, but certainly wasn't the most elegant over the boundary catch we've seen.
Do you mean Sean Abbott? Kyle Abbott,
Kyle
South
Abbott.
African.
Oh, Sean Abbott then. Sorry. He has released it in time, but the problem was he's thrown it about 10 metres away from Mitchell Stark, who was just next to him. So it could have been quite...
I think while being a boundary rider, he's just starting too far inside the boundary. That's why he had to pedal back rather than it would have been straight down his throat otherwise.
Yeah, he should have been balanced enough to just hold it himself, as Stoinis is bowling a bouncer there and de Kock's ducking under it. Yeah, he didn't have to catch it, released it in time. Stark was right there, but the throw to Stark was just 10 metres over his head. So in this day and age of T20 cricket and the modern day fielder, you would expect him to almost easily throw that back to Stark, but another chance goes begging. That's 3 chances now that the South Africans have had. Well, Pat Cummins will be tearing his luscious locks of hair out, I think, as de Kock's getting a single as he pushes that one down to mid-off. And he moves to a half-century. That's 50 for Quinton de Kock, backing up the century he made in the first game. 50 from 51 deliveries, and he really is setting the pace here for the South African side. That's the end of Stoinis' over. It's 88 for none. We seem to have lost Hattie, but we'll talk amongst ourselves as.
Yeah, de Kock is, he's playing his last few ODIs, so he's making the most of it. This wicket it looks really good. Easily 350, even more here. Although we know anything is chaseable now. Now that Pakistan have chased 350, anything is possible.
Yeah, that was an impressive chase, but I must say, no disrespect to Sri Lanka, but obviously not the strongest bowling attack going around, and also missing their best bowler in Hasaranga, you would say. So
yeah,
you would think South Africa maybe would pose more of a threat.
More of a threat
in the bowling stakes with Rabada and co.
It is the drinks break now, so I'll just catch us up on a couple of tweets.
It is. I think 16 overs.
Just letting us know. Oh, shite! I've just realised I don't have Dan Liebke's book. Hooray! Maybe I've escaped the curse of Gorilla Cricket / Whitelam Island.
He's got many books, Dan. Get onto him.
He's only messing ordering it now. I believe there will be a new one from Dan this year in time for Christmas, so keep your eyes out for that as well. I haven't checked with him exactly what 50 Australian games he's writing about this time. He's running out of 50 things for cricket, so he does need some
It's kind of a very funny book, 50 Rules, or the Rules of Backyard Cricket is also something like that of Dan's books, which I've read.
I think he was
which is a very, very funny read on the lighter side of cricket.
I think he was also planning the 50 worst Shane Watson reviews.
You need 2 books for that. That'd be 100 reviews.
So, Dan, if you do write that, I want a credit and also royalties.
You could turn that into a Marnus Labuschagne worst reviews, I think, the way he's going these days. He seems to... He'd review a caught at first slip, I think.
There has to be some kind of compendium on YouTube of Shane Watson and his amazing reviewing.
And just the facial expressions where he just really wanted to make runs, didn't he?
I don't know how... Is that guy, Rob Linda, is he famous in Australia?
Yes, very much.
And he has I still don't know how he has all his YouTube clips up.
He is, I mean, he's the most valuable person on YouTube, I think, in my opinion. And I'm sure... Sam's coming. And I'm sure he must have some kind of compendium of Shane Watson taking absolutely atrocious reviews.
I'm sure if you YouTubed Shane Watson reviews, there would be a 5-minute video somewhere. Yes, we are in a drinks break. I think the over rate's been pretty good. What are we, 16, 17 overs in just over an hour, whereas we have been a bit sluggish in the over rates in some games, but the Australians, I think, Doing quite well here. No DRS reviews and no wickets probably helps. Helps the
Yeah.
over rates. Yes, that's a good sign. But yes, 88 for none. De Kock is 50 not out. Bavuma 32 off 45. He really, well, he needs to put the foot down now or get out and get the next, 4 or 5 players that all strike at about 150 out there. So no doubt that will be the plan. But it will be Zampa to continue. He's just gone for the 8 runs off his 2 overs and has bowled very well. He looks like he's really dialed in today, and De Kock's trying to heave him over mid-wicket for 6, but he won't quite get 6, but he will get 4. He didn't get all of that, but he got it square enough to beat the deep mid-wicket fielder. Another boundary to De Kock. He moves to 54. It's 92 for none.
Completely not where he intended, but they'll certainly take the boundary, won't they? Like through square leg.
It might have.
Yes, and now he's going the reverse sweep, and he's got that fine. He's got that past the, well, it's a short fine leg or short third man, depending on if you're left or right-handed, but he's played that reverse sweep perfectly, and that's gone for 4 as well. 96 for none. De Kock's on 58, almost doubling Bavuma's score. That was very much premeditated, and was lucky he got the right ball, but geez, he executed that well.
That was beautifully timed and placed.
And suddenly Zampa has gone for 3 boundaries from his last 3 deliveries.
I think De Kock knows that Zampa will be bowling quite straight to him. He knows the line that he'll be bowling because of the sweepers that he's got, and he's just toying with him at the moment.
Zampa's in again, and De Kock's going to get a run best. Bavuma calls him through. It's just gone to short fine leg, but they easily get through, and it's now the time where Zampa starts getting flashbacks from Durban. Was it Durban? The none for 113, I think so. He might be thinking, oh, not again.
Yeah.
17 now off his 2.3 overs. He was four runs conceded from 11 balls, or 4 balls ago. And well, let's see what Bavuma does. Does he go the tonk as well? No, he just pushes into the offside and he can't get a run. Labuschagne does the fielding.
Yeah, I've always found that hitting 2 fours to a bowler consecutive and then taking a single off him is kind of, the ultimate alpha move by the batsman or by batters. It's like, I can do anything with you. I can do what I want.
I'm just going to give up a few runs here just to really toy with you.
Just to rub it in. Yeah. Exactly.
He's in again. That's a flatter delivery, and it's taking a leading edge as it spoons out to point, but just short of the fielder. So Bavuma still just scratching away here. 32 off 47. Well, you feel like something's got to give either way very soon with Temba Bavuma. And he's again not getting anything away. Zampa's bowled that well. He's seen him back away and he's followed him with a shorter delivery at the body, and Bavuma can't get it away. He's come back well there, Zampa, but still the 9 runs off the over. It's 97 for none.
Looks like De Kock's alpha move didn't really work out.
Well, he just did.
Followed by 3.
Just doesn't have a lot of support at the other end. I mean, if there were 2 Temba Bavumas out there, Australia would be well on top. But De Kock is really making up for the lack of scoring at the other end, and I dare say there's a few likes of Aidan Markram and Russie van der Dussen would be sitting in the sheds, David Miller, saying, "Get me out there, get me out there."
Yeah. Excuse me.
So we'll see whether it is Stoinis continuing. It will be. So he'll get more than a 1 over spell. But De Kock really is on fire here. 59 from 54, and he'll be eyeing off Marcus Stoinis now, and he's just defending that one or deflecting it down the leg side, and Inglis comes around and does the fielding. They go through for a run. 98 for none. Yes, what do we think a good score is now? Is it 350 plus? would have to be.
Absolutely.
You would hope
10 wickets
so.
in hand, and with the kind of hitters to come for South Africa. Manderdis and Miller. Miller hasn't had a hit out this tournament or in the warm-ups yet.
And that one's worked away onto the leg side by Bavuma, but fielded by deep square leg. Just the one run. Yeah, you wonder if Australia has it in them. You'd think if Pakistan was the record World Cup chase the other night of 335, it will. Looks like it might need to be broken tonight, 2 days later.
I think that record will be broken multiple times in this World Cup. The way cricket is happening now, it's not going to hold for long.
There's De Kock's playing that one down to mid-on, but can't beat the field. There's no run. So, just ticking along here, the game. Nothing outrageous from the batters. Still just picking off the runs where they can, picking up that loose ball, and still going at 5 or 6 and over relatively easily.
They bowled a bit too short, according to the pitch map, the scoring map that they're showing for.
And there's a shorter delivery, and that's hoiked away to square leg on the bounce to Maxwell by De Kock, and that's the 100 up for South Africa in the 18th over. 100 partnership too for these two, and they've really done their job to set the foundation.
Absolutely.
They were showing the scoring areas for De Kock, and 50% of his runs were on the onside between mid wicket and wide fine leg. Basically shows that they've been bowling a bit too short to him.
Yeah, that's where they've been bowling. It's hard to remember too many really pitched up deliveries or too many cover drives. And speaking of though, there's a pitched up delivery and he's being played down to mid-off, and Bavuma can't beat the field. So, yeah, they're certainly not trying to hit everything for 6 or taking too many risks, but this one sense is now coming up to that 20th over. You almost want to get these other batters in for South Africa. Stoinis is charging in again. That's a short delivery. That's heaved at by Bavuma, but he can't make contact. Inglis takes this one cleanly, but no damage done either way. Just the 3 runs off that over. That was a good one by Marcus Stoinis. 18 gone. It's 100 for none. How are we going on the socials?
There's a few tweets that have come in. Jay Grover saying, I'm now so well acquainted with the inside of Isaac's nostrils. My word, so clean, so smooth. I'm off the bathroom mirror with tweezers and a sense of shame. So, good work there.
Low camera position.
And
sorry, the iPad angles are such that.
And we've had a couple of people just bringing up the Shane Watson DRS compilation from Guerrilla Cricket. So you can just find that and watch it at your own pleasure.
It's going to be Zampa continuing his spell, and De Kock's working that one into the onside, and they'll race through the first one quickly, and that's all they'll get. 101 for 1, De Kock 62. Yeah, Shane Watson, much maligned at the time, but I sense now there's more of an appreciation of the player he was, the reviews in this comical sense. Now he's commentating. There's a lot of love for Watto, which maybe 10 years ago there was not the case. Sampa's tossing that one up, and Bavuma's really hoiking at that one, but he can only find long on. That Glenn Maxwell down there has a shy at the stumps at 1,000,000 miles an hour as Bavuma was ambling back, just to keep him honest. It was Maxwell.
I think
it's always Maxwell, isn't it?
Just playing a few funny buggers there.
Watson was quite excellent in the 2015 World Cup that Australia won, right? I think that kind of redeemed him in the eyes of the Australian public.
He had a couple of Ashes series where he wasn't the favourite amongst Australian fans, as De Kock's getting another single, or will they come back for two? No, just the one, out to deep mid-wicket. Yeah, he had a couple of series where he burnt a lot of reviews, but then, yeah, he did play well that World Cup. He was always, very fine one-day player. Didn't get the test average probably quite where he wanted it. But it was certainly, for an all-rounder, very good. He was probably just a shame he had to open the batting when there was just no one else to fill that role, as Bavuma can't get a run as that one ricochets onto the leg side.
Bavuma was missed out there. That was a hit me delivery.
Yeah, he's missed out a few. 34 from 53.
That should have gone over square leg or short fine leg before.
And they'll get a run. 104 for none. Yeah, a couple of chances, Bavuma.
I think South Africa will be looking to get to at least 180 by the 30th over and then double it or even more in the next 20.
Sorry, lost.
Zampa's in again, and De Kock's getting another easy run through the leg side. There's no one in the infield there, so it's easy pickings. End of another over, 105 for none off 19. Yeah, Shane Watson almost also famous for being shirtless on the Lord's balcony during that Ashes series, doing the muscle man pose. Plenty of images on that on the internet.
Don't want to be seeing that. No.
I visited. Incidentally, I was at Lord's yesterday, and I was talking to the tour guides there, and they were telling me that the most famous, like most sought after place for a photo is the balcony where Saurav Ganguly did his shirtless dance in 2000.
Oh.
Yeah, the old balcony dances. Which one? Warney? That wasn't Lord's, was it? Warney's dance with the stump above his head. I think that's Trent Bridge. Yeah.
Trent Bridge.
Yeah, 2001.
Yeah. That'd be a good compilation. Famous balcony moments in England. As De Kock's playing a beautiful cover drive. Will that beat the field? No. Warner will come round and do the fielding on the boundary, and they'll come back for two. But geez, he is striking it very well, Quinton de Kock. Minimal effort, all timing, and everything he does is turning to gold at this World Cup so far. It is Glenn Maxwell back in the attack. Apologies for not mentioning that. He's coming back in for his fourth over, and that one's a dot ball as de Kock's defending just behind point on the offside. I think, Cummins might be trying to get a few overs out of Maxwell now, whilst these two are in, and the scoring pace is relatively comfortable, rather than have to bowl him for 5 overs at the end, as de Kock's getting another single just turned into the onside.
I believe that once Glenn Maxwell retires, he would perhaps be the most the greatest unfulfilled genius of this generation of cricketers. Because this guy can play some absolutely amazing shots and innings as well, but he's really, in terms of his batting, when he does retire, it will be unfulfilled potential. Love watching him bat.
Yeah, for sure. He can also leave balls on middle stump and just get clean bowled sometimes too, as he's done. So he can do it all.
Unappreciated genius that.
As Bavuma goes a hoik onto the onside there. This time he will be out. Warner takes the catch. Maxwell goes a bit over the top with the celebration because, well, that's probably bad news for Australia.
It's over, it's over, it's over.
Yes, it is over, the Temba Bavuma, but it's really put him out of his misery. He couldn't get his timing going. 35 from 55. He has played a good support role and obviously a magnificent foundation, but now is the time to get the other guys in and start picking things up because, well, third time lucky for Australia, being dropped behind the wicket, dropped on the boundary, and now safely taken. Maxwell gets the wicket, and it's 1 for 108.
Bit of a delivered innings by Kemba.
But I think now the fun starts.
Yeah.
Either way, could be a couple of quick wickets the Australians would hope for, or it could just be more of the same for South Africa. But with that deep batting lineup, they've made it to 20 overs without loss. They could not have a better foundation to really absolutely put the foot down from now on in. But having said that, the Australians they've kept it tight enough. They've kept it within control. It's threatened to get out of control, but they've at least held the brakes on Bavuma, and de Kock going along to run a ball. So yeah, very well could have been 7 or 8 and over, but kept it under 6 and picked up the wicket. And it will be Rassie van der Dussen. Must be one of the better names to pronounce in the cricketing circuit.
I remember the first time I saw him play, and he was either fielding or batting. And then when he took his whichever headgear off, and he surprised me by the lack of hair he had, and I nearly fell off my seat. I don't know why. It just completely threw me. I just was expecting him to have more hair on his head. And I just thought, and it was about the time, when there was all those kind of Advanced Hair Studio ads were going on as well. And I was just like, whoa, okay. I just thought for someone so young as well. I just thought, bless him. I just thought, no. It just was awful.
Well, he has just played out a couple of dot balls there, and that's the end of the over.
As well. So you've got someone with this huge big mop of hair, and then Rassie with the lack of it. It's just thought, oh dear.
Has been batting too long durations. Just keeps his helmet on all the time. Doesn't give the hair a chance to grow.
Okay, we're having a bit of a change. I think Ayaz, you're taking a tiny bit of a break. Hattie, I think you're staying on.
I'll see you in an hour.
And
See you guys.
Messi is with us as well.
Hello. Your voice doesn't sound fantastic again, Sapun. Are you reverting back?
It actually feels better to me.
Oh, good.
So it feels
I'm
better.
glad to hear.
Sound-wise, it's not. I just want to say congrats to Maxwell for taking the breakthrough wicket. The strike spin bowler that Australia have needed for so long.
Yes, you could say that. By the way, I noticed Ben was going on about that catch from Zampa. Hold on.
As Hazelwood into de Kock, so it's starting a new spell, and de Kock just defends that out for no run.
So I looked at the replay, I listened to the TV commentary, and basically their view was that it deflected so sharply that it would have been an absolute miracle if anybody had caught it, or sheer luck. So I think it's a bit rough.
Is this the Stoinis catch on the boundary or the...
No, the Zampa
Yep.
to Inglis, yeah.
As Hazelwood in again on off-stump line, and just defended down by de Kock to backward point. No run there. So.
Hi, Messrs.
Hello, Hattie. Good to see you.
Good to see you too, my lovely. How are you?
I'm well.
You two are too wholesome for guerrilla cricket. Sorry, guys. This is not allowed.
Well, I'm in Perth, which is the perfect time zone for covering cricket all around the world except the West Indies.
The only time zone is worth it, that's good to cover cricket in the West Indies, is the West Indies. As that is into de Kock, who aims to hoik it away and misjudges it completely, and it just gets him on the hip, and there's no run there.
Well, I mean, what do you think, Hattie? Where do you see this game going for Australia and South Africa?
Well, people were saying just how much Bavuma needs to get out to enable the quicker the batters to that have the quicker strike rates to come in. And I was thinking, well, that's just a bit harsh. But honestly, I think that's probably been the right decision, especially with 30 overs to go. I mean, De Kock was able to carry on.
Sorry, we just missed that ball. Sorry.
Hazelwood in, and that's just cut down through the third man boundary for 1 run.
That's all right. I've just lost my thread. But no, seriously, with Bavuma getting out, it definitely has been the right decision. The right thing for South Africa. De Kock's been able to carry on along his merry way. He hasn't been stunted by Bavuma's lack of strike rate.
As Hazelwood into Van der Dusen, gets a little bit of extra, I'd say, surprise bounce for Van der Dusen, but he's only faced 3 deliveries now, but he's defended out to the infield for no run.
Did I imagine it, or was that ball keep a bit low, do you think?
I think that it was simultaneously kept low, but also bounced a bit more than he expected. It's Schrodinger's ball, as it were.
But then Hazelwood's one of the taller bowlers, and Van der Dusen's taller than Bavuma as well. So,
as that's in by Hazelwood on a off-stump line, and just defended by Van der Dusen to mid-on for no run.
Jay Grover says, I'd actually prefer a half-naked Sourav Ganguly than a Ganguly allowed to wear clothes he's picked for himself. It's like he found a Necronomicon portal for 1970s British home stores and sold his soul to it. Is he dressed that badly?
I was not expecting a Cthulhu reference.
I didn't even understand it. White Line Wireless is Ant saying to YY Palm, I did the best I could. I have to EQ both Zoom callers through the one channel and they're opposite ends of the spectrum. Yeah, sorry if we come out at different volumes. The one thing I did notice on the previous stint was that whoever was off screen was very quiet. Sorry.
That would have been me, as Maxwell in to De Kock, who just defends these first couple of deliveries for no run. South Africa 109 for 1 at the moment. De Kock 68 off 69. Nice. And Van der Dusen 0 off 4. As Maxwell again, and that's worked through by De Kock, but just through to forward point for no run. So 3-dot ball so far from Maxwell. Pick of the bowlers for me. As rinse and repeat. That's just hit through the mid-wicket for no run. It's not what you would normally expect to say about Maxwell. As he's in again, and De Kock just defends it back to Maxwell. No run. No real spin this over. Just flighting it up, just trying to get a bit of extra bounce happening. And again, that's hit through the mid-wicket, and that is a maiden for Maxwell.
In 70 seconds, I reckon.
Yeah. Very, very good work from him.
Ah, dear. I don't know if anybody read it, but Jay said, Shane Watson's rehabilitation gives hope to us all. I think the truth is that despite the amount of fun that was poked at Shane Watson, most people actually really liked the bloke. And he was good fun to watch when he was batting, but he was particularly fun to watch when he was reviewing. Yeah. I mean, it gave the world so much free entertainment, it's not funny.
And Hazelwood to continue the attack to Van der Dusen. And that is getting a leading edge, going to no fielder in particular because everyone's out on the leg side. And Van der Dusen gets off the mark with 1 run.
Well, it's kind of like Johnny Bairstow now. I mean, a lot of people say they don't like Yorkshiremen, but it's just my point of reference being that we're just appealing for an LBW that's clearly out, but you're just going to appeal anyway because you just don't want to be out.
Yeah, I don't think it's got anything to do with where he's from, anyhow. I mean, there are good Yorkshiremen and bad Yorkshiremen, as there are everywhere, I reckon.
As Hazelwood into De Kock, and that's coming quite fast, and De Kock gets behind it and hoiks it as hard as he can. He wants it to get to the boundary, but it actually lands in no man's land between 2 or 3 fielders down there on the onside, and they just managed to run through for one. And South Africa 111 for one. Off
No, I agree with you because I mean a lot of people, like Joe Root, but I mean it's just there's just people from around where I live who support Warwickshire, and who just say, "Oh, we don't like Yorkshire," and I'm just like, what have you got against them? And they just say, "Oh, we just don't like them." I'm just like, you've got to have a reason.
As Hazelwood into Van der Dusen, who works that off the leg side. The fielders are backward of square, and they managed to run through for two. So that's 4 off the over so far, 3 deliveries to go. Run rate ticking over at about 5 and over. So South Africa 113 for 1.
I get the feeling that de Kock, despite having been there for 74 deliveries, is still having some difficulty with the pace off this wicket.
He hasn't hit anything as cleanly as he'd like, I would say.
No.
As Hazelwood into Van der Dusen, who angles this out, past backward point for a single.
No, he's not. Maybe the pitch is just a bit too paced, and so he's not been able to middle anything as cleanly as he certainly did the other day.
I think that's right.
And every time he's gone for a big hit or a big swing, he misjudges the pace of the ball coming onto him. So it's not even a matter of time. It's timing and big pressure. Like, he's only had 2 runs scored in the last 10 deliveries. As that one's in, and he's moving across his pad, and somehow he has got this out for 6 runs. Mitch Marsh was the fielder out on the boundary there. I'm going to try and describe exactly what happened. The ball was coming in wide down leg. He moved around and just opened the face of the bat, so it made a bit of contact, and gave it a little bit of a scoop, but not too much. And Mitch Marsh attempting to catch it, running backwards and just tripping over himself, and wouldn't have been a catch anyway. There's no chance that would have been out. But
it was funny to see him fall over his ass, though.
Absolutely.
It's always fun to see Mitch Marsh fall over.
Everyone was laughing.
As last ball of the over, and that's much better timed, and that is another 6 by Hazelwood. By de Kock off Hazelwood. So that's 12, 14, 17 off the over, taking South Africa to 126 for 1.
Well, that'll teach me to say de Kock wasn't getting his timing right. Jay Grover says, just don't take Lovecraft's advice on naming any of the kittens. And he also says, from the heart of Yorkshire, no one says they don't like Yorkshire, and surely. Josie Oak says, I didn't care that much for Watson. He had a high opinion of himself at times. That's true.
No, he's just tall, so it looks like he has a high opinion, but it's just a regular opinion on a taller man.
Yeah. Oh, very good. Adit's retweeted a link to a YouTube video from Jeff Lemon about Shane Watson, which is very funny, as I recall. So have a look at that. And Jay says, to be fair, I do fucking hate Yorkshiremen. They ruined Yorkshire.
As Maxwell comes in, and that's top-edged by, I think that's Van der Dusen on strike, and they managed to run through for 2 as that ball lands behind gully where there's no fielder. It's a good delivery from Maxwell. Got a miss hit from Van der Dusen, but unfortunately no fielders in to take advantage of it. So Van der Dusen moves to 6 off 8. As Maxwell in again, and Van der Dusen using his feet, coming to meet the pitch of the ball and just defending it down to mid-off for no run.
The batters would do well actually just to kind of slow down Maxwell's overs, because if he last over, like you say, was like just over a minute long. If they would do well, just kind of take their time, even have a kind of punch of gloves in between balls, and just kind of like, okay, because if he's going to kind of dictate the pace, then he's in control. Whereas the batters should be in control of each ball. And so just like, okay, you're not the boss of what's going on here. We are. And we're going to be the ones putting the runs on the board. You're not going to be bowling maidens every
just
over.
Works that down to the onside for no run. And Maxwell back at his mark, bowling to de Kock, who drives that into the offside for a single. So that's 4 off the over of this over from Maxwell compared to his previous maiden. South Africa 130 for 1 after 23.4 overs. Run rate now at about 5.5 as Maxwell in again, and that's pitching outside off stump and just work down to mid on for a single.
And that's why the previous over was just so good, because yes, I mean, it was, with pace on ball you can hit the ball further generally, so to get 17 off the over when the previous over was a maiden, now that Maxwell's gone for 5.
Hattie, can I just ask you to keep an eye on when the bowler's delivering so that the caller can call it as it's coming through? You've got the feed coming through, haven't you?
I have. That's why I shut up mid-sentence just then, Jess.
Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, and last ball of the over is just a dot and no run there. So South Africa, what was it? 108 for 1. Sorry, no, 131 for 1. That's a bit better. Messi.
Leah says there was an exhibition about the Neolithic area in northern Germany recently that had reference to Lord of the Rings of Power, and Cthulhu von Unersprochen Leichen Kulten, something like that, in description of the exhibits, and that means fucking nothing to me.
I was expecting her to say there'd been some references to red leather ball and free stumps.
Oh, right. There you go. Jesus, Leo, you get me every time.
As Zampa comes in to continue his non-threatening bowling, as that is non-threateningly just worked away down the leg side for a single by Van der Dusen for 1 run. So if you haven't figured out, listeners, I do not rate Zampa. There are very few Australian spinners I do rate, and even Nathan Lyon, the GOAT as he is, I don't rate him that much.
I'm actually with you. I don't rate Zampa, but then every time I say that, he actually performs reasonably well, figures-wise, and it doesn't make sense to me.
And Zampa in again, that's a leg stump line, and De Kock just works it down off his pads for a single. That's a very slow outfield, by the look of it. Well, just that ball was going in about 90 k's an hour, and it looked like the outfield just slowing down as the day goes on.
That's weird. That's unusual.
So, Zampa in again, and that's defended down by Van der Dusen. I think there's a hint of spin, but he was well behind it, and no run there. South Africa 133 for 1.
Pushing it through a bit, isn't he? Yeah. He's afraid of giving it too much air, I think.
As again, that's a full delivery down on a leg stump line and just worked down the leg side by Van der Dusen. 10 off 14 now, and De Kock's back on strike. 83 off 79.
So in your ratings, Sapum, where do you have Agar sitting as a white ball spinner?
Higher than Zampa, but Australia keep changing their spinners so often because none of them have been worn. So they go, okay, we'll give you one summer to test yourself out. Oh, you're not worn. Okay, we'll get someone else. As Zampa's in to De Kock, who works this down to mid on for a single. Right, that's the thing. Ever since Warne retired, the Australian cricket selectors have been looking for the next Shane Warne. When it's the wrong way to approach your spin bowling. Right, just pick 2 good spin bowlers, send one to India, one to Sri Lanka, leave them there in playing the county games and the local leagues for as long as you can, and then bring them back to Australia and see what happens. As Zampa comes in, and that's just defended that onto the leg side, and manages to get in another single. Is it the last of the over? Yes, it is. So that's 136 for 1.
Pokey Bumfinger says we need a new Broad. Yes, well, who is the new Broad for England? That's an interesting question.
Bairstow.
Would Topley do it?
No, everyone likes Topley because he gets wickets.
So you want someone people don't like?
Yes.
People in England like Broad.
Yeah, but only now. Like, everyone hated him for so long. Like, you want someone everyone hates until they realise how good they are. So, which is usually the last couple of years of their career.
Sort of like Mitch Johnson until the Ashes, when he suddenly destroyed England.
A change in the bowling attack. Mitch Starc is coming in to replace Maxwell. So I'm not sure why you take your leading wicket taker out of the attack.
Saving him.
Saving him for the death. Yep, that makes sense. So halfway through the game, South Africa 136 for 1. Oh, halfway through the inning, sorry, quarter of the way through the game. As Starc is in, and a wide sort of full ball that's just worked away by Van der Dussen for a single.
Josie Oak makes what I think is a very good point. He said Zampa's ODI figures are pretty good. The problem may be batsmen don't rate him and get out caught on the boundary trying to hit his buffet bowling out of the ground. I think there's certainly a bit of that.
And it's looking like our host broadcaster's forgotten the names of all the players.
Oh, God, again.
As Starc in on off stump and middle stump line, and that's driven perfectly by the cock all the way down to the long on boundary for 4 Ds.
I hit the ball, 4 runs. I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
South Africa moved to 141 off 1.
So halfway stage, aren't they, at the moment?
Yep.
Just gone. That was a beautiful shot.
Shot of the day.
And Starc in and just defended by the cock down to short mid on for no run. The cock 88 off 82.
The well played on drive is one of those shots that can make you forgive someone for a whole lot of things. Sean Marsh had a wonderful on drive that made a whole lot of his misdemeanors forgivable. And not Sean. Yes, Sean Marsh. Yep. So many Marshes.
Did he have that many misdemeanors that anyone cared about?
Well, he kept getting out for ducks after he'd made 100, that sort of thing.
Starc into the cock, who just works this out a point for no run. The one thing I really haven't seen, and I think we talked about it the other day as well, Yorkers haven't been that effective this entire tournament. Something about the pace across most of these pitches, just the bounces have been good, but no one's been able to get the Yorker quite right to be threatening, and there hasn't been Yorker LBWs, there hasn't been a bowled off a Yorker, as Starc in again, and that's a 4th stump line. The cock gets behind it and just drives it through a point for a single.
I've got a theory about that. And it relates to the difference between T20 and ODIs. T20s, people are basically trying to score off every ball, and if they don't, it's a victory for the bowler. So that Yorkers, whether it's a Yorker or not, they're still going to be trying to score off it. In ODIs, they've got more time to deal with it, and if in fear of a Yorker, they're not necessarily trying to hit it. Sorry.
As that's it again to Van der Dussen, who drives it down to mid-on. They take a quick single to end the over. That's 6 off it. South Africa 143 for 1.
And it says Ollie Robinson is the new Broad, just stupider. Ooh. And more racist. Oh, dear.
If we have talked about the racism in the English cricket team, I will be here for a while.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Mind you, people in glass houses and all that. Australia's not exactly covered itself in glory over the years.
No, it hasn't.
It's interesting, you know. Everybody points at everybody else. Like, you know, most counties in England are probably pointing at Yorkshire and hoping nobody looks at what's going on behind their front door.
So So, a little bit of a mini drinks break, I think. As Zampa's continuing his attack for some reason. As that's into Van der Dusen, who's well behind it and just works it down to long on for a single. So South Africa 144 for 1, so that's 12 squared. Just pointing out the square numbers as I see them.
And 1 squared when you think about it.
1 squared plus 12 squared is not 13 squared. That's not a Pythagorean triple.
Oh my
So if one of those do pop up, I will let people know, but it's quite unlikely. As Zampa into De Kock, as he just works his way back to Zampa for no run.
It's only on White Line Wireless and Gorilla Creek you're going to get this really important information.
I mean,
Absolutely.
what was my chemical engineering degree for? Otherwise.
Well, that's a question you've been asking yourself for a long time now, isn't it?
And that's a full toss by Zampa, and De Kock gets well behind it and drives it down, but it's a fielder down at mid-on, so it prevents the boundary. I think they only managed to get 1 run in there. And South Africa moved to 145 for 1. I mean, I was able to understand the computational fluid dynamics on the cricket ball that Av posted about a week ago.
And how useful was that?
None. As Zampa in again, and Van Dusen gets right behind it, hoiks it all the way down, gets all the way down to the boundary, lands inside the circle, but no fielders are around it, but rolls all the way down to the boundary for 4 runs. I think that's Van der Dusen's first boundary, moves to 18 off 19. South Africa 149 for 1, and it seems there's been a decision or an understanding that now's the time to try and start upping the run rate.
Well, yeah, why wouldn't you with Zampa on?
Zampa in again, and Van der Dusen's using his feet to meet it, but he just defends that back down to Cummins over at mid-wicket. So 149 for 1 after 26 and a half overs. Yeah, what we found in the Sri Lanka-Pakistan game was the middle 10 overs, 20 to 30, ended up being the most high scoring, as the last ball of the overs just worked away by De Kock or by Van der Dusen for a single.
Leah says, no, Australia shouldn't change their approach to developing spinners, mainly because I like seeing Australian spinners getting eaten alive by Bangladeshi batsmen. And Jay says, did people hate Broad in England? I remember outrage over the "You Are So Beautiful" jingle. No, he's bloody not. The supernatural community found Watson's prejudicial ectophobia highly offensive. And Josie Oak says, who, I think he says, has the better overall bowling attack? I think South Africa.
South Africa.
If Anrik Nortje was fit, they definitely would have. And Jay says, after listening to Gary for so many years, I have a Pavlovian profane screaming response to hearing I have a theory. Sorry, Jay, I didn't mean to set you off.
And Stark into Van der Dusen, that's wide outside the off stump, and that's driven away all the way through the boundary, through the infield for 4 runs.
Sure.
So very well played shot through the covers. South Africa moved to 154 for 1. Just middle of the bat, perfectly timed, perfectly placed. You can't be bowling like that to these batters. They're not going to miss hit at an edge, and you don't even have a slip to catch an edge. You can't be bowling that line. As Stark comes in, that's a better line, and that goes through to mid-wicket for no run. So current partnership 46 off 46.
Well, I must say it's been nice that after the rain loss in the warm-up matches, we haven't had any rain since the World Cup began.
It's intriguing, isn't it?
Well, the monsoon, actually, Anindo predicted the monsoon would finish in time. There you go.
As Stark in, attempting a bouncer, but getting his length a bit wrong, but a good line nonetheless, and just defended Van der Dusen to mid-wicket for no run. So 4 off the first over and then 2 dot bowls. So Stark's trying what he can.
So we've got a challenge for you from Raffles, the gentleman thug, Sapun.
Oh.
He said, can that mathematical chap please explain how you calculate the speed at release of a cricket ball if you know the average speed over the length of a pitch?
That's, I mean, I need a whiteboard and a pen. As that's a short ball into Van der Dusen, who attempts to play a shot and realises, it's not going to go anywhere I wanted to, and just lets that go through to the keeper. So it comes down to this little thing called calculus, and difference between. I know aerodynamic drag. You don't need to give me the formula for drag. I know it. I studied it.
Sorry. Who are you talking?
So, there's been a bit of attempted help from the back of the box as Stark down leg side, and that's called a wide and just collected by Inglis, who surprised he collected that with his fielding so far today. It's hasn't been all that. I wouldn't have been surprised if that went all the way to the boundary for 4. So
yeah, I think Raffles, what will happen is Sapun will set up his own YouTube channel where he will explain the coefficient of linear displacement for every ball as it goes and why there are variables involved that he has no control over. And with luck, you'll be asleep by the end of the video.
As Stark into Van der Dusen, who just defends that down to backward point for no run. Look, it's the more complex a system, the harder it is to mathematically model it. And you get into a lot of weird quantum and chaos theory stuff the more and more you dig in. It's a lot of fun. I'll tweet out some Khan Academy links.
It depends on your idea of fun, I suppose.
I think we'll have a change after this over as Stark comes in, and that's a bottom edge by Van der Dusen, but he's safe, and it just somehow ends up at mid-on for no run. South Africa 156 for 1 at the end of the over, and we'll have a quick change.
Oh, you're all in studio. There you go. See you later.
Well, what I was trying to get at with the drag coefficients, I believe that the way you would be working it out is if you've got the average speed and you know the drag of the ball, then you should be able to reverse engineer that basically to work out what the speed was right at the release.
Average speed for that specific ball.
Sorry, and you're assuming somebody cares, and also your mic's a bit low.
Yeah, I think we've worked that out now.
As Sampa's continuing into his 7th over. Has he bowled unchanged here? I'm not sure, but it seems like he has. He's bowling a dot ball. Yes, coefficients and mathematics are not my strong suit, I must say. I agree with you there. As that's a very fine little paddle lap shot almost over the keeper's head, and they're going to get a couple. That was very inventive by Van der Dusen. He moves to 26. It's 158 for 1. This game's racing along. It feels like I have a rest for 5 minutes and then back behind the chair.
The Hearst broadcaster just also had the predicted score for South Africa. I think they said it was 335, and that feels a little bit generous to Australia.
What algorithm do they use for that? Is it
it's
the history of every game in one-day cricket versus averages and
it is all of those
batters
things.
To come all whipped into a...
And the conditions on the ground.
And Van der Dusen's charging down. He's heaving that one over the top, but he can't beat long on, and it's caught on the boundary. Van der Dusen gone for 26. Abbott still on the field as the substitute fielder has taken the catch. Zampa gets reward for his hard toil out there. South Africa now 2 wickets down for 158.
Take that, Supun.
Just needed Sapun to get out of the chair to give him a bit of luck, because I think he's bowled pretty well today. And, yeah, take that, Sapun.
I think you were calling Sean Abbott Kyle Abbott before.
I was.
And I think where you got that from was that there was a Kyle Abbott who played for South Africa.
Yes. I'll call him Tony Abbott. If there's any other famous Abbotts out there, Abbott and Costello. But yeah, it was caught this. I'm not sure who's off. Have we worked out who's off injured? Because Abbott has been on for a while. He was the one who took the other catch on the boundary and flicked it back before he went over the line, but Stark couldn't quite take the return. So Abbott's made up for that, and Van der Dussen is out. He was just going along, just a bit less than a runner ball, and looking like he was really gonna take off. So that's a big, important wicket there from Zampa.
And coming in is Aiden Markram, and remind me, Ben, is he in some kind of form?
Just knocked a few around the other night.
Was it a century of 49 balls or something like that?
The fastest World Cup 100.
Well, he's no Jake Fraser
Yeah,
McGurk.
he's no Jake Fraser McGurk.
I think he scored his 100 of 29 balls.
The best name in Australian cricket at the moment. Zampa's not a bad name, actually.
No.
Van der Dussen, one of my favourites.
Rassie Van der Dussen too.
Fraser McGurk.
And I think Rassie is short for Erasmus Van der Dussen. That's an excellent name.
Not to get too sidetracked, but McGurk just makes me think of gherkin, which makes me think of eating a cheeseburger as a child and picking out the pickle, or the gherkin as we used to call it.
Do you not like them?
Not when I was 6 years old. I eat them now. It was just, you used to take them out and throw them against the window. Or, I think that was a skit in some movie I remember. But we used to always pick them out for some reason. Like all kids that didn't like eating their greens. Anyway, we're getting a bit sidetracked, so it will be Aiden Markram in. And let's see if he can pick up from where he left off the other night. And that one's sliding down the leg side. Inglis takes off the bails, but it's called a wide.
So that was a good take by Josh Inglis, and I'm sorry to throw Supundi under the bus again, but Josh Inglis has been the backup keeper for a long time for good reason. And I understand that him and the rest of the West Australian contingent haven't covered themselves in glory.
As Zampa's pushing that one through, it might have even been a wrong end or the top spinner, and Markram's inside edging that almost between the bat and the stumps out to square leg. Yes, that looked like the top spinner. And well, I think is he a frontline keeper, Inglis, or more of a Johnny Bairstow type keeper?
No, so for Western Australia and the Perth coaches, he is a very highly rated wicketkeeper and also a destructive white ball batter, as well as quite an accomplished red ball batter. And
so you're saying get him in the test side as well?
I actually like Carey, and I think Test Carey is fine.
As that one's pulled down short by Zampa, and De Kock's just pulling it away too long on for a single. That is the end. Is it?
I think there's one.
No,
more
one to
left.
come, not the end.
That was the
successful over. But De Kock now has moved into the 90s, 91 off 87. Markram just faced the one ball. We are getting towards that 30 over mark, which we were talking about potentially being at 180. So the Aussies have kept them well short of that, and that's another dot ball. And it's 161 for 2. I think Australia just wouldn't exactly say charging back into the game, but certainly containing things, and the game hasn't got away from them as it could have.
I'm looking at the worm, and it still feels fairly linear. There's no tailing off. There's no flattening the curve, to use the post-COVID parlance.
The COVID cases are not going down.
And do you have anything on socials?
Yeah, we do, just in terms of some of the physics stuff. So Raffles,
Yes.
the gentleman thug, has a follow-up question. Jeff Thompson was once clocked at 147.9 average speed. What is that in terms of release speed? I've just looked it up, so you lose about 10 to 15% of the speed in the air and about 30 to 40% of speed off the pitch. So a little bit of reverse engineering that from the average, you could work it out, but I'd need a slide rule. And Leah also adding in that her idea of fun is simulating modern naval warfare using real navigational maps. And they'll break off.
As Cummins is continuing to do over, and that one's hit out past cover, and they'll come back for a couple as Warner at deep cover does the fielding. De Kock moves on to 93. Definitely on century watch now.
I just want to finish that one off with a calculator and stacks of spreadsheets. Did you guys used to play calculator cricket at school with the random number generator?
No.
I never played calculator cricket, but I did play a lot of dice cricket.
I used to play car cricket. I can tell you. Anyone else play
imagine
that?
dice cricket's the same.
Yeah.
Cummins is charging, and he's just bowled the 3 overs, so he's brought himself back and continuing to his 4th, but that'll be a single out to deep cover. De Kock moves to 94, 164 for 2.
I remember getting the Australian team to play against my under-13s team on Dice Cricket, and I was quite an indoorsy only child, can you tell?
I remember playing car cricket on the way from Geelong to Melbourne every year for the cricket.
Is that like yellow car, 2
yeah,
runs?
red car was out.
Okay.
Yeah, different colour cars are worth different runs, and then you'd play an innings, and 10 red cars means you'd be out. As that one's hit back, tap back to the pitch, and Cummins has dropped it. He's tumbled over. It looked almost a bit too simple for him. I'm not sure if he overcomplicated that. It was a low full toss. Markram was just like he didn't pick it up and hung the bat out there, and it just popped up to Cummins. It really was at this level, I would say a regulation return catch. And
at the same time,
4th chance down for the Aussies.
At the same time, that didn't deserve to be a wicket. That was a full toss, maybe about knee height from Markram.
And it wasn't hit back with any
No.
force at all. It was a miss hit, and Markram's hitting the next one through the covers for a single out to the sweeper.
I'm enjoying this, especially geeky and nerdy tangents that we've gone down. And Supun, I was promised some Khan Academy links.
Yes, will the Aussies rue that mischance? Markram on 1. Can be such a destructive player. De Kock's heaving that over the leg side. Will it go for 6? Will that be his 100? Yes, it will. Into the crowd. 94 to 100. Just like Kusal Mendes did the other night to bring up his ton. De Kock brings up back-to-back World Cup hundreds. That must not have happened for very much in the history. I think Kumar Sangakkara might have made 3 or 4 in a row in the 2015 World Cup, but back-to-back World Cup hundreds. Quinton de Kock, take a bow for South Africa.
And a brilliant chanceless innings as well, in that it doesn't look like he was really taking that many risks.
No, he just picked up that ball too. It was not a bad ball by Cummins, maybe not a great ball, just a length ball, sort of sat up for him, and he just helped himself to it with a pull shot over mid-wicket, well back into the crowd, and he brings up his ton of just the 90 deliveries, and well, he's got 20 overs still to bat out there. He could make a double, as he's just hit that to cover, and he can't beat the fielder. Yeah, it has been almost a chanceless innings. There was that one sort of flicked shot to fine leg where Zampa completely misjudged it and didn't get a hand on it. But yeah, outside of that, you can't say he's played too many false shots or even risky shots. He's just picked the right ball, always found the gap, and 3 figures back to back, and was the end of the 30th over. They almost did get to that 180, 171 for 2, and if they double their score from 30 overs in the old adage, it'd be 340, which will be very hard to chase.
And de Kock has every opportunity to double his score after 30 overs to get a double. Anth, any socials?
Yes, so just this doesn't sound like a much better mic either. I've noticed further issues that are going on. Yeah, I'll have to chase that up. Spoon has posted us a Khan Academy link.
Thank you.
No, don't mind me as I'll just have a drink, as Zampa's starting his 8th over and Markram's hitting that down the ground to long on for a single. Yes, what a shot to bring up the 100.
That was very high.
Very high and very well into the crowd. It wasn't one of those high ones that just got over the rope. It was well back.
Actually, one of those 6s that de Kock hit, I was convinced that the ball hit one of the wires for Spider Cam.
Oh, yeah.
The one that Marsh fell over at.
Oh, maybe. Good theory. Very good theory. Well, Zampa continuing unchanged, and de Kock's just defending. You wonder whether the plan is, well, Zampa's, we're getting him at 6 and over, let's just knock him around without taking too many risks, and then it's a combination of Maxwell, Stoinis, and the other pace bowlers that come onto the bat that they can really target Because it does look like de Kock in particular is just happy to knock him around, as he does there for another single into the leg side.
Well, you wonder what Australia's wicket-taking options are if
Stark.
Well, yes, but he
Probably it.
he hasn't really found his areas yet. And
Markram's just flicking that one into the onside. Such a tall, powerful player. Aiden Markram, you'd think, well, even if he's out there for 5 or 6 overs and goes for it, and the next one's out there for 5 or 6 overs and goes for it, and the next one's out there for 5 or 6 overs, they may as well just go all out attack now, as we see the old score predictor. It's just reduced a bit, 329, says the algorithm. And de Kock's getting another run down a long off, or will they come back for 2? Yes, they will. That's good running. Markram to the danger end. He's made it easy. It was just wide of the long off, and there was always 2 there. De Kock moves to 103, 176 for 2.
you were mentioning how you were maybe kind of scarred by the lack of the batting quality in the South African Test series when they were hit last year, but one of the changes that Aiden Markram's really found some form.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether Markram was in the
he
Test side in Australia on that tour.
He was, and then he got dropped.
He got dropped, yes. So
And that was turned into the
onside for a single, and that's the end of the over. Yeah, it's hard to believe that Markram wasn't in the side, and obviously Dean Elgar, Bavuma, and then it really dropped away. I didn't mind the wicket keeper. I'm trying to think of his name now. Who was playing?
Kyle Verreynne.
Verreynne. He looked a very good player.
But then he got dropped for the Test matches against West Indies.
I'm just saying, just bring all of these guys into the Test side.
Well, they did. So
and they'd be a very good Test side all of a sudden. Their bowling attack is the same. They had a completely different batting line.
So Verreynne got dropped for Heinrich Klaassen, who's due to come in maybe next.
Yeah, who is the keeper, not Quinton de Kock, who was...
Yeah.
You know, first time I'd seen him without the gloves on in the field the other night.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
Yeah. But it will be the Australian captain continuing. Cummins, he's gone for 31 off his 4 overs, so has not been the most economical, and that one's tight into the body, and de Kock slashing at it outside off stump and just missing. It's a bit of a stifled appeal, I think more in hope than anything. He's got a very animated face behind the stumps, Josh Inglis. Carey usually very stone-faced. Have they gone for the review? And I think they have gone for the review.
This feels like...
No, they haven't gone for the review. They're still... It's completely confused there. Inglis, Steve Smith, all still walking in towards the stumps, talking to each other.
I thought I did see Illingworth make the TV signal.
Oh, you did? Yeah,
they did.
This is very confusing. The Australians not gathered around at all. It's almost as if Cummins has called for the review and then gone to the top of his mark. It's hard to tell from there. I think this will be all about hotspot. Not hotspot, Snicko.
What do they call it? RTS?
Where's hotspot gone? Just complete... Was that just an Australian thing? So we're just looking at RTS now. Flat line. Nothing on the bat. That was almost a strategic review from Cummins just to give himself a couple of minutes rest, I think.
I think what
Still one in the bank if they need to use it.
I think hotspot is specifically an Australian thing, and it might have been developed for or by the ADF, the Australian Defence Force, and it hasn't been exported anywhere else.
Little money spinner for the government. Cummins in again, and de Kock can't get a run as he's hitting that one down to mid-on.
I think the excuse is that it's too expensive to import everywhere else.
There's too much doubt. Nothing on Snicko, but something was on hotspot, this, that and the other. I like RTS, just that's it. Any sort of spike you're out. Clear cut.
I think there has been a bit of conjecture as well there. Like Adam Collins is called for full-time.
Cummins is bowling a slower ball there, and de Kock's picked it and hit it through the leg side, but they'll just pick up The one? No, they'll run back for an easy 2.
Adam Collins has called for full-time video umpires and specifically audio engineers who can tell the difference between like spiky wooden sounds versus paddy sounds.
What a job, though. So, for instance, that full-time audio engineer would have had nothing to do for the last 3 hours. So, you got to think about that as Cox flashing that one to short cover, and there's no run. This is a good over from Cummins, just the 2 from it. He's mixing up the pace. That one just 117 k's an hour. Definitely the plan now is to mix things up, take the pace off it, so it's not as easy for the South Africans to just hit through it.
I think the point is just to make sure that the middle-aged ex-cricketers aren't forced to be making these audio engineering decisions.
I don't think we should be up to interpretation between what was a pad and what was a... I think it's easy enough to marry up the image with the sound. And just anyone could make that decision. A bloody robot could make that decision. AI. Where's the AI in all this?
AI
There's
umpires.
Cox gets another single. Well, AI umpires. Why not? One day we'll get there. I mean, if you cop the howler from the AI umpire, it would be pretty annoying, wouldn't it? But still get the odd howler from the real umpires. Yes, Cummins is charging in to complete the over, and Markram's edging that. He didn't know much about that, and it'll be fielded by third man in... What are the Abbots? Kyle, Tony, what's his name? Sean Abbott. And that's the end of the over, 181 for 2, 32 gone. We're almost into the final hour of play. Yes? There's got to be another Abbott. There's got to be more Abbotts out there. Give us some love on Twitter. Who's your favourite Abbott?
Well, speaking of tweets, we've got some over here. We've got J.E. Grover saying the Ben's looking like a slightly pissed Canadian seasonal worker. Who sort of wants a fight, but not quite drunk enough to commit to it yet.
It's the red flush of the fair-skinned individual.
And then we've got the cricket slouch and Leah having a conversation about where the word gherkin comes from.
Yeah.
That's what they're talking about. And then Bob, who has just learnt about this game, card cricket, and seems to be a revelation.
Car cricket, it's as old as time.
Sorry, wrong one there.
No.
That's Jay, who is the revelation too. Fuck childhood, I'm doing it more. Mog telling us about the epic road trip to Canberra.
Yeah, it's just a production note. Nobody can hear anything Ant is saying. It's not coming across at all.
Ant.
Again now, like, we can hear it in here, and I have used all the problems that were previously. So if you can hear me, then everyone should be able to hear me.
Nope, I was on mute that time.
Read them out again. So we're in a drinks break.
Yeah. So
which
Brian,
I didn't actually announce, but we've got time to read out the tweets. Go.
So Brian, thanks for the extra alcohol in the box of dreams tonight. It is going down a treat. So Ben looking like a slightly pissed Canadian who sort of wants a fight, but he's not quite drunk enough to compete. We have the conversation about gherkins and cucumbers and German and Gurkha. And then, of course, car cricket.
Car cricket.
And some people learning, some people playing for the first time. Sapun has posted out one of those Khan Academy things for you all to get there. And then everyone complaining about how bad I am on the mic. So I do apologise for that. Just one of the funky ways we have things set up here is that when I have the mic muted, it still comes through my headphones quite fine.
And for any parents out there, car cricket is probably a good game if you want to keep your kids off the iPad. In the days before iPads, when we had to go on long road trips and have nothing else to do, car cricket, very good game.
Did we miss 2 balls then? Oh, no.
No.
Sorry. Replace.
Don't.
I used to just count the cars. Once again, I think really setting myself out with the as being the autistic one here.
You really need a quiet road though. The old I grew up in Geelong, so Geelong to Melbourne used to just be a 2-lane kind of highway. Now it's the
spent-
four lane aside freeway. So if there's 100 cars a second going past you, it's probably a bit hard to play. But on
Spent my childhood
country
doing
roads,
road-
probably pretty good.
Spent
Yeah.
my childhood doing road trips of regional Australia. So
Yeah, get into it.
there are some, I mean,
When that red car comes along,
Well,
that's very exciting.
There has been some trips I've done with my dad where you do get to like 3 or 4 cars in a 7-hour car trip. That road from Alice to Darwin goes back in the late 90s.
Stuart Highway.
Yeah.
Grim times. Car cricket driving the Nullarbor, I imagine, would be a pretty long game, as is driving the Nullarbor. It's going to be Glenn Maxwell continuing for his 7th over, and the first one's a wide, which is about 3 metres down leg side.
Well, Glenn Maxwell's bowling should be about as different as you can get from a drive across the Nullarbor.
Yes, there's nothing dull about this, and Markram's pushing that one down the long on for a single. Well, you'd think if it wasn't go time before, it would have to be go time now. Maxwell, 4 overs to go. He's got away with 1 for 23 off 6. They wouldn't be happy with that, the South Africans.
Spotter was my car game of choice, which is... I spent some of my childhood in Western Australia, and sometimes there would be cars with plates that are blue background, black text.
Maxwell's in around the wicket now to the left-handed de Kock, and he's pushing that out to deep cover for a run.
And I've actually seen a couple of those cars around Melbourne recently, and just thought to myself, Spotter.
And there was the old punch buggy game. Spot a Volkswagen Beetle and punch the person next to you. I never know where that came from.
I was going to say that's the main one.
That's the main one.
In my family. Now I'm just paranoid.
As Markram's defending that one to short mid-wicket. This is good stuff by Maxwell. Bowling pretty quickly there. That was 95 Ks, not giving the batters any sort of flight to work with. Markram's looking to give himself room, and he's slashing away and can't beat short third. It's Mitch Marsh diving away and doing the fielding, and Markram again can't get a run. 6 from 10. Hasn't really played anything fluently as yet, and that one's a bit the same. Just turned away to square leg for a run.
Maybe Maxwell has been the answer to curtailing Aiden Markram's...
He's definitely got the best figures. 1 for 25 from 6.5 overs. And if they can get 10 overs out of him for circa 40 runs, that's a huge win. Back around the wicket to de Kock, who's just defending that one to mid-on. So treating Maxwell with great respect. It's 185 for 2.
As we should. And?
Professional.
Are you off mute?
Yeah, I think so. So we've got Mog saying they brought Wade in because of his big fucking mouth.
Yeah, it's true.
Jay's trying to get his Colombian nephew into cricket, so suggesting some car cricket. Leah saying we don't need that in the 21st century because we have the internet and black market sedatives.
Yes, but the power of imagination.
Lots of comments on my abilities here. Mog saying the game called Spotto my friends and I played was to spot prostitutes lurking in the shadows getting some killed away. And we also have Warren saying good morning. Good morning, Warren.
Good morning, Warren.
As Cummins is starting a new over and is being dispatched to the cover boundary for 4. Markram standing up on the back foot there and punching that one through the covers, just wide of the regulation cover, and the sweeper could not catch that, so he's away. Moves to 11, 189 for 2. The Aussie captain is copping a bit of punishment here.
I'll be interested to see how Markram treats Maxwell in the next over, as in like if this Cummins over is when he gets his eye in.
Could be go time, and that's a slower delivery from Cummins and defender. Just for a moment I thought Markram had picked that and he was going to absolutely plonk it back over his head, but he did not.
Cummins' bowling has taken a bit of a beating ever since the last 2 tests of the Ashes, I feel like.
Yeah, you feel he hasn't quite been the same since those first couple of tests. Did have a fair break after the Ashes. Missed the South African one-day tour, so he should be refreshed, but hasn't been his day so far, as Markram's turning that one out to deep mid-wicket for a single. 190 for 2 now.
The fact that he's been made the ODI captain was maybe asking a little too much of him.
Yeah, interesting choice for me. I would have thought Test captain was enough, and I mean, they obviously didn't want to go back to Smith or Warner. And then you got Maxwell. Carey's been dropped. He was probably next in line. You know, Labuschagne. I mean, Travis Head's the obvious choice. I probably should have taken the reins of the one-day side, as de Kock's getting a single out to the sweeper on the offside. Yeah, Travis Head for me would probably made sense to captain the one-day side, but maybe after this World Cup they'll have a look at it, because he's also captaining the 2020 side, isn't he, Cummins? He just captains everything. Oh no, 2020 is Mitch.
T20 is Mitch Marsh.
Is Marsh T20, or give Mitch Marsh the captaincy the one-day side?
I think
Either way.
at the time that Cummins was given the ODI captaincy, that was pre the Mitch Marsh revival.
Ah, yeah, just give it to Mitch. In Mitch we trust. Cummins is in, and Markram's forcing that one through the offside, and that'll be another boundary. He is starting to pick up the pace here. Played some glorious shots through cover, that one. More through extra cover, just beat the mid off and raced away, and Aiden Markram is away.
Can you do a Crystal Mendes getting two centuries in quick in succession with a ridiculous strike rate?
Well, they're all proper cricket shots. So, speaking of Colo, before Adam Collins and Jeff Lemon, I was listening to their podcast the other day, and they were just pointing out pretty much his whole century, 100 or 49 balls, were just all proper cricket shots. He doesn't look like he's doing anything outlandish, but when he's on, he can hit everything for 4, just essentially playing through the V as he hits another single there into the offside. That's the end of the over. 34 gone, 196 for 2.
Hello, everyone.
Just shuffling a little bit. Shift. We have Supun on Bobo Ball, Ayaz on color, and I'm doing socials. Hello, Supun. Hello, Ayaz.
I'm doing Bobo Ball. Okay.
Yeah.
I have to pay attention.
I think Australia did very well between the 20th and 30 overs. I think even though they didn't get many wickets, but keeping South Africa down to just 61 of that middle 10 overs.
This is a lot more subdued South Africa than against Sri Lanka. Australia bowling.
I thought they would push for 180 at least of the 30 overs, but they kept them down to 160 something.
Yeah, it's all Glenn Maxwell. He's frontline bowler. Speaking of him, Maxwell back into the attack for his 8th over. Into Markram, turns it into the onside for no run. Yes, Ayaz?
Yeah, it's interesting. It's generally spinners bowl. Or spinners will bowl with 3 sweepers on the leg side, which Maxwell has got. But the off sweeper on the offside is generally the deep point. But with Markram, the sweeper on the offside is the deep mid off. And just because Markram is so good off his front foot and his driving, they've changed the playbook a bit.
Markram rocking
He's going to ball stump.
Markram rocking back onto his back foot, driving it to long on for a single. South Africa 197 for 2. Markram moves on to 18 of 18.
Such a good-looking batsman, Aiden Markram.
Maxwell full again, turned into the onside, but no run. Good looking as in his shots, or the other way?
His shots, not his shots.
I mean, he's a good bloke.
Don't discount the Max.
Fuller this time from Maxwell, just defended onto the onside for no run.
There was some interesting commentary going on Rassie van der Dussen's hair or leg thereof. But
5th ball of the over this time. An attempted reverse, whatever that was, but bowled.
Bowled or hit onto the back of his own stumps?
So
Maxwell strikes again. De Kock 109 for 106.
Yeah. That's the whole point. So it was a little bit complicated in that De Kock was trying to, I don't know, do some sort of reverse sweep.
He was trying to slog sweep it.
Reverse slog sweep.
Yeah.
And he hit it.
Yeah.
He hit the ball back into his own stumps.
Yeah, I think it was some kind of cross between a reverse ramp and a reverse sweep. But he did well to get it on back onto the stumps.
And Maxwell strikes again. Australia's best bowler. I'm just putting it out there.
Yeah, Quinton de Kock tying himself up in knots. Now out for 109 of 106, and a good job from him to score successive centuries, and probably not a bad time for him to get out and for Heinrich Klaasen to come in and do his thing.
Yeah.
And yeah, just looking at the scorecard for South Africa and Sri Lanka, Klaasen 32 of 20, David Miller due to come in next, 39 of 21, so they really know how to ramp it up in the last.
Yeah, and Mark was on 18 of 18 and he made 106 off 54. So 197 for free with 15 overs to go. There's a good, this is a very low run rate for this tournament.
But I think crucially Sri Lanka didn't have Glenn Maxwell.
No, they didn't. They should have tried to I don't know, somehow give him free citizenship.
Well, Heinrich Klaasen is in now at number 5. Apparently the 10th ranked ODI batter. Not quite sure who. I know Babar Azam is first. I don't know who 2nd through 9th is. But
I think Rassi Vanderdussen is number 3, right? They were just showing a moment ago when he came in.
Surely Kohli would be number 2.
Maxwell in for the last ball of the over, just defended straight back to the bowler by Klaasen off his first ball. That's the end of the over. South Africa now 197 for 3 of 35 overs. Supun.
So we've got a few tweets coming in. Jay Grover says, "Hey, he's a handsome man." I assume he's referring to me and not Glenn Maxwell. Let me just see. A serious question from Jay as well. Was Cummins actually getting shit because of his comments about climate change? Yes, from the right-wing media in Australia.
Way too much.
They're all trying to be the next Fox News. And they're all failing, but they're all making a lot of noise about it.
What did, for those of us tuning from outside Australia, what was Cummins saying? What did Cummins say, sorry?
Just climate change is happening and we need to do something about it. I think it was that
Right.
simple.
So stating the obvious.
Yeah.
But the right wing doesn't like that.
He won't do media stuff for Alinta Energy.
As well. It was a gas company.
Who is Cricket Australia's major sponsor, or
As
was.
well. Yeah.
Hazelwood back into the attack now for his 6th over.
Interesting.
Ball into Aiden Markram.
Athletes more and more making these kinds of statements.
Markram attempts a drive but couldn't beat cover. No run.
Ronaldo removing the Coke bottle during the FIFA World Cup. Cummins now
To be
picking
fair,
up the cause of climate change.
I think Pat Cummins advocating for solar power and getting shit for that is on a different on a different order of magnitude to Cristiano Ronaldo getting shit for removing a can of Coke.
Of course, yeah.
There's been quite a bit of activism in Australian sport, Netball Australia, and the women's netball team.
Hazelwood now back to Markram. Driven better this time. Is that going to hit the boundary? No, it doesn't beat the fielder at long off.
Yeah, start
For
coming
a
in to
single.
sweep.
Aiden Markram moves to 19.
Yeah, there's the Australian women's netball team. They have protested against the main sponsor, who is Gina Reinhart, whose family has a long history of, I'll call it, antagonism with Indigenous Australians. So, and that they lost a lot of funding for that, but they still won the World Cup. So, good work on on them.
I think they continued the Ashes rivalry by losing to England once and beating them once. Hazelwood again to Markram. Just squirted onto the offside through the gap at cover. Picked up by the sweeper for a single. South Africa moved to 199 for 3. Heinrich Klaasen gets up the mark.
It's interesting to see that Stark was fielding at deep mid-off. Generally, the big fast bowlers avoid being, in those kinds of positions. They generally prefer square or behind the wicket, behind the wicket, behind the batsman. But the other day, even Shaheen Afridi was fielding at deep mid-on, deep mid-off. A new breed of fast bowler now.
Do you think that means that the captains trust the fast bowling fielding more? Oh, we'll come to that. Hazelwood back to Markram, defended to cover, I guess.
Yeah, it might be, or it's just a new breed of fast bowler. It's just they want to be more involved in the game. They're fitter.
More athletic, maybe.
Well, and I think
Yeah.
everyone realises with the state of cricket now, to hold yourself in a team, just being a good bowler and then doing nothing isn't good enough. It's just being a good batter and doing nothing else isn't good enough anymore. Like, there used to be specialist batters who were useless in the field and useless if you gave them the ball.
Right, yeah.
Hazelwood to
Indeed.
driven
And,
through the gap again and swept deep cover.
Speaking of fast bowlers in critical positions, who can forget Trent Bolt at deep mid-on and the catch of Stokes and stepping onto the boundary, 2019 final, and also then coming on to bowl the last over.
I really want there to be a tie. Like, just New Zealand getting to the final and then going to a super over again would be amazing.
Final ball of the over, Hazelwood into Klaasen. Defended onto the offside. Slight misfield by the fielder at cover, but no run. South Africa 200 for 3. On your point about tied finals for this World Cup, India versus Pakistan at Narendra Modi Stadium. Tied 50 after 100 overs, tied after a super over.
That would be a bit insane. So, a couple of tweets. Guerrilla Cricket from Jay Grover. Not only do I have an intimate view of Isaac's nostrils, now I see Ben excavating his nose in the background. Real shit in the box of dreams. Muttley's back. His appointment went well and quicker than expected. Was expecting the chase would have started already. Very optimistic of you there, Muttley.
We'll just Maxwell in for his 9th over to Markram. Just defended an attempted glance to the leg side, no run.
Just trying to think when the last time Maxwell would have bowled out his 10 overs in an ODI would have been.
Maxwell again to Markram, a little bit straighter this time, and glanced to short fine leg for 1 run. Markram moves on to 20. South Africa to 201. Well, important to note that Maxwell has also just come back from injury recently. Third ball of the over, Maxwell straight again, glanced again to the leg side. Picked up.
Yeah, in his interview yesterday, he was. Sorry, that's 2 runs there.
Yep, 2 runs. South Africa went to 203.
Deep square leg. In his interview yesterday, Maxwell was saying that, in fact, before this tournament, he's not been giving 100% to his 100% effort, not been putting 100% effort in his bowling. He's been saving himself for the World Cup, and obviously, he's getting a lot of turn today.
Maxwell to Klaasen. Klaasen beats the fielder at short mid wicket, but the ball is picked up by the sweeper for a single. Klaasen moves to 3. South Africa 204. And I've actually heard quite a lot of talk from Australian media that Maxwell has been working a lot on his bowling, and before he broke his leg, he was a genuine chance to be Australia's frontline bowler in India, or second spinner in India. Bit wider outside off this time, and cut to David Warner at point, no run. But yeah, it was quite possibly the worst possible timing to have an injury that bad for someone who hasn't played as much Test cricket as he should have. Final ball of the over, a bit straighter, hit, just punched into the leg side, picked up by the sweeper for a single. South Africa 205 for 3. Tweets.
I'll jump over to the YouTube for a second. Poker Bum Fingers saying climate change must be a tough sell in Australia. It really isn't. And S. Sam saying, must have dozed off for a bit. I see they finally managed to beat off the cock. And there's a couple of tweets. Is there anything new? Speaking of India versus Pakistan at the Modi Dome, Leah will be covering that live in German. So
That's just good.
And Raffles is asking, can someone explain why Maxwell is so hard to get away? He's not quick, and he's hardly a big turn of the ball. I think it's just his level of variations, and he gets through his overs quickly. He's got barely any run up. It doesn't give the batters time to settle.
Hazelwood to Markram. Markram attempts to pull onto the leg side, but can't beat deep mid wicket. They run a single. South Africa moves to 207. Markram is now at 22.
Yeah. Thing with Maxwell, he's also got very good control of his length. Like I can hardly remember any ball that he's bowled like a rank short ball, or like a really tossed up something right under the eye. So he's got really good control of his length, and that makes him really hard to. And because he's also quick through the air, he's really hard to get away.
Hazelwood into Clausen. Maybe a slight delay in play. No,
Hazelwood does have a very big run up.
He does. A bit shorter this time outside off, and Clausen dispatches that to the boundary at backward point.
It's another 4 runs.
Yeah.
You gotta have fun. You gotta have fun.
Hazelwood would be very disappointed with that line and length. That's not that was an absolute gimme for Clausen.
Yeah, and this is the thing with the Australian pace bowling attack. None of them so far this tournament have been on point, keeping their line and length, bowling to their field. Like that's how you get wickets here.
Hazelwood to Clausen again, just defended back to the bowler, with the exception of Hazelwood's first 3 overs against India.
But it's maintaining that all the way through. Like in the India-Australia game, out of the entire 50 overs India played, there was about 4 bad balls across all of their bowlers. In the Australian bowling innings, there was just a lot like started off amazing and then just couldn't maintain that pressure.
Hazelwood to Clausen, pulled this time well over mid wicket for a boundary.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
It didn't miss the fielder by that much, maybe clearing him by about a metre.
Maybe they've paid attention to how Sri Lanka played against Pakistan, where it seemed everything that went to the boundary was literally a hand or a foot above the head of a fielder every single time.
And well, we're nearing the 40th over. This is the time to play that kind of shot, and Harry Clausen is the type of batter to play that kind of shot. And run rate creeps up to nearly 5.7.
The score predictor was predicting 320 an over or so ago, but I think South Africa are aiming for much more than that.
Clausen into Hazelwood into Clausen again. This time, cut away to the offside, but couldn't beat deep point.
They're going to need 350 at least on this pitch. Like the pitch is good. The pace off it is really good.
One concern with the South African bowlers is that yes, they are a good lineup, but they have been going for runs, including against Sri Lanka, where again Kusal Mendes scored 100 of nothing.
But Kusal Mendes is a unique talent, I'd say. Australia have Glenn Maxwell, but he's too far down the order to be playing that sort of role. And
Hazelwood into Markram, lofted into the leg side. 1 bounce 4.
That is a poor over by Hazelwood.
I think 13
He's
off it.
3 short balls. Yeah.
14 off it. 219 for 3.
Yeah.
A couple of
He's
teams.
bowled 3 short balls.
Yeah.
Very poor over. Yeah. Anyway, sorry. Tweets.
Jay Grover is saying no one wants to hit Maxwell for a boundary. He's just too much of a decent chap. I'll agree with that. My claim to fame with cricket is that I once sold Glenn Maxwell a TV. I believe that needs to go into the cliche jar now, the amount of times I've told that story. But Boxing Day, first year he was signed up for IPL, he came in and spent $1,000 on a TV that I sold him.
Well, that's very sweet.
I think I did this in the last Glenn Maxwell in.
Final over for Glenn Maxwell now. An attempted cut by Clausen. Couldn't beat Pat Cummins at short third.
Yes,
I did this in the last game as well. Just after this ball, I'm going to make my appeal again. Just a minute.
Maxwell to Klaassen, turns the ball into the leg side, runs the first single quickly, chooses not to run the second.
I have been on this campaign asking anyone, telling anyone, especially broadcasters, to keep the field map on at all times while broadcasting on the television screen. I think it will add a lot to the viewing experience.
Especially us calling basically radio. Maxwell into Markram couldn't get
Yeah.
all of that. That was one of his very few half trackers. But
Knowing which are the sweepers for each ball adds so much to the game. So any broadcasters listening, I made this appeal in the last game as well. I'm going to use this platform repeatedly until the broadcasters listen to me.
Yes, I'm sure the ICC
to put the field.
Maxwell into Klaassen again, turn into the onside. I'm sure the bigwigs at the ICC are listening to us on White Line Wireless. If you are tweeting,
I mean, just listen to Jeff Lemon. Like he's changed commentary he's changed commentary once already. He can do it a second time.
Yeah, Jeff Lemon's on TMS, so you know, what are you doing? Listen to us. Listen to TMS. Maxwell into Aiden Markram, attempted cut, but can't beat the cover. No run.
Well, TMS is geo-locked, so if you don't have an official BBC stream,
or ABC, because that's
but in those countries you have to have the official stream, otherwise you can't listen to it.
Last ball of Maxwell's spell, too far down leg side, but the leg glance could not beat.
Yeah,
Mitchell Stark.
You keep getting letters from the broadcasting ministry here that they will inspect your home for using BBC illegally, but no one ever comes.
And
so South Africa at the end of the 39th over 3 for 223.
So Jay's still tweeting in, and Ben's just walked out, so I'll repeat this tweet. Looking at Ben is like one of those weird Andy Warhol movies. It's fascinating.
Which Andy Warhol movie?
Oh, that's a good question. And let's just check the YouTubes. Brian in Brisbane, who did us a very good favour and supplied us with some alcohol for the next couple of games. Back on the head time here. Just try to keep an ear on the game to see if Oz can pull this run rate back. I mean, it's a pretty sedate run rate for South Africa, so I think Australia's in a better position. I was expecting the score to be 290 for free after 39 overs, not 223. So I think Australia have curtailed 60 runs or so.
Yeah, the current run rate is 5.7, and I think some of the more optimistic Australian players might be thinking that they might restrict South Africa to 300 or less, fewer.
With 7 wickets in hand and 10 overs to go, and Stark onto bowl, South Africa should be aiming for 10 and over now.
Stark into Aiden Markram, too far down leg side again, but can't beat deep fine leg for a single. Markram moves to 29. South Africa moved to 224.3. But again, the South African batting lineup is 6 batters and 5 bowlers, and while Marco Jansen can bat, him compared to other number 7s in the World Cup, I don't think he would compare very favourably.
So I think this is the first time any team's actually been on their over rates this whole tournament.
Especially a surprise for Australia, and basically a facsimile of the previous ball as Heinrich Klaassen turns the ball into the...
Markram did. Oh no, Clarkson.
Yes. Klaassen turns the ball into deep fine leg for a single. But yeah, it's quite unlike the Australian team to be on time with their overs.
I think it's all down to Maxwell. 10 overs at a minute and over, you're definitely going to be within your over rate. And then that gives the pace bowlers time to do their crazy long run-ups.
Stuck into Markram. Big pull shot over deep mid-wicket for 6. That ball was definitely there to hit. It was too straight, short but not at a threatening height. Aiden Markram really gets
under the ball there,
And Starks lost a lot of the edge he had when he was a younger player. But
Has he been getting reverse in recent times?
nah, not since Australia stopped using sandpaper.
stuck in again to Markham attempted Hoyt, but stopped at mid on for a single. That's curious, isn't it?
It's just Stark never knew about it, but then they stopped using sandpaper, and Stark just couldn't get what he needed out of the ball.
To be fair, with the two new white balls, they only get 25 oversold. That's not a lot of time to get reverse.
Yeah, it's the two new white balls we'll blame, not the correlation between sandpaper and no swing.
Stuck into Klaassen. Nice wide full ball outside off. No run.
Good ball.
Klaassen was reaching for it. I think he's starting to feel a bit of the pressure to up the run rate. They know a score less than 300 is not going to be good enough on this pitch.
Well, they've upped the run rate by 0.1 in the past 4 balls, but yeah, at the end of the 40th over, they would be wanting to be at a bigger score than this. As Klaassen faces up to Mitchell Stark. Another full ball, driven, but couldn't beat the cover. No run, 232 for 3, 40 overs, tweets.
There's quite a few tweets on Warhol, which I'll leave to Twitter. But Jay Grove is also agreeing with you guys on fielding display on screen. He helps that for him that he has his fielding poster, and Jeff Lemon has enough of his money. Look, Jeff Lemon does not have enough of his money. I've been to his house. He needs more money. So if you do want to give Jeff Lemon some money, first you can give White Line Wireless some money, and then you can give Jeff Lemon some money. So you can head to our website, or head to GorillaCricket.com, and you can donate there. We do need to buy a new mic.
The White Line Wireless website, of course, is currently being sat on by a firm holding it for ransom.
Do we know how much the ransom is?
If you want to pay that ransom for us, so we get our website back.
Adam Zampa comes back into the attack in the 41st over to Aiden Markram. And Markram drives it comfortably to long on. If you really want to, you could send us a nerd pledge and we'll try and figure out what that number is. But what's happening? So Klaassen facing up to Adam Zampa. 9th over of his spell. Bit short this time. An attempted pull. Didn't get all of that. Ball goes to long on for a single. Klaassen moves to 17. South Africa moved to 234. And
yeah, they're just showing Maxwell's lengths on the television, and very good grouping at good length.
I missed that ball. Adam Zampa gets dispatched to the boundary on the offside there, powerfully cut by Aiden Markram, who moves to 41. And this attempt to keep South Africa under 300 is maybe looking like it's unraveling.
Yeah, I'm not sure 300 was a realistic target to keep them under. I think South Africa are aiming for at least 320 here. Boundary and over 90 runs with the last 10, at least. Wickets in hand, big hitters to come.
That was a half tracker, but Aiden Markram really misses out there. Just putting the ball into the offside for a single. Oh, I was more referring to Australia wanting to restrict South Africa to 300, giving
280.
Well, yeah, given that South Africa were 200. Zampa in again to Markram? No, not at all. That's a very powerful drive. Straight ahead for 4 runs off 2 bounces.
Good shot.
That's what, 11 runs of the 5 balls of the Zampa over.
In fact, that was Klaassen, I think.
That's right.
Down the ground, and then they're both starting to motor along, and Marker will be eyeing off a ton here. He's into the 40s.
Does Zampa bowl regularly at the death in one internationals for Australia?
I can't imagine so.
I can't imagine so. I think they're trying to get him out of the way before too long. So with just one over to go after this.
They've got. I mean, the fast bowlers have all got enough overs to see them through. Not sure why it brought him on last time.
Wide-ish ball, but not quarter wide. It did look like it stayed within the tram lines.
It did look wide-ish.
And that's the end of the over. South Africa are 243 for 3 of 41 overs.
Joe Wilson had a thought about it, but he had enough of Zampa. Do we have a change?
Yeah, but I'm back. Can't get rid of me that easily.
I'll be back in half an hour.
Hey, excellent. Thank you.
Russ, for the first time tonight.
Oh, the big boy's in. Excellent. Hello, Russ.
Hello, Messi. I'm saved myself for the
Straight
second
into
innings.
ball by ball.
Everyone else is asleep.
Flaking out.
No, they've done the hard yards, and now I'm going to do the...
Yeah.
The finish. Fourthie will be here soon, though, so that'll be good.
Oh, excellent. He should bring a bottle of wine if you've got it. Have any luck to...
He's Stark. He's into Marker. He's smashed that very hard, but straight to a deep mid-off. He'll only get the single, 3 for 244. Bennett, it doesn't... Like, I'm only half watching this game a little bit, and so don't ask me what's going on. But also, I feel like it felt like South Africa were doing really well. They hadn't lost a lot of wickets, but they haven't actually scored that many.
They haven't stepped it up at all. I was expecting the 30th over, someone to come in and make a 60 off 30 or really try and go nuts for a bit, but they've just kind of ticked along at 6 and over.
Here is Stark.
It is a very different wicket, isn't it? Sorry.
Stark again to Klaassen. He's tried to hoik that very deep over mid-wicket, but he's missed it completely. Goes safely through to Australia's new keeper.
Can't underestimate the work of the great Glenn Maxwell, though.
2
for 34, or I think it was off 10 overs. That's He could have gone for 30 more at the start of the day. You would have thought if they're going 6 and over, then surely he'll go 6 and over. So.
Showing Zampa up.
Yeah.
He was pretty much Australia's best bowler against India as well.
Yeah.
Not that there was a lot of competition. But I mean, Hazel bowled well there too. That's unfair. He's stuck to Klaassen. He's clopped that over cover. It's going to bounce once or twice like a pitching wedge, land straight into the ground, and Labuschagne runs around and gets it back to the keeper. They'll take 2, 3 for 246.
Yeah, they just haven't had... a couple overs ago, there was an over of 13, but they haven't had that 1 or 2 overs where sometimes you can clock a few sixes and all of a sudden you hit 40 off 2 overs, and that's the difference between scoring 310, 320 or 340, 350. So
yeah, it's really noticeable in this phase score the broadcast is showing us now, isn't it? It's all 63, 61, 55, 53, like a good platform, but like you got to build on top of it.
But plenty of chances for them to do that.
Stark is a grateful toss into the pads, and it's been clocked into the air, but bounces twice to Maxwell, a deep square leg. They actually only take 2 for taken 2. They're 3 for 248, and really that should have gone for 6.
That should have gone for 6.
Yeah, you can't blame the wicket for that.
And it looked like it was going for 6. It was a little trick of the mind that it just ballooned up. But Klaassen 25 of 21 and Markram 43 of 38. They're both looking like at any moment they could just plonk a few into the stands, and it's a very different ball game.
Or they could easily get caught too. The way they're playing.
Keep not middling them. They might get caught before they're 5 off the over so far. 2 balls to come. It's Stark again to Klaassen, and it's full outside of stump, and again he's missed it. Stark appeals to the umpire for missing it by a foot. I believe that's a new way to get out.
I think he was just saying, that was a good ball, wasn't it?
Did you like that one?
Did you like that one? He said, yeah, well done, Mitch. Keep walking back to your mark, buddy. Yeah, 3 for 248. 4 chances have sort of gone begging, so it could have been a very different story for Australia if they had taken a couple of those.
He did hit the ground as it went through, but
I think you're being very rough on Inglis. That catch was almost impossible.
Yeah, you're right. Maybe 3 chances.
This one from Sucks full and on middle stump, and he's got a bit of a leading edge class, but he probably did well to dig it out. He'll take a single to mid off, 3 for 249 at the end of the over.
Okay, Jay, I know, sorry, had that one. Yes, I'm not going to read that one out. Hooray, Russ, the Mick Harvey of independent cricket commentary. That goes right over my head, Jay. Who is Mick Harvey?
I assume he's talking about Mick Harvey, who was formerly in Nick Cave and the Bad Seeds, the band.
Oh, is that right? I've got no fucking idea, but then that's not unusual for me.
Great guitar.
Warren's I'm going to have to unpack that a little bit later, I think.
What is that saying? Just real backbone of things is what he was saying.
All right. Warren says, can't wait for a rematch of this rivalry in the Rugby World Cup. Well, that's not going to happen for another 4 years, is it? Please explain your T-shirt, Russ. Also, Ben seems more chilled. Ben is mint. Hey,
oh, that's
there
good.
you go, Ben.
Who said that?
All of my T-shirts have cats on them, including this one. This one is lines that, in fact, form pictures of cats when you look carefully. So.
Oh, right. You're going to have to do a parade for us at some stage.
I should have worn it the other day when I was commentating Pakistan.
See the wider view of the Box of Dreams. There's
old school Pakistan.
Plenty of cats around.
Not enough cats.
Not enough cats.
Here's Zampa. He's over the wicket and he's smashed back down the ground off the back foot, but it's only going to go to the long off. 250 is up, 3 down. Zampa 1 for 57 off 9 overs, so kind of same as everyone else pretty much, except for Maxwell.
So Zampa and Maxwell will be bowled out here, so it's the last 7 overs will just be pace.
Well, unless Marnus gets its way.
Here is Zampa. It's full on middle stump. He's played it straight out to the wide mid-off, and there'll be no run.
Not sure Mitch Marsh will get another over after he just got the one. I'm not sure what that was all about from Pat Cummins. Just getting Mitch in for one. Perhaps he felt a little niggle and told the skipper he can't bowl anymore.
Here is Zampa. He's down the wicket this time, Marker. He's played it straight back down the ground. There's a huge dive down at mid-on. The long on was almost there.
There's Tony Abbott too down there.
Yeah, it was ouch.
But, with his budgie smugglers,
It goes for 4, 1 bounce over the fence, but it was a pretty good effort. Sean Abbott's a pretty bloody good fielder, actually.
Yeah.
It was a top spinner by Zampa, and he didn't fully get it, Mark. A bit of an inside edge, but he still got away with a boundary.
Oh, he almost timed it perfectly. Yes, you're right. There's a lot of shots just not quite coming off the middle and just landing shorter fielders.
Here's Zampa. It's full on off stump, and he stepped away from the wicket this time, Marker, and played that beautifully past cover. Splits the field. Beats the deep point. He's going to raise his bat for a 50. 51 of 41 balls. Score goes to 3 for 258.
Yeah, now Zampa's starting to go. It's not quite the Durban onslaught of 113, but they're really. He might finish with 70 or so runs off his 10 the way he's going, which it started so well. He was eight runs off, or 4 runs off his first 11 balls, Zampa.
Yeah, but the next 3 weren't good.
Yeah, then the next 3 went for 4, and so he's probably bowled 8 overs for 60 odd by the end.
7 overs to go. They can still get to 330 if they go hard.
Yeah.
Here's Zampa. It's full again on off stump, and it's again played over cover.
Jesus.
Absolutely beautiful from Markram. He steps back and hits it cleanly. Zampa 3 4s in a row. Score 3 for 262.
Is this the definition of going hard? No 6s. They're going fairly aggressively.
I think Messi's having to go at me for being Australia's bad luck charm. Which is possibly true. Remember the Ashes.
It's not your fault. It's fucking Zampa. I'm like Sapoon. I don't rate Zampa.
No, he needs to get rid of that earring.
Well, it works for Warren when he was younger. Here's Zampa. Why the crease this time? It's a ball that hurries on to Markram, and he's going to go to cover. Oh, that was a very close run out in the end. Player at cover got around to his wrong side and had a shy at the stumps. I think Marker was probably home, but if a direct hit would have been interesting. Into the over 3 for 263.
You reckon Nathan Lyon's penning another letter to George Bailey as we speak?
Yeah, I think so, definitely. Zara Aziz is back with us. Hello, Dara. Stephen Kelk just got back. I was alerted that Russ was on comms by the wall-to-wall expletives and fury that I could hear in the other room. And Mog says, I have a shirt that is festooned with pictures of one of my actual cats. Note that fucking Zampa down for the highlights.
I will, just for Bearsman. He'll love hearing that.
Yeah, he's not as good as Bear. Yeah. Brian Barish is with us all the way from the USA. G'day, cricket nerds. I'm standing at a gate at Reagan International Airport in DC on maybe 2 hours sleep on my way to call the American Aussie Rules finals, and I'm listening to you all. Hooray for liking the weird sports. Well, good luck with that, Brian. You'll do a great job with the AFL titles, I'm sure.
Cummins is back on. He's got 4 overs to bowl, so he's either going to bowl less than 10 or bowl the last 4 overs. His first ball is cut backward of point. It was a bit of a weird fielding position because he seemed to have 2 players on the circle behind square, but Markram's picked one of them out absolutely perfectly. Out for 56 off 43 balls, and the score 4 for 263.
Well, he needed that one, Cummins. He'd gone for none for 46 off his 6 overs, so a very welcome wicket. Yeah, it was another one he just rolled the fingers over, a slower ball.
Yeah.
Markram, I'm not sure whether that was the plan, knowing the field was up there, trying to give himself room to play over the top, but just got a bit too close to him and big on him.
It was a bit soft, actually, wasn't it?
It was, for the way he'd been going, it was a bit of an anticlimax as he was really starting to step things up.
It sat up in the wicket again, though. I reckon this wicket is a tough one to really go health for leather on because it just doesn't have the pace in it.
Well, this is the highest ODI total now at this ground in Lucknow. I'm not sure how many ODIs have.
There's only been 4, I think.
Been played here, 4, so not a big sample size, but you know.
It's a sort of wicket that might suit Maxwell, though. I think
it does seem like it's there's. De Kock early was playing a lot of fluent shots, but a lot of the big ones they've tried to get away have not been too well timed.
Yeah.
So it'll be hard chasing, but it may well be hard conditions to bowl in too, depending on how much dew comes across. 2 spinners, obviously, South Africa have in the side.
Well, Miller's in now. He can definitely get a carry.
He can go, as can Jansen too. I think he was being talked down a little bit by the previous commentators, but I saw him play in Australia in that Test series, and he was one of their best players. He made a few half centuries, and he's a very fine player, I think, and can hit a big 6 too. So plenty to come.
Here is comes second ball, the over. He's over the wicket to the left-handed Miller, who's back on the back foot and playing it out to cover. He'll take 1. Abbott fields and keeps it to that 1. Scored 4 for 264. I like the little splashes of colour on the South African shirts. It kind of harks back to the 92 World Cup.
Yeah, I think India kind of had a similar thing going on in theirs. I know you never know whether that's just to do with their Adidas sponsorship, which seems to be all down the side of their pants in Test and one-day gear now as well. Not sure how they. I was going to say, not sure how they got that past the organisers, but they are the organisers and do run world cricket, so they can do whatever they like, I guess.
Clarkson on strike. It's going to be Cummins over the wicket and shot of a length outside of stump. He plays it through cover. There's a bit of a diving field. It's well fielded there, and they'll get a single though. 4 for 265. All the Australian bowlers are in the ring. It's like we're not trying to stop singles. We've put our worst players in the ring. We're trying to stop boundaries by having our quick and good players in the
Warner and Smith and Labuschagne are all on the fence. Stark's sort of been fielding at kind of short third man or fine leg for a while too. He's almost in like a fly slip, which
catch was taken by Hazelwood.
I have seen Hazelwood field at slip on the odd occasion.
Here's Cummins again and to Miller. He's played that straight to cover, so he won't get a run.
It's not like the old days where Mark Taylor or Alan Border would just be plonked at short cover or short mid-wicket for the entire innings.
No, or an Andrew Simons who seemed to cover unearthly amounts of ground. Like a backward point or even a mid-on. Cummins has still got those two players on the ring behind square, so there's obviously a lot of protection north. This one's shorter for length. It's pulled around the corner, but not hard. Straight to Maxwell, and he'll get a single class and goes on to 28. Score 4 for 266. One ball to come.
Well, you've got to be happy if you're bowling the 44th over and you've got to wicket him 3 singles off the first 5 balls, haven't you?
Yeah. The next one's going for 6 for Shaw.
Yeah, fuck that. I should have kept my mouth shut.
Just lock it in now.
Yeah. 6, or if it's a sort of an edge over point.
This comes to Clarkson, and it's into the stumps, and he manages to just defend it out through the vacant mid-on for a single. Into the 04 for 267, just the 4 off. Plus that important wicket of Markham.
Yeah. Jay Grover says, I might have to retract it a wee bit if Russ wants people to ogle his chest for 30 seconds before saying, oh, cats. Less creepy as you run a catch at Sanctuary, but it still gives me the fear. Warren says we need to get Shelley on comms. Shelley, if you haven't come across her, is a South African now living in England who comes on Guerrilla Cricket. Very keen South African. I don't know if she's on the rotor at all in the future.
She hasn't contacted me. We had Shelley on for the Women's Ashes.
I was did
very
a couple
good.
of stints with Shelley, but not for this game at least.
And Stephen Kelk said, Zampa made that wicket possible. It was all part of his plan. Yeah, right.
Hazelwood's is going to come on. Australia's actually in front of the over rate, which is
unbelievable.
Although, interestingly, so the playing conditions say you have 3.5 hours to bowl them, but every team's been given 3 hours and 45.
But they're all given 3 hours and 45.
Yeah.
So
it's quite baffling.
You've got a 15 minutes grace period. And then I guess they can add on time if there's injuries as well. So you got to be going pretty slowly to actually get penalised.
We've got the anti-Ashes field earned. There's no one behind square on either side deep. This one's edged, is it? Well, maybe he's just missed it. Hazelwood was short of a length. It's gone through to the keeper. I thought he's taken a catch. He has taken a catch. They weren't very enthused by it, but they've taken a catch.
No, it's hard to tell with Josh English because he has the same expression where he just has this giddy laugh.
He's like a happy puppy, isn't he?
It's like he can't believe he's there. He's like he's a kid in a candy shop. He's just
Hazelwood looked confused. Like, I'm not sure what just happened. It was a short, slower ball outside of Sam Clarkson, who hasn't timed one yet. Edged up and taken over his head, English, and catch. Hazelwood's given that, ooh, that was close, which it was because he was caught. 5 for 267.
And doing really well here, Australia. If they keep taking wickets, there's a chance they could keep them to around 300 or even under with a couple more wickets. Where it's a bit like what Pakistan did the other night to Sri Lanka, which had a better platform and kept them to, I think, 5 for 60 off the last 10, and that was almost the difference in the end because they probably restricted them by 20 or 30. So if Australia can keep them to 300, I think it'll be a hard chase, but definitely coming back into the game.
If they can't chase 300, they have no business making the semi-finals in this World Cup, to be honest. And they probably won't because they'll have lost 2 games of their first 2.
Now, Mog's got a question of those who will have niche knowledge, and I expect both of you to know the answer to this. It relates to some of the replays that are being shown. He said, was it the 92 era uniforms that all looked like they were 4 sizes too big?
No, that was later in the 90s.
I think the 96 ones were pretty baggy.
Yeah,
92 era, they all had the
ridiculous.
same design but different colours, which I liked. It was like we've just got the one designer, and we have the stripes on the shoulders, and then we just have different colours. Yeah, the first coloured World
uniforms.
Cup. I think 99, 99 they were pretty baggy in England. All those replays of Steve Waugh and Herschel Gibbs dropping the catch with the massive, and Lance Klusner loved a baggy sweater as well in that tournament.
They were probably designed sort of in the David Boone era to make him look better.
Well, I think the 90s was just all about baggy pants. And
you can't touch this.
It was the style at the time, you know. Cargo pants were in the late 90s too.
Jansen's on straight to Hazel. It's a bouncer, and he'll duck underneath it. It's called the one of the over, but not a wide.
There was a time in the 90s in Australian domestic cricket where the Victorian team fielded in shorts. Not sure if anyone remembers that.
We all wanted. Because the one thing you really wanted was Murph Hughes' choice.
Which kind of made sense because it's a summer sport until I think the fielders realised they were diving around in the outfield in shorts. Probably not as great for protecting your knees and getting grazed knees all the time.
Batting in shorts with pads too. Your
I
pad
think they
straps
batted in the pants and
don't
fielded
really
in the
work with you.
shorts.
Here's Hazelwood. She's short of a length and Jansen's defending, so there'll be no run again.
Or maybe it made them realise what the women had to put up with for decades.
In the skirts they used to play in, yeah.
And culottes. Yeah.
Yes, as we're just having a bit of a look at the last over was a 1 wicket and only 4 runs, and this over's wicket off and no runs off 3 deliveries. So
yeah, the last 12 balls went for 13, but the first of
two
those went for 4.
So
after that, it's really
last
turned
8
around.
balls, 2 for 5.
Here's Hazelwood
2 for
short of
4.
a length, and it's past the outside edge of Jansen, so there's no run again. Still 5 for 267.
So they're, to a certain extent, South Africa paying the price for having 5 bowlers in the team at the moment, aren't they?
Well, I'm not sure. I mean, Jansen's a very he's probably a better bowler than he is a batter, but he's definitely a very handy.
Taking a few balls to get his eye in, isn't he?
Definitely not a.
Yeah.
I guess it's different to having the genuine all-rounder or the batting all-rounder at 7, but it's the way they like to play.
Here's Hazelwood short again, and he's edged that over English this time. It's well over.
Jammy bastard.
Timed well. Goes for 4. Well timed off the edge.
That's
unlike the
they'll
previous one
take
that
that.
scooped up. 5 for 271. Yeah, the way he's been going, he'll take him anywhere at the moment. Needs to get Miller on strike. Well, actually, in this ball, he needs to just do whatever he wants because he don't want him facing the start of the next over.
It's not easy to bounce on that pitch, is it?
No, it is
really
fair. It does.
challenging.
It really takes off, which the South African bowlers will quite enjoy, I would think.
Hazelwood short of a length. It's played out through mid-off. I'll just get the one. If the over 5 for 272. Yeah, the bounce is a bit like the stands. It just goes straight up.
Particularly Jansen, who's very tall, and we'll use that bounce. Rabada as well, and Geedy is a bit more of a skiddy sort of type bowler, but definitely those two will enjoy the bounce, and then it'd be interesting to see how the 2 specialist spinners go, as opposed to sort of Maxwell, who was mainly just bowling darts and keeping it tight, and Zampa, who didn't get going, but some tweets.
And reckons the 99 baggy uniforms were to cover Warney's gut, which is probably not totally unrelated. Jay says, I used to wear Joe Blogg's jeans in 1990. I also had a bowl cut. I thought I looked fucking boss. I blame the Stone Roses. Yeah, well, we all had someone to blame for the ridiculous haircuts we had as children. Short back and sides were required when I was a child.
That'd be nice.
Absolutely
My mum wanted
no
to get me a
choice.
mullet for years, and I kept telling her no.
She wanted to
She
make
wanted to get
you have
you
a
a
mullet.
She
Yeah, he has to get long enough
Wasn't
first.
it was the other way around?
She thought it was fashionable, and I was like, nah.
Oh, God. Oh.
He's into Jansen, and he's actually
Oh.
hit that pretty much straight up in the air. It's going to land short of the fielder at deep square leg who ran in. He did not time that at all. Huge top edge, but he's got away with it and managed to get a single. 5 for 273.
Very laconic in his style, Jansen. He's almost looked like he's in slow motion trying to play that pull shot. And
He wasn't early on it.
just got the
that's for
top edge, yeah.
Australia's worked him out too. They just bowled nothing but short.
Yeah.
I think they've worked out if it is pitched up, he can give it a whack straight down the ground. That's probably his go. So
Miller on strike now. Covered this resetting the field, possibly going around the wicket. It's a strong leg side field, and there's a bit of a gap over cover and behind in third man. Actually, he's over the wicket. Miller cuts off the back foot, and he'll just get a single to deep point. Abbott Fields, 5 for 274.
And 120 kph, so
Yeah.
he's just holding it back. Yeah.
seems almost every second ball he's holding it back, keeping him guessing. But again, yeah, they've just haven't got away here. So 300s, the way they're going, I can't see him getting too much more than 300. So I think it's, although the old score predictor, the algorithm still says 322, which would be 10 runs and over from here.
Might be difficult. Here's Cummins. It's full into the pads, and he's yorked him. Jansen had no idea where it was. He thought about a single, but it would actually Cummins was alert to the possibility, and there's no run.
Well, he did well to get down there. Maybe it cannoned into his leg because he almost looked too tall to get down to fend off the Yorker. Yeah, did just see his pad
He's
down
outside leg stump, so no chance for an LBW.
Well, I mean, while Jansen's doing this, they're probably happy for him to stay there.
Yeah, I don't think the Aussies would mind this. Just the odd run, knocked around.
The odd edge for 4. 6 off 7, Jansen. He's Cummins short. He's pulled that, got a bit more on it, but it's still not timed very well. It's going to go straight out to the deep square leg for a single. 5 for 275. Still 3 off this over again by Cummins.
Yeah, I think he's bowling really smart to him, isn't he, now?
Yeah,
he's definitely lifted his game.
Keep Miller hitting singles.
The Knicks are the most dangerous shots from Australia's point of view.
Well, that's because all the field's up and finally get the third man. Here's Cummins. Miller's thinks to have a go at it and changes his mind. It was wide outside off stump and ends up being a dot ball. Bit of a strange shot because if he had actually got anything on it, it was probably going for runs behind square.
Yeah. So 4 overs after this one, 5 wickets in hand. You'd think, hell, go for broke, wouldn't you?
You'd think they'd just be going for it, but they're actually bowling very well. Cummins giving him absolutely nothing. He's finding the right length. He's taking the pace off it. There's no half volleys. There's nothing they can get under, but they haven't really tried any of the ramp shots or anything like that, which maybe they could do.
Cummins again, outside of stump on a length, and he's played that very well. In fact, he's managed to beat both fielders, not only the cover, but Warner, who was coming across the mid-off. It goes for 4, 5 for 279. Great shot by Miller at the end of the over, 7 off in the end.
Yeah, there's a much-needed boundary.
Jay says, Mrs. when you were wearing a hair shirt through most of your teenage years? I was at a Catholic boarding school. There weren't hair shirts. We did have to have detachable collars, which was stiff, which was fucking ridiculous.
Can you explain that? Detachable collars?
So you had a shirt with no collar on it, and it had a hole for a stud at the back and at the front. You would attach a stiff collar with a stud at the back and then bring it around the front and put the stud through the 2 holes in the collar there. I presume it dates from times when people didn't wash their shirts, but they washed their collars because people noticed the collars got dirty. I've got no idea why.
It's also so you can get them stiffer without starch.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Next ball, first ball this over to Jansen. It's short again by Hazelwood. He can't hit it away, Jansen. It just gets it away to mid-on, but there's no run.
You learn something every day on White Line Wireless and Guerrilla Cricket.
Well, Brian in Brisbane says, my dad was very strict on short haircuts. When I joined the IAAF in 75, I was the only one not to need a haircut on the first day.
Here's Hazelwood into Jansen. He's tried to take that out of the back of the hand, and it ends up wide off stump, and he's called for such. 5 for 280.
I was always a fan of the clip-on tie rather than doing it up. Speaking of
it certainly made life easier, didn't it?
Yeah. I think I had a work uniform somewhere along the line when I was a teenager that we just got given a clip-on tie.
I think I've managed to go 15 years now without wearing a tie, which I'm very happy about.
This ball by Hazelwood short and called a wide as well. It was over Jansen's head. He's a tall man.
It's a good wide if you can get it over Marco Jansen's head.
Yeah.
English did well actually to bring it in because it was going over him by even more. But another run on the scorecard and still 5 balls to go in this over.
Yeah. All the same, it's... Yeah. 4 overs. to go almost 281 for 5. They'd be pretty happy with that, wouldn't they? At this stage.
Well, you think with all the talk about the pitch and maybe it doing a few things, Australia winning the toss and bowling, I think anything over 300 they'd be pleased with.
Here's Hazelwood, and it's full this time, and Jansen drives it out to the long off. He'll take a single.
I think that's the go for Jansen. Just get off strike and probably leave it to Miller, who's can probably find the boundary with a bit more ease than Jansen can.
Yeah.
Is it Jansen or Jansen?
I think it's Jansen.
Jansen.
I mean, it's kind of probably Dutch background, right? So it's probably
Is it Scarlett Johansson or Johansson?
Yo.
Yeah. I'm calling him Janssen.
But I don't know that you should ask someone in an Anglophile country how to pronounce a European name. He's Hazelwood to Miller. It's turned around the corner. He'll take a single to fine leg. Takes the score under 283 for 5.
Miller's ODI average is 43, which isn't bad. I suppose he's because he bats down the order. He's had a lot of not outs. But it's got a high score of 139, 500s, 23 50s, and a strike rate of 103.
That average says though that he can score quickly with a lot of risks.
Yeah.
You're taking on that risk well. This bowled by Hazelwood's a bouncer again. There's a Jansen looks around at the umpire. He says that's the first of the over because the other one didn't count.
The other one was a wide. Yeah, he says that one's okay. Well, there's definitely a plan to Jansen to bowl short, I think, and there was a wide early in the over too, so they definitely don't want to give him anything pitched up in and around his body because they know that he can just lift it back over their head for 4 or 6, so it's definitely a concerted plan and it's working well here for the Aussies. They've done their homework and they're really restricting the runs.
Yeah, 8 of 11 so far by Jansen, so not getting away. Here is Hazelwood again, still over the wicket to the right-hander. This one is beating the bat. He's a bit of a slower ball, and Jansen tried to clobber it, but he was very early on it, so another dot ball.
Yeah, things not going the way they'd like South Africa at the end of the innings. Definitely no flow, no big sixes, no real lift-off for the last few overs, and the Australians just need to hold this together, and then anything can happen if they get off to a good start with the bat.
A lot of ifs in that statement.
Yeah, well, I've been bullish about Australia, unlike everyone else in the commentary box.
It's into the body of Jansen, who plays it out to the gully region, the deepish gullied backward point, and takes a single off the last ball of the over. Australia probably won't mind that. 5 for 284.
No, you think they'd be reasonably happy with that. Pornbot says, need it stiffer? I have a deal on the Tony Bishop ED suppositories. Buy one, get one free. Gently used. Oh, God. What I'm wireless, I presume, Ant says, I just can't get over the whole men look good in suits thing. Yeah, if you're modelling a custom suit, they look good, but most blokes look like they're in a burlap sack. Yeah, I'd go along with that. Speaking of actors, says Leo, who everyone pronounces incorrectly, please pronounce I see I can't pronounce Gyllenhaal correctly. Oh, was that it? Yep.
Hello.
And Parrot Bagel says this is probably a generational thing, but I don't own a tie, and anyone telling me to wear one would be told to fuck off in no uncertain terms. That's pretty fair, I reckon.
And we've got a couple of changes in the commentary box for the last few overs, but we are into the last 3 overs. Stark coming in for the 48th over, and that is a full toss, and Jansen still can't get that one away. He's really struggling out there. He really just needs to drop it at his feet and get to the other end because, well, I was talking him up before, but yeah, perhaps his one-day form not as good as he can in the test arena where he's got a bit more time because they have really slowed up here, South Africa, from what looked like might have been a score of 350. Now they look like they'll struggle to get to 300. Australians going very well here late in the innings as Jansen's again looking all at sea, plays and misses. He's looking
The,
just completely lost out there.
the Australian fast bowlers have done really well. What I was surprised by was that when the last 10 overs started, Pat Cummins bowled 2 overs by Zampa, which went for quite a few runs. I'm not sure, and even though the fast bowlers had lots of overs in hand, they could have easily gone through the 10 overs between them. Not sure why Zampa came on for 2 overs.
Yeah, he didn't need to bowl the 10, considering Stoinis and Marsh between them had bowled a few.
Yeah, and I think between the main fast bowlers, they had 11 overs left between them, the 3 main ones.
As Jansen is getting some runs here as he's squirting that one out over cover, and they'll come back for a couple. But yeah, you make a good point. I guess Zampa at that stage was going sort of 7 and over, and then or 6 and over at least, and got worse in that last couple of overs. So
I think he had 5 boundaries of his last 2 overs.
Yeah.
And then when the fast bowlers came on, they just pulled things back so well. Really good bowling by Australia. I'm sure Lungi and Gidi, who's very good with his slower ball, is making note.
Stark's in. Jansen is picking this one up. Take back what I said. He has slapped that over mid-on for 6. He picked up the length early, got on the back foot and dispatched it into the crowd. So suddenly he's come to life. 8 off the last 2 deliveries. Stark just bowling a length ball there. He took the pace off it, but Jansen was onto it. And there's that skill that's been missing so far from the innings, but they'll want it to be around for these last few overs.
Might have just been sitting back, anticipating that one, because the last delivery was a full one and they're mixing it up, so he might have anticipated that this would be a slower bound short ball.
Yeah, I think that's the go.
Picked it up really early.
Wait for it and play off the back foot. It's another one with the pace taken off it, and that's edged over the short third man. They've got third man and point or gully up inside the circle. Jansen had a big slash at that, and it's flown over the top for another boundary. So 10 off the last 3 deliveries. It's 296 for 5.
Oh, that's a bit strange. He's brought the third man up into the circle, and then he's bowled a full ball.
Yeah, not a great plan.
Yeah.
Or maybe a great plan and not great execution.
Third man up.
Yeah.
If you bring the third man up, and if you bowl a full ball, there's always the chance that an edge will just fly over them or fly through. It's a bit strange.
So now things
but
are...
South Africa getting a move on.
Now they're getting a move on, just as we thought they were. Limping towards 300, now they are on track for that 320. As Stark comes in to complete the over, and Jansen's trying a real ramp scoop kind of setup. He misses everything, almost clean bowls him. Inglis takes it behind the stumps. That's the end of the over. 10 from it. It's 296 for 5 with 2 overs to go. Suddenly Jansen's 21 off 19 deliveries. Miller 8 from 7.
There's more anti-tie.
And we've got a few things on the socials.
There's more anti-tie sentiment from Farong saying wearing a tie will get your BRU membership cancelled with immediate effect. No need for it. Not on. Nope. Anth chimes in saying that he just can't get over the whole men look good in suits thing. Yeah, if you're a model in the custom suit, they look good. But most blokes look like they're in a burlap sack. I think David Mitchell has a very good 3-minute rant about this. And I wanted to have a go at the pronunciation of the actor's surname. So is it something weird in Dutch, like Gyllenhaal? It's not Dutch. Is it German? Okay.
I think
Jake Gyllenhaal.
Yes. I think as guerrilla cricketers, we are all about khaki suits and beret caps.
Alright, it'll be the Australian captain Cummins in to bowl the 49th over to Miller, who's slashing that to cover, and it's misfielded by Maxwell, and he's going to give up a run. All these vital runs. He's going to give up 2 runs, actually, and they've come back for 2. Well, that's unforgivable, really. Maybe it was Stoinis. No, Stoinis has cleaned up. I think it was Maxwell there. It was straight to him. It's burst through their hands, and they've come back for 2.
This is not the first time Maxwell has misfielded a straight one.
He's been up and about in the field. He's been all laughs and throwing it away, and really like he's, taken a couple of happy pills before he's gone out there, but he's been a bit all
think
over
that
the
just
place with the
skipped off
fielding.
skipped off the side
Off
wicket.
the pitch, yeah. But Cummins is in again, and Miller's top edging that one straight up into the air. It's gone out on the onside. Fielder's under it, and he's dropped it.
Ooh.
It's stuck out there with the long green sleeves. He made good ground, came into it, went low down, and grassed it.
Oh.
He's having another laugh too. There's no worries out there for the Australians. It's all smiles and laughter. They're not too worried that this is a World Cup game and the opposition's almost up to 300. He may well have
And
just
David
dropped the World
Miller,
Cup.
they've dropped as well. Who can make them really pay? David Miller, you shouldn't drop David Miller. He's a big hitter of the ball.
He had that. That was not unlike the catch at Lords where he, sort of similar, but he had controlled it until his hands hit the ground and then it bobbled out.
In AFL,
Yeah,
that
this one was bobbling out as well.
You could make a case to say he had good control of that for a second there and just bobbled out. So a misfield, a drop catch. They've given up 4 runs and a wicket.
In the AFL, that would have been for the mark.
Or 3 runs, yep. But we are not in the AFL, and Jansen's back on strike.
Short ball.
And he's edging that over Inglis's head for another 4 runs. It was a short ball, as has been the plan to Jansen, but he's got a top edge on it. It's gone over the keeper's head for 4 runs. That's a 300 up. 303 for 5. Jansen suddenly is 25 off 20. I think he was about 9 off 17 at one stage. So if that even is possible to get to 25 that quickly, but he's really exploded, and that is, it's unlucky. It was the slow ball bounce. It was the right plan. It was probably just too high. And Jansen being such a tall man, it's gone over the keeper's head.
I looked up
There's such a thing as the commentator's curse for bowlers.
And Jansen's slapping this one down the ground, but I think it's gone straight up in the air. Will this be taken? It's another one that's been dropped. That is the easiest catch I have ever seen. Marcus Stoinis, you would not drop that in pub cricket.
What is that?
Let alone in a World Cup.
What is
going on? That's about the 6th chance they've put down for the innings.
Oh my God. That was easier to catch than it was to drop. It was so hard to drop that.
Oh, I can't believe what I'm saying. And you don't drop a catch off anyone, let alone the captain's bowling.
And not even the AFL will be that forgiving.
What is going on? That was...
Oh my God.
It's almost like he crouched late to take it low down, and then Biller's hit the next ball for 6. That's a full toss. Cummins perhaps
that
frustrated.
Might be a no ball as well. That's quite high as well.
He's frustrated by all those drop catches. He's bowled a full bunger. Miller's just hopped into it over mid-wicket, and all of a sudden there's carnage out there. It's 310 for 5.
David Miller
still one ball to go.
Is not the person he should be dropping. Oh my God. I think that if there's such a thing as commentators' curse for bowlers, as soon as I came on, I said Australia fast bowlers are bowling really well, and since then they've been carted around everywhere.
Bring Zampa back.
Yeah. Does Maxwell have any overs left?
Well, most of the bowling has been okay. It's the catching.
It's been there's been 5 genuine easy chances. The Inglis's was tough. And that's another short ball, and that's surprised Villa. It's a very good slow ball bounce by Cummins. And he's finished the over, but that over's gone for, 14 runs. And 310 for 5. Well, the old score predictor was probably bang on. They were predicting about 322 5 overs ago, and I was doubtful, but they might get there.
Yeah, they predicted 320 at about 37, 36 overs, and we were skeptical.
Don't argue with the algorithm. What have we got on the socials?
Can't argue with the AI these days.
And pondering what bets the Aussie team laid before the game. Maybe some sports betting enthusiasm.
Can we drop 6 catches? When's the last time a team dropped 6 catches in an ODI?
I'm sure it
2 maybe. 3?
Nah.
I love how he's got the South African column, just bad review 1.
some enterprising members of the crowd.
This is not great radio, but we're getting some great crowd shots here.
Have kept a tally of the number of misfields and the number of bad reviews of both Australia and South Africa. The South African column is pristine, and the Australian column is
full. And it's Mitchell Starc bowling to Jansen. He's popped that one up in the air. Surely this is a catch. And yes, that one's taken. David Warner has taken the catch, and he's not really celebrating. He looks very glum. No smiles out there, but nevertheless, that is a wicket. Jansen's gone. It's 6 for 310, and the Aussies will just take the dot ball. He's run out of luck, Jansen. That was the right delivery. It wasn't full enough. He went for the big heave-ho down the ground, and it just popped up to Warner at long on, who takes the catch with a minimum of fuss, almost to look around at everyone else in the field and go, why can't you guys do that?
Well, it's taken by an actual good
I'm the oldest guy in the team, and I'm about to retire. I can still catch better than everyone else.
Well, it was taken
I
by
want to say hello. I want to say hello to my South African friend Aiden, who's taken time out from babysitting duties and has tuned in to Gorilla Cricket.
Hello,
Just send
Aiden.
me a hello.
Not Aiden Markram, was it? Didn't just finish batting.
Aiden has tuned into Aiden Markram has tuned into Gorilla Cricket after finishing his.
Well, 5 balls to go, so Maharaj will come in, you would think, at number 8. You'd think the player, or you can't cross these days.
No.
So,
No.
It is Rabada, the new player. He's come in ahead of Maharaj.
Rules have changed.
Yeah, I like that rule. Never really made sense to be able to cross when you do.
Rabada is good. Rabada can hit a long ball. He's got a really good bat swing. Bit like Mitchell Stark, in fact.
Well, he's got 5 balls, and Stark's wasting no time to come into him now. So he's bowling a wide one down the leg side. They'll go through for a leg by as Rabada just gets a bit of pad on that, fielded by the keeper. So here we go, David Miller, 4 deliveries left. He'll want to farm the strike and hit a couple over the fence, you would think. So we have another look at that catch. Warner still with the tape around his fingers. I'm not sure if he actually needs that or that's just his MO for the last 5 years since the sandpaper.
It's got the names of his wife and kids, apparently. Was the excuse.
My theory is, why do you need to be reminded of your wife and kids' names? Surely you would just remember them off by heart. As Stark's bowling a good delivery that's played and missed that outside the off stump. I always find that strange.
I think they were showing on the replays that Warner was indicating something about the floodlights and them obstructing, the view of the catchers. There's something to do with that, maybe.
Well, I don't think the floodlights are any different to most grounds around the world.
Yeah.
That tend to have floodlights for day-night games. Good stat there, which we might come to after that ball. And that's clean bowled, Miller. That's a valuable wicket by Stark. An in-swinging Yorker. Miller's thrown the bat at it, and it's clean bowled him. So this is a valuable over by Stark after the previous over went for a lot of runs. This one has gone for 1 leg by and 2 wickets, just 2 balls to go. So what a finish by the Australian spearhead.
You don't need fielders for that.
No, that is the perfect, well, not quite a Yorker, but near enough to it. It was the late swing that got him, and it was probably too full to do the old cow corner heave-ho. And David Miller is gone, so this is a fantastic finish from Mitchell Stark. Still 2 balls to go, as just the host broadcaster brought up that stat before about catching efficiency in the World Cup.
Australia was dead last.
Australia going at 54%.
So that's
dead last. Yeah. India going at 92% up the top. So they've probably dropped 1 catch for the tournament. Australia's probably dropped 10.
So 54 means that they've dropped 1 in 2 catches.
Yeah, they've dropped 1 in 2.
It feels like more in this game.
Well, they drop. I mean, Mitch Marsh dropping Coley, the mix-up with Carey. Maybe that's why Carey's dropped, because that really was a keeper's catch. Carey was nowhere. Marsh came in, was looking at Carey. I mean, that was an absolute sitter. So, and very costly the other night too when you drop Virat Kohli.
Leo on Twitter chimes in saying, I get the feeling that Australia have dropped the World Cup so many times this match that the silversmith will have to take several weeks to fix all the dents in the trophy.
Well, think positively if you're an Australian fan. If you chase down 320, that might just kick your World Cup into gear. Or if you lose by 100 runs, probably ends your World Cup if you need to win 7 in a row from here. And that's a plainer miss from Maharaj. This fantastic over continues. This will be a double wicket maiden, potentially, because a leg bye won't go to Stark's figures. There's 1 ball to go. There's been 2 dots, a leg bye, and 2 wickets. Has a bowler ever done that? Someone out there tell us. Double wicket maiden.
I'd love to
in the last over.
I'd love to see that search query on the Stats Guru.
Harris Ralph took 2 wickets for 1 run, I think, the other night. He was almost on a double wicket maiden. Just conceded.
I think there was a T20 World Cup in which Muhammad Amir.
Oh, and he has got the double wicket maiden. Maharaj has played and missed. He's gone the scoop. That is an unbelievable final over. Just the 1 leg bye from it. 2 wickets. Well, that could prove vital if this game gets down to the last over. But when it's all said and done, South Africa, I think, will be pretty pleased to score 7 for 311. It could have been more at one stage, but certainly on a ground people don't know too much about, and Australia did win the toss and choose to bowl, and the pitch was not really quite coming onto the bat and showing some signs of variable bounce. To finish with 311 on the board is a very good effort by South Africa. Get some final thoughts, or before we go to a break and run through the card?
I think the position South Africa were in at the 20th and 30th over, Australia would have taken 311 for 7. They were 2 wickets down at the end of the 20th and 2 wickets down at the end of the 30th as well, if I remember correctly. I think it's just a par score, and Australia would be quite happy with it.
Yeah, I think Australia would. They definitely laid the platform. So Temba Bavuma was the first man out for 35, but by that stage there was more than 100 on the board. And after that, Rassie van der Dussen 26, de Kock 109, Markram 56 off 44. He was the one that really threatened to get going and was out just at the wrong time. Cummins got him hot. Klaassen 29 from 27. Jansen 26 from 22. Miller 17 from 13. So the story of the card, and Roberto Maharaj not out, 7 for 311. Story was no one besides de Kock really went on with it and put the foot down to elevate that 311 to 350, which is what it could have been. And that was all down to some great bowling from the Australians at the end. Mitchell Starc finishes with 2 for 53 from his 9. Hazelwood 1 for 60. They did get him away at the end, but Glenn Maxwell, pick of the bowlers, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 34. Somehow kept it tight. Cummins came back well at the end after going for a few at the start. 1 for 71 off 9. Zampa went for a few late and never really looked too threatening, besides in his first couple of overs where he did pick up an edge, which was put down a tough chance by Inglis. He went for 1 for 70. Mitch Marsh just polled the 1 over for 6, and Stoinis the 2 overs for 11. That gave Cummins a bit of play to work with his seamers at the end. But as we go into the break, it is South Africa with 7 for 311. So the Australians will require 312 to win, which should be a fantastic run chase. We might go to a break for half an hour or so and see everyone then for the second session.
See you in a bit.
All right, it's just Anthony chiming in here just to let you know what we're going to queue you up for this break. So I'm going to play one of the podcasts that go with the book that I wrote, and this is me pretending to be a cricket journalist embedded with the 1919 AIF 11. And in this episode, you're just going to hear us introduce you to the players who are on that tour. So I hope you enjoy that during the break, and we'll be back in about 30 minutes.
bloody ball.
Welcome to White Line Wireless, the history of the AIF 11. If you're just listening to this podcast for the first time, my name is Anthony Condon, and what this series is about is we have discovered some newspaper articles written 100 years ago by a cricket journalist soldier who toured with a team called the AIF 11, so an Australian military cricket team. If you want to know the full details about how all of that works and what is true and what is not true and all of this kind of stuff, go and listen to the introductory podcast at the start of this series, and that will lay out exactly what's happening. The way this is going to work is I am going to pull out of my briefcase here a The soldiers of the Australian Imperial Force have accumulated in cold and
Just one kick to hear it all. Boba, boba, bloody ball.
Welcome to White Line Wireless, the history of the AIF 11. If you're just listening to this podcast for the first time, my name is Anthony Condon, and what this series is about is we have discovered some newspaper articles written 100 years ago by a cricket journalist soldier who toured with a team called the AIF 11, so an Australian military cricket team. If you want to know the full details about how all of that works and what is true and what is not true and all of this kind of stuff, go and listen to the introductory podcast at the start of this series, and that will lay out exactly what's happening. The way this is going to work is I am going to pull out of my briefcase here a article written by Cow Corner on the 5th of May 1919. I'm going to then read this article out with my guest host today, Cam Boyle. Hi Cam, how are you?
Very good to be here, Anth.
Excellent. And Cam and I are just going to have a read through and have a chat about this. And through doing this, we are going to tell you the history of one of the less well-known tours of Australian cricket. So I hope you enjoy it. And without any further ado, I will get started. So we have here week 0, the 5th of May, 1919. Introducing the AIF 11. The war is over, or presumably so. The soldiers of the Australian Imperial Force have accumulated in cold and distasteful camps on Salisbury Plains, near the curious druidical desolate-looking rocks of Stonehenge, waiting eagerly to go home. And you can see I've got a picture of Stonehenge taken by one of the soldiers at the time. So you can see this on my website, anthonycondon.com. This is taken at the time, and if you've been to Stonehenge, you'll know that it's quite the tourist attraction now. Back then, it's just some rocks in a field, waiting eagerly to go home. They tell us there is no hope of shipment before May, but most of us won't be returning home the same men we were when we went away. Not least because it was only by answering the call to fight for freedom, peace and liberty that we became men. The brass hats, those officers on the staff, have decided they need to find some things to keep us occupied and interested so we don't pillage the English countryside like happened in Colombo or the riot in London. Many of the men just want to go home to wives they've almost forgotten and children they have never seen. But in the meantime, there are many opportunities for the Australian to improve his knowledge and skill through education, and a widespread scheme of sports has been organised during the dead days of demobilisation. I'm not much interested in learning mechanics or farming, and although I've borne the burden and heat of many a summer day at the wicket, I'm no Victor Trumper. But before I left on my own big adventure, I had the opportunity to scribble a few notes about the game from time to time, and I've been able to use that to hoodwink my way into the most Trey-bong draft in the AIF as the Charles Bean of cricket.
For those of us with the sort of modern ears, Anth, if I hear the word Trey-bong, I'm thinking a good Saturday night. Can you sort of illuminate that a little bit for us?
It's great. So on this, on the website, you'll actually get links through to this thing called Digger dialects, and so it's all slang of soldiers in the First World War. And Trey-bong is there's heaps of bastardisation of French, Arabic, and Hindu words because they were serving with the Australian soldiers. So Trey-bong is Trey-bon.
Of course,
right?
Of course.
The best one though is Trey bien, which becomes Trey beans. So if something's good, you say Trey beans. Yeah, is that going to be all right? Yeah, Trey beans, mate.
So this needs a comeback, right?
Yeah, I'm totally bringing back Trey beans.
Exactly. It's just like I tried a while ago to bring back Wizard after watching The Phantom Menace, and I thought fuck it, Wizard is a bloody good way to describe something that's, a bit awesome. But no, I'm leaving all that behind. My life mission's changed. I am now describing anything that's slightly good as Trey beans.
Trey beans, mate. So a call went out in March for all cricketers who consider that they had any claim to selection, and a number were invited along individually to practice with a view to inclusion in the touring team. Although initially Major Gordon Campbell and Major Eric Barber were chosen to pick out 15 players for the jaunt, they've apparently already returned home. This week, a representative each of New South Wales, South Australia and Victoria acted as the selection committee for the tour, and these were Captain Edmund Long, Captain Clarence Pellew and Captain Roy Park, with Major Cyril Docker and Lieutenant Ernest Cameron attached in an advisory capacity. About 100 players turned up for the trials at Kennington Oval and Lords, hopeful to make the team. The selectors have now settled upon 21 players from whom they will choose the teams for the early engagements. From what I saw of the prospects, if this is the best of just who is here in England, a very bright future for cricket in Australia seems assured, even if some believe that the war had created another sense of proportion and that the serious problems of life would be too absorbing to give cricket its old eminence.
Now, you mentioned Captain Roy Park there within this paragraph. Now, I'm not as obviously big an expert on cricket as you are, Anth, but wasn't he, Captain Roy Park, he played, I think, one test for Australia in, I think it might have been like sometime in the 1920s, so still to come.
Yeah, I think so.
And then completely gave away his cricket career to become a practicing doctor. Is that...
Most of these guys I've mentioned in here, so like Gordon Campbell, Eric Barber, it's pretty popular being a doctor. And there's something interesting that I'm looking into a little bit, and I'm going to write something in more detail about the relationship between the people who are playing cricket and who are officers in the army and who are not Catholic and who went to private schools in Sydney, Melbourne and Adelaide. So there's as much as we like to think of Australian cricket as very egalitarian and democratic, and at this time, like in 1912, you have the Big Six controversy where, there was this battle between the players and the administrators over who would control cricket, and so this is just at the time when what we now call Cricket Australia has taken control of the game. And a lot of that was over, Australians used to elect their own captains, elect their own managers, all of this kind of stuff. At one point, the selection was made by, they sort of went, well, us 5 guys are certain, so we'll select the rest of the team. And that's how early Australian cricket went. So there is something, very democratic about that. And, turn of the century, Australia was very democratic. But there is definitely a very much a class thing involved in cricket. And not like it is in England, but there is definitely class connotations with cricket.
And the democratisation only extended so far because you mentioned there that it was representatives from New South Wales, Victoria, and South Australia. For those of you listening from home, it might be hard to imagine a world where all of Australia wasn't involved in cricket, but for a long part of Australian cricket history, that was the case. The only teams that played Shield for about the first sort of 40 to 50 years of Australian cricket history were New South Wales, Victoria, and South Australia. It's true.
But you got to remember, there's 4 people in Tasmania, right? And it's the same in Queensland. So this is an age before air conditioning. So the only reason you would live in Queensland if you didn't have air conditioning was because you were getting something out of the ground or growing something on the ground, basically. So not a lot of people. But this is also the time where Queensland's really trying to get into it. And then, of course, WA doesn't come in because it takes a week to get there. So how are you going to go and play a Shield game in WA?
Yep, it's true. It's only once sort of like rail and air become a little bit more established that WA actually joins the competition.
Well, air, it's like 70s, I think.
46, 47, I think, might have been their first season Sheffield Shield. Their first test match was in 1970, 71 series against England.
Yeah.
But Queensland aren't far away from joining the Sheffield Shield. They come in the 1920s.
Right.
Might be 24, 25.
Yep.
Can't exactly
Sounds
remember.
about right.
Tasmania, though, don't formally join the Sheffield Shield until 1977-78.
Oh, okay, right, okay. Because there's definitely a lot of intercolonial matches with Tasmania. That's where I'm getting mistaken there. Yep. All right, back to our article here. So the most famous of all the players is Captain Charles Calloway, a veteran of 2 Ashes and South Africa's tour of 1910-11. He is the only player on the side with a Test background. His experience and rank have seen him elected captain. His century and 5 wickets against the South Africans at Manchester in 1912 shows him equally good with bat and ball. Although he suffered 6 gunshot wounds in the war, he is looking fit and ready to take on the best of the English. From the officers' corps, along with Calloway, a few other officers possess very conspicuous potentialities and prospects, although they are still a bit green at the game. I love that phrase. Very conspicuous potentialities and prospects. One of the languages that gets used is great.
It's very Trey Beans.
Yes, there you go. Fans of Australian rules will know Carl Willis, who played with Roy Park, for varsity before the war. And varsity is Melbourne University, so Melbourne University had a team in the VFL.
Yep, they did for, I think, 4 years, and their last 2 seasons they did not win a single game.
Yeah.
Because they were, at that time, purely amateur in a competition that was slowly turning professional. They weren't a competitive team, but they did produce some good players, Roy Park amongst them.
Yeah. Okay. Pellew has electrified the Tommies by his cricketing feats in the matches he's played whilst he's been here. A good all-round sportsman, South Australian readers might have heard of his achievements as a schoolboy athlete for St Peter's College. He competed well in a few sports at the British Empire and American Army athletic meeting at Stamford Bridge in early September, winning the running broad jump with a 21 feet 5.5 inches, falling just a few feet short of the world's amateur record. We didn't get to see any of his form this week, as he's been laid up recovering from this dog fever that seems to be going around, and was restricted to watching others train. So the dog fever is going to be a big theme of 1919-20, otherwise known as the Spanish flu.
See, dog fever keeps a man down out of the game, but 6 gunshot wounds, he's fine, he's still fit, he's ready to go.
Captain Edmund Long will be the wicketkeeper, having performed that role for New South Wales back in 1911, as well as on the informal tour of Ceylon in 1914. So Ceylon, Sri Lanka, so it was pretty common for Australian teams to go and do a tour of Ceylon, New Zealand, North America, so you go to the West Indies, you play America, you play, say, Philadelphia, you play Canada, but they were never Australian teams, so so it was RF Waddies 11 or something, I think was the Ceylon tour. So close followers of the Sydney scene may remember his 7 stumpings and a catch for Middle Harbour against Burwood back in 1910, said to be a world's record. He is said to have a great ability to take googly bowling, something which should come in handy on the English wickets. He is chums with many on the team, having played alongside a few of them in the wartime matches. But some look at him a bit side-eyed, given he was DAPM. That's the Deputy Assistant Provost Marshal for you civvies in London during the war. And for us people 100 years later, Deputy Assistant Provost Marshal, you're basically the assistant to the head copper of the army. So he was in the, like his military police. So
Okay,
one of the top military police. So obviously, given the Australian diggers' reputation, which is a little bit mythologized these days, but also is not entirely unearned. You can see there would be some a reason why your average soldier doesn't take too well to the police in the military. Like that, further up, it mentioned the incident in Ceylon and the incident in London. So there was a riot in London where the MPs, or might have even just been the regular police, tried to arrest an American soldier who was gambling, and for reasons unknown but probably easy to sort of see how it happened, lots of Australian soldiers got involved in that arrest, and it got reported on as a riot. So I imagine they probably had a little bit to do with the gambling as well.
Do you reckon there would have been any sort of question towards Edmund Long, without knowing exactly what the Deputy Assistant Provost Assistant Marshal Assistant did? It kind of seemed like the sort of role that you take, because you just don't really feel like, being on the front lines.
Look, I don't want to cast aspersions on anyone, and he doesn't just do that, he does some other things. It looks like he, it's probably sort of more military intelligence as well. That's what he did earlier on in the war, was military intelligence stuff. So, and somebody's got to do it, and he's one of these guys that comes from one of these nice schools with all the right connections and the right social qualifications and all of that kind of stuff.
Although he is one of the few Catholics on the team,
so it's understandable that he ends up there. Okay, we're back to our diary here. The final two captains are Captain Cyril Docker and Captain William Trenry. In pre-war times, Docker did not have much time to spare for the game, but he has been playing occasionally for Mitcham and in some of the big charity matches during the war. Spending time talking cricket with the late great Tibby Cotter on the way over probably helped too. So Tibby Cotter, the only Australian Test player, died in World War One. That's not to say he's not up to scratch. He went to Ceylon on the same tour as Long in 1914 and will be one of the front-ranked bowlers. Trenry is one of the dark horses and should be a handy change bowler. His selection in the team may have something to do with his receipt of the Military Cross for great gallantry and coolness under fire in the trenches of Flanders. We may need such metal before long. And you can see, if you go to the website and you see this thing, I've actually got his Military Cross recommendation there, so you can go and read exactly what he did. Apparently quite good with a machine gun was old Bill Trenry.
So it's good to know that a person's sort of skills in battle equate to their skills in cricket, because after all, dodging bullets is probably exactly the same as dodging a bouncer.
You got a very, very quick bouncer.
Exactly, and a lot of them coming at you from a person who actually genuinely, literally wants to kill you, not someone who metaphorically wants to kill you.
And there's this great stuff that gets talked about during the war about how one of the reasons Australians are such good soldiers, which the reason why Australia gets this reputation as these gods of battle kind of thing. Is not only because we have Charles Bean embedded at Gallipoli writing this propaganda, but also because the first enlistments, you had to be over 6 foot to go. And so all these tiny Englishmen and Frenchmen and stuff, they're conscripting, so everyone's there, and they're particularly short people at that time anyway, average height of like 5'7", 5'8". And then all of the Australians come and they're all over 6 foot. And no wonder it's like, oh, there's a land of giants out there.
Just incidentally, it seems to me to be a puzzling decision to make from a recruitment perspective to go for, big guys is what we want, because the bigger you are, the more of you there is to hit. That would seem to be an interesting strategy. I'd be going in the opposite direction. I'd be going, up, bugger it. I want the shorter men of society, because you're more likely to be able to, keep yourself alive when charging against the enemy.
Well, you have to remember that this is the first industrial war. There's the Boer War, the South African-English War, at the turn of the century, which was sort of getting there. But there's this great line in Blackadder Goes Forth.
10,000 Watusi warriors, armed to the teeth with kiwi fruit and guava hard. After the battle, instead of taking prisoners, we simply made a huge fruit salad. Now, when I joined up, I never imagined anything as awful as this war.
You can see what no one was expecting this trench warfare thing, and everyone was expecting it was going to be over pretty quickly. It was supposed to be over by Christmas, 1914.
Yep, because the last experience that a lot of Europe had with war was the Franco-Prussian War in 1870 to 1871.
Yeah.
And there were a few major engagements, but at that time, battlefields were still fought kind of as an extension of the Napoleonic era concept of war, which is that big bodies of men moving towards each other and those
lining up, shooting at each other.
Exactly, and until eventually either superior tactics or superior firepower saw one side leave the battlefield.
Yeah.
And that was how wars were fought and how wars were won. So Europe hadn't probably learned the lessons out of the American Civil War that had happened in the mid-1860s, and also probably hadn't learned much from the Russo-Japanese War in 1905, which begun to see the institution of trench warfare. And Europe just didn't heed those lessons and thought, as you say, that this was going to be a nice quick war. But just to draw back to what I was saying before about the size of men and their choice for the army, this is also something that sort of harkens back to an earlier era of warfare. Because going back through the 18th and early 19th centuries, the tallest men were prized, and they used to become elite forces known as grenadiers. Because the taller you were, the more able you were to be able to lob the light explosives that grenadiers had over at your enemy. So being tall was considered something of a boon for soldiers of that era, as they tended to get put into these special forces. So that sort of bias towards bigger, taller, stronger soldiers was what carried through into the Australian perspective of what made a good soldier.
Yeah, and that brings me back around to what I was actually, the first thing I sort of went off on this sidetrack on, about how one of the things they thought about Australian, the reason why they were going to be such good soldiers was because, you had your cricketers who would make great grenadiers because they've been throwing the cricket ball. And then you have footballers, both Australian rules and rugby, great infantry because, they're used to barreling through the lines. And then, of course, horse racing mad Australia has an excellent cavalry corps. And that's your main elements of your army at the late 19th century, before they sort of worked out that horses are pretty useless against Maxim machine guns. So there's that sort of story goes through a lot of where our myth around World War I comes from, and this myth of the Australian soldier sportsman. All right, back to our letter. The final officer is Lieutenant Jack Gregory. No one at the practice knew of him, just referring to him as the Long Streak. He was almost overlooked until none other than Plum Warner himself suggested he showed promise, and the selectors agreed he might develop into a fair player. I won't spoil the secret now, but let's just say cricket is in his blood. Next is Warrant Officer William Sterling. He should add some strength and stability to the inexperienced side, having had 5 seasons with South Australia before the war. He's also participated in a few of the big wartime matches. His medium pace will help give Docker a spell. The non-commissioned officers are led by Sergeant Albert Lampard. Lampard played for Victoria before the war and can be used as a wicketkeeper if necessary, and is said to be an underrated batsman.
And we're back. The teams are just walking onto the field.
Are we on Messi?
Mitchell Marsh and David Warner. I can't see you though. but I can hear you, Forthy.
Hello there, Messi. We will appear in full frame and second frame any moment now. Russ is working his magic. Anthony's emerging. He's clearing his throat. And the teams are coming back out onto the field in Lucknow. We might come back to the word Lucknow in a minute. Whenever I hear it, I remember the film Don't Look Now, starring Donald Sutherland, Julie Christie.
We're not playing in Venice, are we?
We can talk about that later. It's a great film. Australia need 312 runs to win, set by South Africa. South Africa, as I think would have been commented on at the end of the original innings, will be, I think, mildly disappointed, wouldn't you say, Messi, to have ended up on 311?
It was a strange innings. I mean, the last 10 overs, you felt like they lost the opportunity to put in another 50 runs or so, yes.
Indeed.
By the same token, this wicket is not easy to bat on.
No, okay.
And I think Australia will be really stretched. If Marsh and Warner don't really hit their stride, then I think it's going to be a real struggle for Australia.
How do you see it, Ant?
Yeah, much the same. I think South Africa probably fell 50 runs short of where I was expecting them to get to. Sort of around over 20, they looked like they were comfortably heading towards mid 300s and never really put the foot down. But again, likewise, I think this might be a little bit hard for the Australians to chase.
Do you think, okay, I'd probably make Australia about 55-45 from here. I don't know whether you, is that how you see it, you reckon, or would you say it the other way around?
I'd say it the other way around, I think.
Well, that's always one feels a little more down on one's own side, I guess.
That's exactly true. That is exactly true.
So that's just natural human pessimism coming to the fore. But speaking as a strict neutral on this one, I'd probably have Australia.
Oh, you've still got the anyone but Australia vibe going, haven't you?
No, Messi. No, not at all. It's going to be Lungi Ngidi opening the bowling for South Africa. 50 matches, 79 wickets, average 27. So no shortage of experience here. A mild surprise. You would have thought they might have opened with Rabada?
Yes, you would have thought. We'll see how Ngidi goes here.
Well, he's coming in now. Big-shouldered man, goes slightly wide of the crease, and Warner straight away tries to pull it, doesn't get all of it. It balloons up to where nobody is, just short on the onside. Wicketkeeper comes round and fields, so don't know whether... I imagine one of the strategies for the faster bowlers will be off-cutters into the pitch, which I think Australia ended up bowling a great deal of towards the end, just to take the pace off. We'll see whether that transpires.
By the same token, with the new ball, I think real pace and pitching it up is the biggest vulnerability of these two.
It's actually Marsh who's facing up, and he glides that one down to long leg. He's off the mark. Australia are up and running, 1 for 0 off the 2 balls so far. It's Mitch Marsh, in case you're wondering which of the many Marshes is at the crease.
Any Marsh will do.
Any Marsh in a storm. Funny the Marshes, aren't there? There's always got to be a Marsh out there somewhere.
Well, there's Bison, there's Sauce, there's Swampy. There's another Marsh too, isn't there?
Well, there's Rod, Jeff, Mitch and Sean.
Yeah, Rod.
Rod was Iron Gloves, wasn't he, when he first came into the scene?
Yeah, Bacchus though, he was.
Bacchus, of course. Bacchus Marsh, for those unfamiliar with the Australian suburbs. So Warner to face his first ball. Ngidi comes round the wicket to him. He knocks it off his legs. Has he got it all the way? Not quite. Neat bit of fielding there by Jansen on the boundary edge. They'll come back for 2. Move on to 3 for 0. None for 3 in Australian terms. Bit of confusion the other night when couldn't tell whether it was 3 for 2 or 2 for 3, depending on what country you hailed from when India were playing Australia.
It's important to get out of that range as soon as possible.
Exactly, yeah. It doesn't often happen that there's some confusion. Real beanpole of a man, Jansen, isn't he? Can't remember seeing it. He's a real Bruce. It's like Bruce Reed, who's been stretched on the rack an extra few inches there.
Yeah.
Ngidi in again. Warner looking for the quick single. This will be the last hurrah for some of these players, especially Warner, won't it, Ant?
Yeah, you'd think so. He's definitely been on a downwards trajectory over the last few years as gets older, and you see it with a lot of the players that are just instinct players. They get older, the eyesight starts to go, and
it's the eyes. It's all in the eyes.
It's all the
it's
eyes.
all in the eyes. Having a look at Joel Wilson, who's taken off his dark glasses. Whether that makes him see any better, we yet to find out. Oh, that's come back. It's clipped. It's a pinned Warner, but it would have been going down leg. We think, don't we?
yeah, I think so there. But yeah, that's that seam movement that you were talking about coming into play.
Saw a little glimpse of having a little look at this one again. Too high as well, most likely.
Heaps of movement though.
Yeah, that's interesting. Under the lights, quite a lot of movement. I was in transit for the end of the first innings. Did the dew come down? Do we know?
We didn't see any, but the catches went down.
The catches went down. I did hear about those. That one swung in again to Warner, who's circumspect, I think is the correct expression. Dot ball at the end of the first over, Australia 3 for no wicket. Messi.
Before I go on, I'll just tell you Warner's ODI average for the last 3 years, and he's played 12, 13 and 11 in 2020, 2022 and 2023. 42.27, 42.46, 43.10.
Yeah,
so
too
it's
shabby.
Remarkably consistent, isn't it?
Not too shabby.
Keeps stirring it. So everybody's still on. Oh, Jay's back with us. He says, man, I were enjoying that. He means the Ants' historical journey over lunchtime. Luckily, I now have fourth. He reminded me of lunatic European dwarfs, so I feel at home.
Happy to help out, Jay, as always. Whatever you want to talk about, we're happy to raise it.
You can get that whole podcast series on my website, which is anthonykondon.com.
Very worthwhile.
Excellent. Stephen Kelt wants to know Guerrilla Cricket's resident historian is... Tony Bishop and I are old enough to live most of it, so we just relay our own stories.
It's Marco Jansen in from the other end, left arm over. Strays down the leg side, glanced off his hips by Marsh, hasn't quite gone all the way, not quite enough pace on it, and Rabada, or Ngidi, it's Ngidi in fact I think, does the fielding down at long leg.
And
come back for 2.
Another good bit of movement through the air there on that one, so...
Yeah, exactly right.
It's
Richard Illingworth, the umpire, standing at this end. He once got a wicket in his very first over of Test cricket, 1995 against West Indies. Oh, we're seeing the Australians. Oh, they've more or less concur with me rather than you, gents. It's 47% Australia. Oh, no, they don't. They concur with you, in fact.
Yes.
Sorry. Australia 47%, South Africa 53%. I got over
excited there. Then we know they're shit anyhow, so that doesn't really help anybody.
Rather pointless. Already Mitch Marsh is taking off his helmet and getting rid of a bit of the sweat, I think. This is only in the second over. Must be very humid.
Does look a lot damper out there now than it did at the end of the South African innings.
I think they've swapped one humid venue in Chennai for another one in Lucknow here, Australia. But it is India. And that's steered down to long leg by Marsh. It could come through for 1.
Well, it's 32 degrees and 33% humidity, so that's actually not too bad compared to some of what's ahead.
That might be a little bit old. I've got 29 and 54 on mine.
54.
Oh,
right.
Yep. So that's if that is correct, and you're looking at one that's a bit older, that's come up.
Maybe it's just alternative facts.
Yes.
yes.
Alternative facts.
My wet bowl's better than your wet bowl.
Interesting little triangle there. Second slip dead level with the keeper, and first slip as is normal, 3 steps back. There we go. That one came off the seam, I think, from Jansen, didn't it? Rather than through the air. That one it jagged away from Warner through to the keeper. Dot ball.
Quite a bit of bounce off it too.
Yep. Now we did Don't Look Now for our film club, Cinema Club, which was a choice of mine. And if you've never seen it, strong recommendation from me.
No, I don't think I've ever heard of it.
It's a 1974 film directed by Nicholas Roeg, who also directed Walkabout. Classic Australian film.
Donald Sutherland, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Jansen comes in again, and is right on the money, defended off the back foot by Warner. Dot ball. Set in Venice, about a grieving couple, Donald Sutherland and Judy Christie. Never better, either of them, in my opinion. And it's a melange of genres, I would say. It's got some horror, it's got some intimacy, it's got some thriller components. It's set in Venice, so it's a travelogue. And we're going to
any film in Venice is all right by me.
Oh, you'll love it.
You're about to lose your screen, by the way.
We are about to lose our screen. So that's played off his hips by Warner. I can't really see what's happening, but I'm so used to dealing with dodgy feeds that I'm also used to making it up as I go along. That's not a problem. However, in 107 seconds, we might lose things altogether. No, he's well done, and he's paused it, so he's put a hold on our problem. Although we do have a big white box across the centre of the screen. That's not a problem, won't hold us up. That went for a leg by the way. That fifth ball of the over. Ant's doing some emergency repairs. Janssen in again. Well, it was big forward defensive, but clipped off the pad. Joel Wilson says no, they're not thinking of reviewing. At the end of the second over, Australia have got off to a stately start. Bavuma says, shall we have a look at it? And they decide against. 7 for no wicket, Messi.
So there's not much going on out there on Twitter or on YouTube. I just wanted to say I enjoyed Ant's podcast too, but most of all I wanted to say how much I enjoyed the previous one I heard where he was talking about the Wacker and the history of that, because as you'd appreciate, I've had a long history of going to watch cricket at the Wacker. It's where I learned to support Australia rather than England because of Dennis Lilly. So thank you, Ant.
Yeah, and Gideon again. Played off back foot by Warner to point. You want to tell us a little bit about your history of the Wacker, Ant, while you're here?
So that episode is the one that's on my website under the title of Pitches Have Niches. And it's basically a discussion about what makes pitches do what they do. And so in regards to the Wacker, it's talking about... the big thing about the Wacker is, of course, the Fremantle Doctor, which is the wind that comes through in the afternoon. And that has a big impact on drying out the pitch, and therefore that's one of the things that made it so bouncy and yeah.
And Gideon again round the wicket. Bouncer to Warner. Don't think it'll be a wide. I think he judged that very well. But good bit of cricket, really. And Gideon saw the aggressive Warner coming down the pitch, dug it in, got it up head high. Warner pulled out of the shot and just ducked inside it. So good cricket all round. Do we not have the Fremantle Doctor with the new stadium anymore?
It doesn't get in nearly as much because of the
gaps in the stands. Yeah.
Well, yeah, and I think the Wacker was like a big bowl one as well, so it come in over the top, kind of like how Waverley and Melbourne used to be.
Yeah.
And Gideon again round the wicket. Ooh, starts that one wider and it jags back off the seam, and Warner plays all around it, completely misses it. It's bowling well here, Nagidi.
It's almost outswinging and then cuts in off the seam, and geez,
unplayable.
Hard one to read that. Yeah,
very hard one to read. It was a little bit fortunate he didn't get one of those huge outside edges and inside edges and play on there.
I would say there's a lot of misremembering about the Wacker too, because while it did have some very, very fast pitches, it also had some really rubbish pitches.
Did
on
it?
occasions too.
Yeah, that's not how I remember. What the mythology is, clearly, And Geedy around the wicket again. Oh, and that one's coming in through the air. That one swung in, but because it came straight out of the hand and was swinging in all the way, those banana balls are easier to read, and Warner just defended it perfectly competently.
One of the extraordinary things about the Wacker is that 4 of the 10 fastest test centuries ever were scored at the Wacker. I'm not sure if that's still current, but it certainly was about 5 years ago.
Roy Fredericks the fastest?
I think it might be. Adam Gilchrist was one of them.
Yeah, Gilchrist against England in 06, 07, Roy Fredericks famously just went nuts. He was a reasonably defensive batsman most of the time. Warner just drops it. Shapes to run. Marsh says, no way, mate.
Brian Lara had a big one at the Wacker as well, I think, didn't he?
Yeah. I'll just tell you the other ones. Adam Gilchrist was the fastest there on 57 deliveries.
Yeah.
David Warner 69, Chris Gale 70, and Roy Fredericks 71.
Okay.
And there's still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4 of the fastest 9 Test centuries ever. It's extraordinary when you think
That is
about
extraordinary. And is the mythology correct? Perhaps one of you two can tell me after this ball. Warner facing Ngidi. 1 ball for a maiden. Lets it go by. It is a maiden. So Australia 7 for no wicket after 3 overs. A very quiet start for them. And is the mythology correct that ball once went for 6 byes straight over the keeper's head?
Do you know, I can't say for sure. I've got a feeling it might be right, but I'm not positive. I understand we're due for a change because we started late.
Oh,
we're
okay.
Going on half-hourly turnovers.
I see.
So-
Right. Okay. Right.
Yep. So I'll stick here.
Yep.
So I'm going to have Sapun come in to do ball by ball. And Sapun come in to do ball by ball. And Ayaz,
I'm getting my camera on.
Ayaz returning for comments.
on?
And I'm going to do... Yes, we can hear you. You are on. Yep. So as...
Okay.
We've got Janssen now bowling to Marsh. Just clips that one down to third man, takes a single. So it's 8 for none.
Now, I might be a bit distracted. I did put this out on the tweets, but turns out I've got a feed of the European Cricket Championships as well. And it's currently Germany chasing Luxembourg, who set a target of 95 in 10 overs, and Germany are currently 33 for 1. As Janssen is in to Warner, who's playing a splendid cover drive and working that all the way through the boundaries for 4 runs. Excellent shot from Warner, just a classic cricket shot, taking him to 6 off 14. And Australia now only have 300 to chase.
Great shot. I think they've left the cover open for Warner to encourage him to play that shot, but he's played it really well. The cover is quite square.
Yeah, if you want him to play that shot, you need to not so much defend it, but you need to bowl in a way that people go, if you mistimes it, it's going to be a wicket. As that's a much straighter line. Warner just manages to work it off the middle stump, and they scamper through for a quick single.
Yeah, I've always believed, he's got, Janssen has got 2 slips, so he's certainly looking for that outside edge from Warner. So in that sense, he could always have the cover open and have a third man and second person out, he could have a deep cover. So encourage him to play that shot. But even if he gets it well, he still doesn't get a boundary. There's no, if he's bowling that line and trying to get him out that way, there's no point having a fine leg, which is the conventional thing.
As Janssen come in and Marsh top edges it, and it goes all the way up in the air, and it hangs around for quite a bit, and it just lands in the outfield. There's no fielder around there. It just gets collected, and they managed to run 2 there, but that was a miss hit by Marsh. I'm not sure if it was timing or bounce that got him there. Just having a look at the replay. It was timing. He wanted to hit it out to a boundary for 6, but he just couldn't connect at the right time.
Yeah, I think it just came a bit quicker than he expected.
And next ball is shaping away from Marsh, and he's playing straight with a straight bat and missing it completely as it's collected behind the stumps for no run.
Yeah, it's a beautiful delivery. Yeah, I was talking earlier that with the fast bowlers, in the first power play, the convention always is to have the third man and the fine leg. But if they really want Warner to go for the drive, and that's the way that they're looking to get him out of Janssen with the 2 slips, then there's no point having the fine leg. Have him at deep cover and leave the cover open in the infield and encourage him to have a go.
It's Janssen in again, and that's a slight bit of swing away. And Marsh just raises his bat in a very test match style defence and lets that go as Australia 15 for 0. Amph.
We've got Warren who's just saying Adman in. He makes it up as he goes along. Shocking reveal. Leah saying that David Warner is like life in the dark ages, unpleasant, brutal and short. Don't remember where I heard that. Paraphrasing Hobbes's Leviathan, talking about life without government would be solitary, poor, nasty, brutish and short. Over on YouTube, Nicholas Agar saying, "Come on, SA, Warner bully boy, and get Brody." I don't think Brody would make an impact in this game because he doesn't play for either of the teams.
And Giddy into Warner, who plays it through the backward point, and they manage to squeeze through a single there. Warner moves to 8 off 16. And just in the other game going on at the moment, Germany 52 for 1 after 3 overs, chasing 95 against Luxembourg.
What is this? Is it like some
European
kind of
Cricket
T10 tournament?
Championship, T10 tournament. It's one of my
right.
favourite things to
Okay.
watch.
But I mean, where are they playing it? It's quite cold, getting quite cold now. The cricket season is over.
There's
Or
quite
the
a bit of
weather.
sun wherever they're playing it. So I think somewhere down
Oh, okay.
maybe in Spain.
Right. Okay.
So the best thing about it is that the people playing cricket there look like me in terms of overweight and not very fast, as that's a Yorker line in from Ngidi and just dug out by Marsh through the point for no run.
Giddy is getting some kind of hint of late swing. Even this last one just swung away a bit towards the end.
Question for you guys: would you prefer the old system where there was one ball that went for the 50 overs, or are you preferring the 2 balls for 25 overs that we have in the modern one days?
Definitely the old one. Reverse swing coming into play.
Yes, Ngidi
Added
comes
so
in
much to the game.
and that's bat pad, but a very good line from Ngidi, and Marsh is missed it completely. So no run, but very good work.
I know one of the Australian players was saying, I think it might have been Marsh, was saying that the ball even by 25 overs, it's starting to get so trashed it's hard to hold on to. He was saying by the end of his stint, it was a challenge to have it come out of the hand correctly. So
Yes, Gideon again, and that's again. You're right, AUS. There's a bit of late swing, but Marsh is behind it and just works it out to cover for no run. So Australia currently
Yeah, but I think
16
with
for
the
naught.
2 new balls, being Pakistani, of course, I just miss reverse swing. That added so much to the game. And we've got such good, even in world cricket right now, we've got such good proper fast bowlers. Rabada, of course, Nortje, Pat Cummins, Stark, Bumrah, the Pakistani contingent as well.
bit of sandpaper you can get it reversing earlier than 50 overs.
To be honest, guys, let's see this ball.
As Giddy comes in, and that's a shot. And Marsh was expecting to clobber it away, but he mistimes it and just works it out for no run through to mid wicket.
Yeah, sorry, I was saying, to be honest, although I'm a batsman, but genuinely some form of ball tampering should be allowed, because the game is so heavily
In
tilted
favour of
towards
the batsman,
exactly. Something has to be allowed. It's the thing that Imran Khan and Wasim Akram used to say, that they can give you a rough ball. They will give you a rough ball, to the England bowlers, but you still have to have a lot of skill and pace to actually get it to reverse. It's not that simple about ball tampering. So let's see this ball.
And final ball of the over, and Marsh again just defends it out. I think he's timed it slightly better here, but Australia finished at over 16 for naught. Germany currently 75 for 1 off 4 overs, chasing 95, so they've 20 runs to win, and they've just hit a 6.
So we got
maybe not sandpaper, but the chewing gum or lozenges that Rafaq du Plessis used. Something has to be allowed.
Oh yes, the English love the Mentos, I think it was.
The Mentos, yeah, exactly. Prescott, I think it was, who used the Mentos or something like that.
Yeah. I think Flintoff definitely used a very particular chewing gum.
Yeah. So I have the bowlers have my sympathies. I think some kind of tampering, nails, whatever, has to be allowed.
As Janssen into Warner, who works it out to mid wicket but won't take a run there. So I think Marsh is the key target. Warner looks settled. Marsh looks he's
doesn't quite have his eye in yet. And Jansen in again, and late swing from him as well. Warner doesn't go anywhere near it, just lets it go through to the cock behind the stumps. But this is the first real hint of swing we've seen, or that I've seen this tournament. So let's see if it continues.
But Jansen has removed the slips. He was initially bowling with 2 slips to Warner. Now I think he's got 1.
It's the power play.
1
Have
slip.
at least a slip, but have your 2 slips. Be confident.
Yeah, and I think they put an
As-
extra man on the cover, on the short cover. They put an extra man.
As that one's bouncing into Warner, he just manages to get a leading edge on it and defends it out. But that's a very good line from Jansen. So, very good bowling to start with from South Africa. They're seeing late swing. They're making the Australians uncomfortable. It's exactly what they need. As Jansen Yorker length, and this time Warner digs it out, works it down for a square leg boundary all the way for 4 runs. So relieving a
I
bit of the
think-
pressure.
I think the commentator's curse is definitely working for the bowlers today. As soon as we say they're bowling well, he's now bowled a half volley on leg stump. Or lower pitch delivering on a half volley. But yeah.
Yeah, David Warner will hit that to the boundary every day of the week.
Indeed.
Oh,
That's a
and
no
that's been
ball as
given a
well.
no ball.
Oh my God, that's poor.
So there's a free hit here, so Warner will be expecting to hit this for 6. So let's see what Jansen can do. And so must have been a front foot no ball.
Yep.
Yes, we're just seeing the replay.
Big
Definitely a no ball. Could have also man-catted Marsh. As he's in, and Warner gets the top edge of it, but he's not able to do much of it. I think they only managed to run 1. And Warner moves to 13 off 21. Marsh is now on strike. Australia 22 for naught.
I've got some... yep, no, we've still got a few bowls lifting this over, getting a bit confused.
Now, while we're waiting, Germany's currently 84 for 2, chasing 95. There's a S. Afridi in the batting lineup for Germany. Hopefully, it's a relation of some sort.
She doing some...
And unfortunately, the European teams aren't on quick info. As that's a wide down leg side, misses everything, and that goes all the way down to the boundary for 4 runs. So that's a 5 wide. Completely unnecessary from South Africa.
Yeah.
We have cursed them.
So what's
It's
that?
a bit of a
10 extras off this over
it's a
so
bit
far?
of-
11?
Yeah, I think he's lost his run up a bit. It's a bit of an all over the place over by Jansen. He was bowling so well. He's lost his run up a bit. I think he's looking at the crease while walking back to his mark.
It's but yeah, 4 good overs of bowling and 1 bad over. As that is right in the middle and hit straight into the air by Marsh, and that is caught by Temper Bavuva. Marsh, the key linchpin in the Australian bowling attack, has gone out for 7 runs off 15. And Australia 27 for 1. First wicket lost after 5.5 overs. And this over's still gone for 11. And there's 1 delivery to
Very
come.
eventful over. Very eventful over. 5 wides, a boundary, no ball, and now a wicket.
And that was a lofted drive that no pace on it, and there was no way that wasn't going to go to Temper Bavuma down at mid-on.
Yeah. I think Marsh was, because the previous balls by Jansen had swung in to the right-hander. He was playing for someone thinking it would swing in and just flick it over square leg, but this one just held its line and hit high on the bat, spooned up to the South African captain, who's showing the Australians how to catch.
Yes, I was quite surprised at the number of drop catches towards the tail end of the Australian bowling innings, especially some of the ones who were dropping the catches. As Jansen taking his time to prep for the last ball of his over. He's got a wicket, so he's happy with that, but the rest of this over has not been all that good. And Steve Smith is now out at the crease, ready to play some cricket and hit the ball around.
Steve Smith, of course, will have his own way of dealing with the late swing and Jansen's height. Unique batsman.
As Jansen comes in to Smith, and that's a much better line. Smith has to walk across to defend, and no run there. That's the end of the over. 27 for 1. And how are the socials going? Can't hear you, Am.
Yes, so we've got Lee saying as an Anikas Hobbs can go F himself. Muttley saying loving how you guys are able to rip the piss out of the whole sandpaper thing still. Why not? It was pretty funny. And Muttley saying just noticed no jingles today. We do have jingles. It's mainly just that I'm having an absolute shocker. One of my worst games in a long time, that's for sure. They are here. I just keep forgetting to play them, so I'll endeavour to get more onto that.
As Ngidi in to Warner, who just lets that go through to the cock for no run. And Germany has just beaten Luxembourg in the second game of the European Cricket Championship.
Shahid Afridi did go out though.
Afridi did go out, unfortunately.
Yep.
But he did quite a good work. I think they got the runs in about 5 overs. As Gideon, and that is bouncing, and it's hit Warner on the bat, and it's dropped straight down at his feet. Somehow it's missed the stumps. It's missed pushing Warner back onto his stumps.
Miss ballooning
everything
up.
was happening there.
Yeah. I think life there for Warner.
They were showing on the screen the South African bowler Kutsi being very, very happy with the last wicket. And it's good to know that he's as animated when he's not playing as when he is playing.
Yeah.
He's a proper character when he's on the field. Kutsi.
There's Gideon again, and that one is trying to hit through cover by Warner, but there's splendid fielding out there and no run. So that's 3 dot balls at the start of this over. So very good pressure from Ngidi. So a lot of good dives. And Ngidi into Warner again. That's a wider line, and Warner swings at it and gets back to it, but it goes straight to short cover again. And that's a bit of a risky shot from Warner. And there is a slip in play, and this is what Ngidi's waiting for. And then there'll probably be a speed variation now, and hoping Warner will play the exact same shot and top edge it to Quinton de Kock.
I think Warner is a bit disappointed. He reckoned that he should have cut that for 4. But the ball did hold up in the wicket a bit.
As Ngidi in, and there is a bit of pace taken off that. And Warner's behind it, tries to drive it through cover, but again just hits the really strong infield. And no run.
Yeah. Ngidi is really good with his slower balls and his cutters. So he's obviously learned from the Australian fast bowlers and how they bowled in the last 10 overs. and he's keeping it kind of short of a length, banging into the wicket and rolling his fingers over the ball. Already in the 7th over.
This might be a maiden for Gidi as he preps his long run up. That's over the wicket, and this time that is caught.
Oh.
The bowling plan has worked. Warner tries to smash it through covers, and again just hits the fielder back at cover, and that is caught. And Warner is out. So Smith is on 0. Labuschagne will be coming out to bat, and Australia 27 for 2 after 7 overs, and in all sorts of trouble.
Yeah, Warner's been looking.
Warner's
been looking pretty average the whole time he's been in. That one before, we were talking about that bump back into the ground. You look in the slow-mo and he was not looking at the ball. So I think that might be something in that he hasn't been able to pick up the ball tonight and has just been swinging at it and eventually gets the inevitable.
Yeah, it's a very well planned wicket because they've been banging away at that short of a length, just back of a length, and kind of rolling the fingers over the ball with a packed offside field. He had last 2 balls also he tried to cut, but they didn't get hold of it. And when he did get hold of one, it went straight to the cover point fielder. Very well planned by South Africa.
Very well planned, very well executed. Wicket maiden, Wangidi. Very well done. Anything on the tweets?
Yeah, over on YouTube, we've got Richard Harmon, who's just been just found out about the ECC due to the chat and is thanking us for the tip. And Stephen Kelk over there saying the ECC is great fun. It's a pretty good reflection of what grassroots cricket looks like across continental Europe, although the T10 format is bottled madness.
Yes, the next game starting in 35 minutes is Norway versus Scotland. So anyone else who can get that feed up, and not just me if they want to commentate on both games at once. It's always a good one just to pop over and just. And it was a Shahid Afridi in the German side. It's got 18 runs. As Marnus Labuschagne out on the crease. So both Australian batsmen out on the crease are yet to score. They're 2 very dangerous batters, but there's also a chance of a stupid run out between Smith and Labuschagne might go out a platinum duck. As that's into Jansen, slight bit of swing away, and Smith just lets that go through to de Kock for no run.
A platinum duck? I know a diamond duck's going out without facing a ball. It's a platinum duck.
Oh, sorry, diamond duck's what I meant. Platinum duck is going out first ball of an innings, I think.
Okay.
There is a platinum duck. That's the definition I remember. But if anyone else on the Twitter sphere or YouTube
that
can,
sounds like it makes sense.
Confirm. As Jansen into Smith, who works that off his pad and actually beats the infield. I'm not sure if that was a misfield or not, and that actually managed to run all the way to the boundary for 4 runs. Not a deserved 4.
I'm going to do it though.
I think the fielders should have stopped that.
Here we go.
You gotta have fun, Rudy. You gotta have fun.
There you go, Mudley.
Good work, Av. See if you can get the Atmos going.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the Atmos is on. I can hear it. Can you not hear it?
Oh, it's not coming through on the Zoom, then. That's all good. If it's going, as long as it's going out to the listeners.
I don't know. If the jingles are coming through the Zoom, then that should.
Yes. Yeah, good point. As Jansen in, and again, a bit of swing away from Smith, but he just lets it go behind Quinton de Kock. So Smith 4 off 4, Australia 31 for 2 after 7.3 overs.
Pump the Atmos up a little bit. Oop, nope, there we go.
It's Jansen in again, and Smith pulls it straight to cover, and there's no run there. I think he wanted that to go further than it did, but he just couldn't get the right timing there.
Australia need a partnership here. They need not worry about the run rate for now. They just bat the next 15 overs.
And Jansen into Smith, who defends it forward, tries to run for a single, realises the ball didn't go anywhere near far enough as it sort of makes its way down to mid-off, and they get back for no run. So 4 off the over so far. The 4 that shouldn't have been a 4. Yeah, but otherwise, good bowling from Jansen and still getting some late swing. And Jansen comes in again, and that's down leg side. They'll be given a wide. So Australia moves to 32 off 2. And there's been 8 extras so far this innings.
Has had top scoring?
No, I think Warner got a little bit more.
Yeah, 13.
As Jansen's last ball of the over, which is a bouncer that Smith pulls away all the way through to the cover boundary for 4 runs.
That's a great shot by Steve Smith.
Got a jingle for that.
I hit the ball, 4 runs. I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
And was that the last ball of the over there?
Yes.
Yeah,
So Australia 36 for 2.
We're due for a change, so I'm going to get out of here pretty soon. Russ will come in when he gets here. Messers is going to take over social, and Forth is going to come and join me for the
again.
special comments.
See you in a bit.
Good. See you later. Thank you. Muttley says, just sort of a way to further milk and oversaturate the cricket market. What about some version of Masters games, cricket superstars for 40-plus-year-old retired international players? That's already a thing, Muttley. There's a Masters T20, I think, that was going in the UAE a few months ago. They're all very pleased with themselves, fooling around. And it was very dull, to be honest. I didn't give a shit who won, even though they were great players.
Is Nagidi in for the first ball of the over? He's turned it around the corner of Labuschagne for 2. His first delivery, so he's off the mark. Australia 2 for 38. 8.1 overs.
Welcome back, Russell.
In the ambience since I was last here with those 2 wickets, got the 2 big beasts of the Australian team of the last few years, Smith and Labuschagne at the crease now.
Yes, although I don't know if I fully trust them as one-day players.
No.
No.
It's Nagidi into the Labuschagne. Into his pads, it sort of pops up and he stops in the middle of the pitch and lets them get through for a single. I feel like he should have charged after that. But score goes on 2 for 39. That'll be a leg by, I think. Yes.
It's beginning to feel a little bit like, the Rolling Stones have released another album with the Australian team, isn't it? No, it's the same outfit, same as the Ashes. Mind you, England can talk. That's a pretty elderly team too.
There's a few around. But I mean, I think they'd be relieved they don't have to deal with spinners like Ashwin and Jadeja this time. At least gives them some hope.
For sure, they'll have to meet them sooner or later, though. Later, actually.
Is Nagidi
Well, they already have.
Short into Smith, and he's hit him in the stomach as he tried to pull. No run.
Yeah. Yes.
This wicket is really hard work. I mean, this makes de Kock's century look even better, I think. The difficulty these guys are having.
And I missed the very early part of the game. Was the pitch playing, was it relatively speaking easier to get your runs at that point?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I really don't. I think it was always tough.
Nagidi, it's on a length to Smith, who's defending out on the onside for no run.
I mean, there was one ball in particular I remember, a short ball from Hazelwood that flew over the batsman's head way out of reach of the keeper.
Yeah.
It went for 4 byes and 5 wides, I suppose it probably was. But it got off a reasonably decent length, and yet there was another one that didn't quite shoot through, but kept relatively low and didn't even reach the wicketkeeper.
Well,
so there's definitely two pace pitch.
2 pace pitch. Well, in that case, 310 looks quite formidable total.
Not the first one we've seen in this World Cup either. Here's Nagiti again. It's short to Smith, and he pulls that very well around the corner. It's going to be cut off on the boundary. Good piece of fielding by the lanky Janssen. And they'll run through for 2, I think. So score goes to 2 for 41.
I heard someone sort of describe him as an elongated Alan Mullally.
Yeah, I swear to God he sleeps on a rat because he looks longer every time I see him.
He does.
He did well to get down to that because it's a fair way.
He looks quite flexible, despite he's got very he's got lengthy arms. I'm not going to say long levers because I get fined for that.
You do.
So I'd just be very clear, I did not say that.
Isn't Getty short outside off stump, and Smith is cutting it down to fine leg. He'll just pick up a single. Score goes to 42. That's the end of the over.
Muttley says he didn't know that was the thing already. Sorry, I'm picking up bits and pieces of something. So David says, who would be the Keith Richards of the Aussie side? Well, I think it'd probably be Brad Holger who'd come back, wouldn't he? And just keep going forever.
Yes. Well, it's probably David Warner if it's anyone, I suppose, if of the current team.
Yeah. He has been around for a very long time. Yeah. And I think he'll be a bit like MS Dhoni. I think he'll keep going in the IPL for another few years.
Yeah.
Because he just always makes runs there.
Pat Cummins is a sort of Mick Taylor who came in at the end of the 60s, meant to be the best guitar player, one of the best in the world, but just never quite fitted in because he had a different way of looking at things.
The broadcaster says Janssen, but I'm pretty sure a Trubada bowling the first ball has turned around to square leg for no run.
Yes.
Look of steely determination. I mean, in my opinion, for what it's worth, I really don't think the Rolling Stones have made they haven't really made a decent song in 40 years, and you could argue 50.
Here's Rabada again to Smith. He's defending on the back foot, out in the offside.
So 50 years takes us back to what, 73?
I didn't even like Exile on Main Street, although I'm prepared to accept that now it has its virtues. I didn't mind Miss You, and I didn't mind Undercover. I mean, they were okay, and I didn't mind Angie as a kind of ballad. But with 3 songs in 50 years, it's not a great return on investment.
Nah. All their best songs were in the 60s, of course.
Yeah, I think so.
Rabada into Smith's pads. He's going to turn that very fine, and he's going to pick up 4 runs for that. So, how are these jingles going today? Hit one of these?
They're going slowly today, like the Australians.
There we go.
Actually, it's a good question. What do the Rolling Stones have in common with Dennis Lilly?
Okay. Could you give us a little more than that?
Apart from their age.
I mean,
in terms of where they've played.
Oh, okay. They both played at the MCG, have they?
No, well, I don't know. They might have, but they certainly both played at the Wacker in 1973.
Played at the Wacker, right? Okay.
He's Rabada to Smith. He's driving on the up, and that's a cracking shot through the covers for 4. He gets it past the cover fielder who dived, and it races away to the fence. Score goes 2 for 50. Smith's 19 or 15. It's good stuff for him. We got a little. No, that's not at all what that shot was like. Thanks, George.
I was going to go for Keith, because it's Dennis Keith Lilly, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yes, that's true.
Keith is a name that you don't get very often these days.
Not these days, you don't.
Nah.
Rabada, it's into the pads of Smith. He's not really quite finding his lines. He's going to appeal, but I don't know which set of stumps he thought it was hitting. No run, though.
Didn't look right.
So Al Hodge asks a good question. Would an Australian loss put them in a must-win mode for the rest of the tournament, or do they have one more loss to play with? The answer to that is maybe. The last World Cup, which had also the same number of teams, 2 teams qualified for the last 4 with 3 losses, but Pakistan didn't, and they also had 3 losses, so it was a net run rate thing.
Yeah, people always go on and on and on about how unlucky New Zealand were in the last half hour of the last World Cup. Well, they were phenomenally lucky to be in the bloody final in the first place. Pakistan really should have been.
Interrupt to note, they have reviewed this, despite the fact that hitting on leg stump was going down, was given not out and was quite high.
I'd be amazed if that's doing anything except it could just about be clipping the very, that the corner apex, if that's the correct word, of top of leg stump and the bail, but
hitting outside leg, isn't it?
Almost certainly going to miss.
It is. Well,
oh my God, I don't
managed
believe it. I do not believe
Take it back. It was hitting on.
Well, I mean, Smith is
leg,
gobsmacked, and so am I.
And it's hitting right in the middle of leg stump, according to.
That's impossible.
The review, I.
No
Smith
wonder.
is shocked. I think the umpire's shocked.
Well, Joe Wilson, because it's Joe Wilson, of course, we're all used to him reversing his decision. Well, on this occasion, every sympathy with Joe Wilson, who was also flummoxed, and Smith is taking an age to walk off, and I'm not surprised. I mean, it just didn't look right.
It did not look right at all. But Australia is 3 for 50. They might have.
Well,
this will be a very interesting discussion point later.
There's technology is fallible.
It is fallible.
There's no such thing as perfect technology.
Tend to get it wrong when it's
it doesn't.
Bounced well in front of the batter, though.
No, it's if the machine.
I would like to see the technology played with the actual ball flight rather than the projected ball flight, showing it where it hits him. Because I can't believe that was hitting in line with leg.
It doesn't often happen, to be fair. And, I'm a big fan of the technology in general terms. Every so often, you get one and you think, what the hell was that?
Yeah.
Well.
Yeah.
It would help Stephen Smith, who despite... Go, Messi.
Yeah, I was just going to say Australia's in the shit, isn't it?
Slightly, yeah.
Yeah, a little bit.
50 for 3 and the end of the 10th, basically.
I mean, as long as they either take it to a close game or get out early, I don't really mind. I'm going to drag this out and not be 100 runs behind it after 50 overs.
Can all get to bed.
We'll all be very irritated.
Josh Inglis, presumably for his first match in a World Cup.
Yes. It's only its second or third ODI, isn't it?
Yeah. He'll definitely be. I mean, Alex Carey was just a matter of time. I suppose the surprise was it came after one match of the World Cup and not before the World Cup began. So Josh Inglis hasn't had a chance to really get his head round this, but here he is.
Here's Rabada. His first ball's outside stump and he's going to leave it alone. The end of the over. A successful one after 2 fours. Smith out. 3 for 50 off 10.
Well, there's a surprise I didn't know. This is Inglis's 9th ODI.
Okay.
Average of 17.
It's only 17. Yeah.
It's not.
Oh. Yeah.
I feel when the selectors make a quick, what seems like a quick decision, they either didn't have a lot of faith in. They must have not had a lot of faith in their first decision, in the sense that they're like, well, we're going to go either way, and then they're like, actually, now we've seen it. That was a bad choice. Because otherwise you should be like, well, it is just a once-off.
I don't know what you guys feel. I felt that ever since the Bairstow incident, which, by the way, he was out, to be for the sake of clarity, the guy was out. But I felt that having a nation under your skin got under his skin, and I never felt he was quite the same. He hasn't been quite the same player since then. I mean, he seems like a really nice guy, a really regular guy, and I think that's the problem. Warner would have been is able to shrug it off and just carry on. I sense, could be wrong, that Carey has let it get to him a bit.
Yeah, it sort of gives you that feeling, doesn't it? Because he really hasn't had his mojo about him since then. Look behind you. Sapun is not a happy guy. He says, why the fuck is Inglis before Maxwell?
Don't look now.
Maharaj is on it, short of a length to Labuschagne, who tries to cut. Is unsuccessful in doing so. It's through to the keeper.
I like to get a terrible pun in every game. if
well,
at all possible.
We've had more than our quota in this game.
Maharaj again. This one's on off stump, and Labuschagne is not really using his feet in any way with any purpose. He just defends it straight down into the ground.
Well, South Africa not only have got Australia 53, they're well placed. Got better stocks in the spinning department here as well.
Here's Maharaj. It's into the pads of Labuschagne, but he's only defending. The mid wicket comes in quickly. There's a slip in. South Africa still attacking even after the power play, at least to some extent. Maharaj again. It's outside of stump. Labuschagne cuts. It's pretty well cut, but it'll only get the single to Jansen at deep point.
And you were saying, Russ, that you didn't really trust Smith and Labuschagne in the ODI format, and just having a look at that. Yeah, still doesn't look right the more you look at it. Maybe a little less wrong.
I mean, it says hitting, but it's right in the middle of the seam, so I get another another centimetre across, they would have got umpire's call on that, I think. And
yeah, that's right.
Both of the batters
lots
are
of
just
amusement
like,
on both their faces.
No idea
the
what
fuck was that?
In the margin of error, but still out. This is edged
Well
by
played,
Inglis as
well
he goes
played,
on the
Inglis,
back
go all the
foot.
way.
I don't think that's where he intended to get it, but it's going to run away into the fence for 4, taking the score into 3 for 55.
Does seem like quite a rapid outfield. Do you want to play a 4 jingle?
Sure.
Does seem like quite a rapid
Yeah, that
outfield.
There you go. Very rapid.
So that will help Australia's cause.
Well, very necessary, isn't it?
Nice ball over from Maharaj. He's going to put this on off stump, and it's again defended on the back foot through the vacant point region. Ingles will take a single, scores 356.
Looks rather like a Giacometti figure, doesn't he, Marco Jansen? You know that sculptor who had those...
Ah, yes. Giacometti, is that how you pronounce it?
I think so. Yeah.
I'm very uneducated. I would have said Giacometti.
Oh, it could be.
No, you're probably right.
Not sure. Anyway, Messi can adjudicate. Giacometti or Giacometti, do you reckon, Messi?
Oh, Giacometti. In Australian.
Giacometti.
Anthony's going to tell us.
Ant's coming in.
Giacometti.
Oh, with a je. We're all wrong. It's a Giacometti.
French? Is he French?
I think he's Italian.
Italian is.
Yeah. Well, each their own, I say. Brown in Brisbane is really torn, obviously. He said, "While I like Australia to win, it's good to see Warner and Smith gone. You've been living in England too long, Brown."
Here's Rabada back in the attack, and he's bowled him! An
word.
absolute ripper from Rabada. It's
Oh, my
pitched on
goodness.
off stump, seamed away, gone straight past the bat of Inglis, who was trying to defend down the wicket. That's one you expect in the first few overs, but he's got enough movement there to rip out this Australian player. The average will not improve. 4 for 56. That's just a beautiful.
It's
delivery.
absolutely beautiful.
Yeah.
Didn't quite hit top of off, but top of off and middle, and too good for thee, lad. Pitch middle.
If you thought Steve Smith was surprised at being given out by the
Yes.
the look on Inglis's face was
He
like, I
equally surprised, but
I don't know what that was.
It's rather as Richie Bennett said all those years ago. It's gone past Gaddings. Doesn't know what's happened to him. Still doesn't know what's happened to him.
No, I'm not sure this does either. That was well, that's one of the world's best bowlers, bowling an absolute jaffa. Hey, we've got another out. Let's try this.
Kept a tad low, actually, didn't it? I don't think that affected the dismissal, but certainly
That's
didn't
a
bounce
4.
much.
What am I doing? There we go. Let's do that. This is so relaxing. It's a bit like Australia's chances in this match, I feel. They're now 4 for 56.
Yeah.
I mean, speaking as Australians, which you are, any hope here? Maxwell to come in and club something magnificent?
I mean, look, Maxwell
or bust?
Maxwell or bust, yes. I mean, Labuschagne probably could do a good supporting role, but and this Maxwell's the sort of player score anything on any pitch and
he could indeed
at any time. He might also get bowled first ball, leaving it alone, which he's done before as well.
He's having a look at his batting ranking in ODIs, which is 49, but that doesn't really tell us anything. He's one of those players in an enigma, and that's what you want at this stage. You want someone who can come off 1 in 6 or 7 times, maybe.
Well, he needs, I think, his highest ever ODI score, which is currently 108. I think he needs to get 150 here if Australia got any chance.
Well, the scene is set. He's got plenty of time. He doesn't always get in the 12th over. He is now.
Yeah. Well, Sapun will be glad to see him there anyhow.
Australia's run rate's not bad, so it's not like he needs to quickly come and accelerate. The first ball is past the outside edge. Kind of waft in a little bit at it, but I'm not sure he fully committed to the shot.
I guess in some ways perhaps I've been guilty of thinking, well, South Africa have fallen outside the big three. They have failed to invest in cricket and so on, but they have carried on investing in ODI cricket, haven't they?
Yeah.
Although they've downgraded test matches, and we're seeing the benefits of it here for them.
And I feel in some ways in the test arena particularly they've struggled to get their players on the field.
Yeah.
Or in the squad. This ball's played out to point. There's a good piece of fielding. I'm not sure if they took a single, but they shied at the...
two good bits of fielding.
Bowler's end. That was Miller there. Yes, a good piece of fielding in the backing up as well. No run taken.
And often you can tell with a team how they're looking by their fielding. And that was a superbly athletic take. Slightly wild throw, but an excellent bit of backing up there as well.
Rabada shortened into the pads of Maxwell. It's bounced off him past the diving gully, so he's going to get a single. Well, he's not going to get a single. The extras are going to get a single. Score goes down to 457. Rabada's looking very dangerous there. They're 2 for 8 already. Into his second over.
Yep. Yeah, and this is a fine South African attack. We've got it. It's well balanced. Players are young and in form, by and large. Jansen, Gizi, Rabada.
And in 2 games, their batting is put on 750 runs.
Yeah.
So it's not like they're going so badly in that space either.
One could easily imagine an India-South Africa final this early in the tournament, but a long way to go.
Labuschagne defends this last ball. Not the last ball, the second to last ball out to the covers for no run. Yeah, it's hard to imagine a South African final because they tend to choke in the semis, but you can definitely imagine them getting to the semis.
Well, the thing is that sooner or later, by the law of something or other, I mean, England won a bloody World Cup last time. If they can win it, and that was their first.
Barnes' last ball is a bouncer, and it's ducked under pretty safely by Labuschagne, so no run. 4 for 57, a wicket and 1 run off that over. A wicket maiden, technically, because of the extra.
So Brian in Brisbane says, fuck, Australia have done the gurgler now. Guerrilla Cricket says, and I would think this might be a bear, Australia as poor as their rugby team? Smith LBW looked very doubtful. That's as close to sporting as this pom will get.
The benefit of a 10-team World Cup, and particularly having qualified for it without having to do it in the actual qualifying, is that Australia probably can't come worse than their rugby team because there aren't enough teams in the World Cup to be worse than them.
Yeah, Dara's easy. Don't forget New Zealand too.
No, true. They're definitely in the shout.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, at this stage, the semis, if you were going to pick, would be India, South Africa, New Zealand, and Pakistan.
Yeah, there would be.
Maharaj is back in. He's bowling to Maxwell, is defending on the offside out to Bakel Point. A little bit of the outside edge.
He's been spot on so far, Maharaj. Every ball absolutely on a sixpence.
I wouldn't be surprised if England pipped Pakistan on net run rate to get into the finals again.
Probably.
It's Maharaj. This one's not on the sixpence. It's in the pads of Maxwell. He's only going to get a single, though, down to deep square leg who runs around.
That was on a very large picnic cloth, that one.
Maybe he was aiming there.
Yes, I think he was.
Maybe Maxwell moved his sixpence to the other side of the pitch and tricked him into bowling down the pads.
Maybe that was it.
Devious Australians, you can't trust them.
What's your feeling in relation to... Sorry, I went... can't do it while there's a spinner on.
No, his Maharaj is into the pads of Labuschagne as well. He's tried to turn around the corner, but the shot finally is in very quickly. South Africa's fielding is up for this, and the singles aren't that easy to get.
You look at a list of Australia's ODI collapses in 2023.
Well, the good news for them is they're all against teams they've just already played in the World Cup.
Yeah.
This one's on back foot, Labuschagne, playing out to cover, no run.
I think, the Australian equity and it casts such a long shadow. They've won, 4 or even 5 World Cups that no one ever writes them off. But this does not look like a vintage Australian team.
No.
Maharaj is on the back foot. Labuschagne playing out to mid-on, no run.
It's basically a repurposed test team.
Yeah, what I was going to say is for Australia, I think this year was about the World Test Championship and the Ashes. This was very much a sort of supplement.
Third on the to-do list.
And it's behind a paywall as well, so, Oh, no, it's actually not, but most white ball cricket is.
Yeah, Maharaj's last ball into the pads of Labuschagne. He plays it straight out to mid-wicket for no run. Only 1 off the over, 4 for 58. Yeah, I mean, it's remembered, though, Australia, although they won the 1987 World Cup, and that was a surprise to everybody at the time, they haven't actually won any of the other World Cups on the subcontinent. They were in the final in 96.
Sri Lanka won, yeah.
And they were not really anywhere in 2011.
No.
So the rest of their record is almost unimpeachable, but mostly because the only one they didn't win was 2019.
Yeah.
But, subcontinent's not for them necessarily. Rabada's short of a length to Maxwell, plays it straight down into his body and squirrels out to point for no run.
Why, speaking of Australians, why such a disparity on the subcontinent with such a dominant team?
Can't play spin. Don't have good spinners.
That pretty well sums it up, doesn't it?
That's
However,
I mean, they had Warren for years, and I guess that makes a difference in '96.
I
did
guess
make a difference in
the
96.
point I would make is take England, because I'm more familiar with them.
Pause for a sec as Rabada bowls this to Maxwell, who drives it straight past into Rabada and goes out to mid off for no run.
They would theoretically have the same problem, and yet have won in India a couple of times during that period. One Test series and they're generally played rather better than Australia and India, oddly, and yet collapse in a heap when they come to Australia. Strange. And you have had, Shane Warne all that time.
Here's Rabada outside off stump and beats the batter Maxwell. He's wafting at that. Well, yeah, I mean, there hasn't been. Well, no, now that I think about it, there hasn't actually been that many World Cups in the subcontinent. But and Warne was a pivotal figure in the run to the final in '96. But the next one, by the next time they came out there, he'd retired. And yes, here's Rabada. It's short of a length, and again inside edge by Maxwell into his pads. He's being troubled by both bowlers, with particularly Rabada. One run off 9 balls so far by him.
I'm going to go bravely predict that Maxwell's actually not going to make that 150 that he needs.
Well, he's 1 off 9, so he's still got 149 to go.
The current rate, he will get there in
3 days'
9,000
time.
balls. He's hedging that one, the inside edge, past the stumps. It does increase his strike rate, but that was very lucky that he wasn't just bowled. He's going to pick up 2 runs. Score goes into 64. Australia in all sorts of trouble, and Maxwell is not at all comfortable.
No. Rabada's bowling beautifully too.
Yes, yeah.
Well, that was taken from well outside off stump. Huge inside edge. Deserved to be bowled, if we're going to be honest. This last ball from Rabada is through the inside edge as well, but he didn't actually get anything on it this time. Again, flashing outside off stump, straight through to de Kock. End of the over, 4 for 60, 14 gone, and South Africa is absolutely right on top now. Australia's run rate now only just over 4 per over. I think there's drinks coming down the field. Certainly a lot of people running on with eskies, so I'm going to play the jingle.
Might as well have a turnaround, even though there's a minute to go.
Yes, we can have a turnaround.
Yeah, okay. We'll catch you in a little while.
Yep.
Drinks break. Drinks break.
Sapun welcome back.
Thanks, Ross.
Australia,
Good
shit.
to be here. Well, Inglis has done exactly what Carey would have done. So a like-for-like replacement there.
I'm not sure there are that many players in the Australian lineup in which that wasn't the result of that ball.
No,
It
but
was a pretty
I
good
still
ball.
I still don't appreciate Inglis being brought in above Maxwell.
Right, no, that's fair enough.
I would say, look, Maxwell has a chance to put a match-winning innings in. Yet, Messi was saying 150. I'm saying 200 from Maxwell to win. Is required for Australia to win. Likelihood of that happening quite low.
Yeah, look, you've scored 3 runs, and 2 of them are from all of them badly in 10 balls. Yeah, no, Maxwell doesn't look at all like he's going to score anything. Is just going to come into the box with us, so I'm hoping he's listening and or watching. Here he is.
Yeah.
And
in English, hello. In English, they say "speak of the devil," but in Urdu, when someone just appears when they have thought about or mentioned, we say that they have a long life.
I will just mention in other news, Norway is batting first against Scotland in the European Cricket Championship. The good thing about 10 over games is I think they get about 5 games a day. So rather than one game going for 10 hours, it's I think it's 40 minutes per innings is all that's allowed.
The other good thing is that I'm not sure you want to give Scotland more than 10 overs against Norway. It could get messy.
Oh, it's a team which doesn't even have their names on the back of their shirts. Oh, it's so adorable.
The South African fast bowlers have done a lot of damage. Rabada is a king fast bowler, really. One of the great fast bowlers of our era.
We said earlier that South Africa have brought 6 batters and 5 bowlers to this game, and it seems that's all they need. As Maharaj continues to fit, that was Maxwell on strike, who just works it off his pad and moves up to. Sorry, that was Labuschagne, and moves up to 4, and Maxwell comes to strike. Australia 61 for 4.
Though I must say the ball to Josh Inglis, he made it look much better than it was. He made it look like some unplayable stain to Michael Vaughan type delivery, although it wasn't. He just didn't move his feet. Just straightened a bit, but he just didn't move his feet.
As Maharaj into Maxwell, that's down leg side. Maxwell gets some bat to it and tries to drive it down to the boundary, but it gets caught by the fielder at a backward square leg for no run.
I mean, he was new to the
Glenn
crease.
Max,
In fairness to him, it's hard to move your feet when you've just jumped on.
True.
And Maxwell gives himself some room for this one as he tries to drive it through the onside, but again just goes straight to the fielder at point. So good, like we said earlier, when you bowl to your field in India, you get results. As Maharaj comes in, Maxwell plays that late and just hits it down to backward point for no run. And Maharaj getting through his over quickly.
Rifling through the over, Keshav Maharaj.
And that's it, and that's a leading edge from Maxwell, but it bounces safe before the short third leg for no run.
Glenn Maxwell, as I was saying in the first innings, he's will remain one of the unfulfilled geniuses of this generation.
And in again, and Maxwell's moving back, playing a forward drive and just defended, and Maharaj fields that himself for no run. Australia 61 for 4. Anything on the Twitter, Russ?
Glenn Runnels says, hello from South Africa. You guys are a tad biased here. Loving it. Go to my mighty Proteas. Have a great day, lads. And Muttley says...
we aren't biased. We are completely 100% neutral at all times.
And Muttley says, nothing worse than choking on a semi. I think he's picking on me. It's
Muttley.
late, Muttley.
I've also noticed he tweeted that to @White rather than @Whiteline Wireless. So, Andrew White in Los Angeles, California, welcome to the call. As Rabada plays that to Labuschagne, who's maxed out through for 4.
Yeah.
So that's
more inside edge.
It's the 65 for 4.
Most productive shot that Australia's got right now.
Yeah, I have no idea what happened, but it hit the boundary. That's Rabada in again to Labuschagne, who plays it late and just defends it out to backward point for no run.
That was what the English have popularized as a moral victory for the bowler. There's a lot of talk about moral victories after the Ashes.
Let's not get into that. Because the English don't have morals. As Rabada in and Labuschagne mistimes it, thinks he's got some good bat on it, but it just clocks up into short mid on, and there's no run there. Norway's currently 4 for no wicket loss against Scotland after 1 over.
So getting their eye in a 10-over match.
Yes. Apparently the current run rate is 6, but I don't think that's calculating in real time. Because I read the current run rate as 1. That's Rabada in, and that's bouncing straight, and Labuschagne very last minute decides not to play at it. It's another dot ball. Labuschagne 8 off 17, Australia 65 for 4.
Must be a good test match partnership consolidating after some quick wickets.
Yeah, if only they didn't have to get 312. As Labuschagne in and forward and missing the outside edge and collected through by Quinton de Kock. And Rabada's got the number of both Australian batters. It's a matter of time before one of these goes out.
Partnership's 9 off
an unplayable delivery.
26 balls at 2.16 per over.
That has jagged away after pitching. It's too good to edge.
As that one's in and let through to the keeper by Labuschagne. That's the end of the over. Australia 65 for 4. Anything on the socials, Russ?
Nothing new on Guerrilla Cricket. I haven't checked Whiteline Wireless. How does someone with the Twitter handle White only have 3,600 followers? What a waste.
I mean, you'd think all the white supremacists would be following him. So South Africa doing everything right, and Australia failing to defend against them. Now, is it Maharaj going to continue? Yes, it is. As he's in, and that's down leg, and that is caught. Is it LBW or caught? I believe it's caught leading
off the leading edge,
and then caught by Maharaj himself, and that is Maxwell out. The danger man is gone, and Australia have no chance of winning this one-day international.
Maxwell. It's like Vesuvius. When will he explode?
Bat to bottom edge to pad, put the ball up in the air, and then comfortably taken by Maharaj. No issue. And Maxwell's almost crying.
I mean, we spoke about how important Maxwell was to Australia to chase this down, and that's possibly the worst innings I think I've ever seen him play.
Yep.
3 off 17. He probably played 2 good shots in that 17 balls.
And it was definitely being outplayed all over the place with everyone else. So this is I think net run rate's going to kill Australia now. They might even end up lower on the table than Sri Lanka.
Sri Lanka
Fair to them, first up, they've got two of the more difficult sides in the tournament. They'll have easier games coming up, but yeah, they're playing completely outbowled by South Africa, who are really good.
Yeah, 5 wickets down at 16 overs. Stoinis and Labuschagne to continue. So Stoinis to face Maharaj. His figures are 1 for 8 off 3 overs. And Norway have reached 26 runs. Yeah, they're not chased, they're setting up the target. Marcus Stoinis, good player of T20. I haven't seen his ODI play for a while. Yes. Maharaj in, and that's lofted up and driven by Stoinis past backward point to outfield, slowing down a bit, but it manages to get all the way to the boundary for 4 runs. But Maharaj will be happy with that, with Stoinis looking to play some shots.
Very streaky. First ball, he's tossed it up outside off stump, and Stoinis had no idea where that was going. Could have gone anywhere.
Yeah, I think he wanted to drive it through covers.
Yeah, absolutely. Maharaj is bowling with 3 people out rather than the 4 that are allowed. So they're really going for it, South Africa right now, having extra fielder in.
And there's a first slip in, as that's lofted up by Maharaj, and Stoinis hits it past Maharaj down to mid-on for a single.
Interesting. South Africa's only got 3 players outside the circle, so that from their perspective, still attacking.
Yeah. Maxwell's shot very casual.
As Maharaj in, and that's Yorker length from middle stump, and Labuschagne just manages to dig it out, but only gets it through to the fielder at mid-wicket for no run.
Showing Maxwell's dismissal a moment ago.
And Labuschagne uses his feet for that one, tries to give himself some room, but can't beat the fielder at point. No run.
Yeah, Maxwell was very casual. He didn't. The ball was on the leg stump. Could have, if he had got his head on top of the ball.
As that's beating Labuschagne and just comfortably taken by de Kock. End of the over, Australia 70 for 5.
Maharaj really rivals through the overs. It's hard to get anything in before he bowls the next ball. But yeah, Maxwell was very casual with his attempted flick through the onside and just got the leading edge. Didn't get his head over the ball, leaning back. Easy catch to the bowler.
Josie Oak says, Oz 70 for 5. Ha, 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 ha.
No, I think it's ha, 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 ha. I think that's the right intonation.
The correct cadence.
Cadence. In other news, Norway's 40 with no wicket loss.
How many overs though, Sipwood?
2.2.
Oh wow!
Which
kicking off.
What is the average score in that format?
Oh, I think between 80 to 100. As that's into Stoinis, who thinks about playing it, but realises it's a very good delivery from Rabada, and just lets it go back through to de Kock for no run.
They should make you
It's
bowl
a
10.
luxury to have someone like Rabada in your attack for the captain. Sorry, I just interjected.
Oh no, that's right.
That's.
I was going to make a terrible joke.
As Rabada in, and that's down leg side. There's an appeal for a catch. That there may have been some bat on it. Will South Africa review? They've had some great luck with reviews so far. It looks like they're going to.
De Kock gave this kind of like little shrug, like, you may as well. Like, they're Australia's rubbish. Who cares? You can waste them.
Stoinis attempted to hit this down leg side. He thinks he's missed everything. It was caught by De Kock, and De Kock thinks he heard something and that there's some bat or glove on this.
Surely that can't be hitting his bat or glove. Or is Stoinis walking away? What is he doing?
As we look at the replay, comes through leg side. He dropped one hand off the bat.
He might get away with this because it might have clipped the glove that he took off the bat.
Yeah, might get lucky with this.
We're going to need Sticko to see this properly. So as it's going past flat,
it has
hit the bat. It's hit the glove.
It's hit the glove, but he's not holding the bat with that glove. He's actually going to be not out here, I think.
But if the glove is hitting the other glove, which is on the handle, does it count as?
He's not near the other glove because if you look at the left-hand picture,
if you look at the front the hands are separated.
So
that's a very lucky not out.
Ooh.
Oh, he's given it. Oh my word, that's a terrible umpiring decision.
That's not.
How is that out? This is the second unknown,
this is not
unexplainable.
Stoinis is not moved. He's having a word. They're going to have a discussion about the laws of cricket, I'm assuming.
And Stoinis is like, can I review a review?
Yeah.
Which Smith wanted to do earlier today as well.
The bat is off the handle. That's a Kasparov situation.
This is unless
they still thought he was touching the bat, but it didn't. I mean, all of the replays indicated it was well off.
Yeah, the one glove fell off, like one hand fell off, and that's the hand that made contact with the ball.
Yeah.
De Kock's
so the catch was fine from De Kock. That's not an issue.
Who's the third umpire? Surely they must know the laws.
Well, you think that.
The umpires are still conferring. Stoinis is walking off. I think he's realised there's nothing else he can do. Australia 70 for 6 now after 17.2 overs. And you have to say this particular delivery should not have been a wicket.
Well, the third umpire's got it in for Australia. And not that I think that's the reason they're losing. They're actually losing before they've tried to intervene onto this. But
poor Stoinis. I mean, when things go wrong, they go really wrong in cricket. That's the thing with the sport. But surely that cannot be out. His bat was clearly off the handle. I mean, third umpire with all the technology and all the support of the rule books and so on should know this. Unbelievable.
Muttley says, "Handle the ball?" ?
That has to be deliberate.
Yeah.
And this wasn't deliberate. I think one of the Sri Lankan captains got out for handling the ball. This is going back 15 years, I think.
It's rare that I have sympathy with an Australian cricketer. But
I think Steve Smith was unlucky, and that could be blamed on computer projections. This one is just
the case could have been made, right? He moved across quite far, and it straightened a bit, I felt. But yeah, it was a surprise when it came off as 3 reds. But this one has to be a blooper. And Rabada's on fire. 3 wickets, 14 runs. Will be aiming for a 5 here.
That's pie in terms of his numbers, as that's a very wide line, should be given wide, and it is. So there's an extra run there for Australia, as Rabada concedes 15. Concedes 1 there. It might have hit the handle.
No, it's nowhere near the handle. It went
no.
Because you could see on the edge tracker. Let's wait for this ball.
As Rabada plays this on a wide line again, but this time just within the tram lines and not given out.
There was nothing as it passed where the bat went. It was only as it went, past the glove, which.
Yeah. And the only doubt was if the off-handle glove was hitting the on-handle glove, and it was clearly away from that.
Yeah, it's Rabada in, and there's a bit of angling in for Stark, but he just lets that go through to DeCock for no run.
Strange.
And everyone in the Australian coaching team is reviewing that footage, going, what the hell can we do here? As Rabada into Stark, who manages to get some bat and just defend this down through to cover for no run.
To be fair, that was a very good catch by Quinton de Kock. The catch that was not a catch, but really Stoinis is very unlucky.
And Rabada in again, and that's played at by Stark, but no contact made, and goes back through to the Cock, who collects it cleanly. That's one wide off and a wicket off the over. South Africa, Australia's 71 or 7 for 6. Anything on the tweets, Russ? I assume there's quite a bit of controversy.
It's a bit quiet, actually. YouTube has much going on, I'm told. I'm going to have to look up YouTube on my phone.
I've jumped on.
Go for it, Spoon. You've got it.
Hypothetically, what happens if the bat comes away from the handle and the ball hits the glove holding the handle, but it's not attached to the bat? I think we'll find out today. As Maharaj into Labuschagne, who drives that down to mid-on for a single. Best probably confident shot played against Maharaj today. I'll get back to the YouTube after this over because it's going to be quite a quick one with Maharaj there. Norway currently 60 for 1 off 4.1 overs. I'm assuming these are 6.4 6-ball overs because they seem to be taking their time.
He's planning for Stark's big swing through mid-wicket, I feel. Keshav Maharaj. Stark is a big hitter of the ball when it's in his arc.
And yeah, especially spin. Stark is actually... He's good at getting boundaries of spin, but he won't stay out there all that long. So we'll see. We'll see
He's
how
still
he decides
batting
to
with
play.
his wife's bat? Is he still batting with Alyssa Haley's bat?
I mean, she's a much better batter than he is. Maharajin, and that turns in for Stark, who uses his feet and defends that down back to Maharaj for no run. So good use of footwork there. And Maharajin again, getting a bit more flight on it, and Stark drives it down to mid-off or no run. Maharaj into Stark, and he gets the bat on it, gets it in the air, and no one gets close to catching it. I'm surprised they didn't have a short leg in, because that's definitely a typical short leg catch.
I think short leg would be afraid for his life with Stark batting.
As Maharaj in, and Stark onto the back foot and just defending out a square leg hitting out the square leg and managing to get a single there. Labuschagne back on strike, who's 9 off 23. Australia's 73 for 6 with one ball to go in this over. Maharaj.
JQY says big 3 now the big 2 because Australia is shite.
As Maharaj in, and that's a late cut from Labuschagne that goes straight to backward point, and that's the end of the over. 73 for 6.
Stephen Kirk says, can someone explain what happened? He had no video. Let me try and explain what happened. The ball was play by Rabada towards Stoinis down the leg side, and he went to try and leg glance it. As it went past, he realised it was up on his glove, so he took his right hand off the bat. It then flicked that glove as it went through and was caught by de Kock, and they reviewed it, South Africa. When the third umpire reviewed it, they saw a quite clear sound as it hit the glove, and then forgot to check the law that says that you need to be touching the bat for a gloved ball to be out. But so Stoinis was upset, South Africa not.
And Rabada in, and that's down leg side to Stark, who works that off his hip, and that goes all the way down to the square leg boundary for 4 runs. So great work from Stark there. 5 off 9. Australia's 77 for 6. Just on YouTube, Brian's just saying it's a clear foul play at the behest of the BCCI, who want Australia out of the tournament as soon as possible. And Rabada it again to Stark, who gets a leading edge and somehow manages to work that all the way down to third man for a single.
To be honest, the kind of incompetence that BCCI have shown with the World Cup tickets fiasco and the opening ceremony, I'm not sure they have the nous or ability to influence.
Yeah, don't blame on malice what can be explained by stupidity.
Indeed. Well,
or just general incompetence.
Yeah.
It's like trying to build a rail line in England. As Rabada into Labuschagne, who's playing forward and defensive and misses the line completely, and de Kock just collects it cleanly. No run.
That is such a good delivery. You have to be really good to edge that. Rabada's got it on a string.
Yeah, I think he's delivered that exact same delivery about 7 times, and each time it's beaten the batter perfectly. But no ball given.
Yeah, it's a no ball.
So free hit with, I believe it is Stark on strike. Labuschagne. And he wafts that. This is a short, wide bouncer up in the air, and it's caught, so there's no run. They managed to run 1, but unfortunately not dispatched as it should have been by Labuschagne. So Labuschagne moves to 10 off 26. Australia 80 for 6, chasing 312, and almost 20 overs done.
That should have been hit. That was a hit me ball, short and wide. Labuschagne has missed the free hit. Disappointing.
And Rabada in, angling into Stark, who forward defends it down to mid-on. They don't take a run there. Norway 78 for 1 after 5.1 overs. Just letting you guys know. And K. Ahmed has gotten 50 off 20. So, and it's quite a nice ground there. As Rabada in again, and that's a leg stump line and defended by Stark. No run. Need to find out exactly where they're playing.
Yeah.
It's quite a nice ground. Oh, they are playing in Spain. Full-size ground in Spain. As final ball of Rabada is over, that's into Stark. Bouncing a bit higher than he was expecting and just defended down. But no run. End of the over, Australia 80 for 6.
There's some quite good grounds in Spain. There's a training facility there from European Cricket in La Manga. So, just near Gibraltar, I think.
A moment ago in the broadcast, they were showing Wisu Rabada's father, Rabada Sr., who was watching his son take wickets very enthusiastically. Apparently, he's a renowned surgeon in South Africa, Rabada's father.
Anything on the tweets there, Russ?
Probably.
Probably. As Maharaj comes in and Labuschagne plays a late cut, manages to drive that through to to deep cover for a single. Oh, they actually managed to run 2 there. So Labuschagne 12 of 27. Australia 82 for 6. And we'll have a change after this over as Maharaj comes in, and there's a bit of football there as Labuschagne plays that down, and the ball starts to head back to his stumps, and he kicks it out, and he's safe. He's not out. So 82 off 6.
Good reflexes by Marnus.
As Maharaj into Labuschagne, and he works this onto the onside. Didn't go where he wanted to go, but they managed to sneak a single in there. So South Africa well on top. I don't see how they lose it from here. I don't see a pathway for Australia to win. As Maharaj in, that's down the leg side, and that's given a wide. So there'll be a couple more deliveries left.
I mean, this partnership's what, about 15 off 30 balls?
And Maharaj in to Stark, who just forward defended straight back to Maharaj. And no run. I'm impressed with Stark's use of his feet here. He seems to know what he's doing. It's Maharaj in and Stark on the front foot, defending away, and no run.
It's hard to see Australia make 220 at this point.
It's hard to see them make 100.
Wow. Yeah, where'd your change after this ball? It's going to be Forthy back in, as he'll be sticking around. Messi will come in.
As final ball of the over by Maharaj, and that's played late by Stark, but he just manages to defend it. Australia 84 for 6, Stark on 6, Labuschagne 13, and we'll see you soon.
Stark was playing Keshav Maharaj very well, so Maharaj changed the angle. He was now bowled the last ball around the wicket to him with a slip and a leg slip in place. Interesting tactics. Change of tactics.
Hello. I'm on with Ayaz, I think. Is that correct? Yeah. Is that how you pronounce it? Ayaz?
Yep.
Very good. And where are you stationed at the moment?
Are you asking me?
Yes. Whereabouts?
I'm in the UK.
You're in the UK, right?
I'm in
okay.
London. In London currently.
London, righto. Well, we're hands across the oceans, or certainly across the wide continent of Australia, because there's Messi on the west coast. And as I mentioned last time I came on, am I doing ball by ball? I am doing ball by ball. Yes, well, things have changed. Another couple of turns of the wheel since last time. More controversy. I don't really think any right-minded people thought that Stoinis was out there, but he had to go. Fortunately, it doesn't look like it's going to be a pivotal or crucial decision, because Australia were staring down a barrel already. Anyway, Shamsi in again, this time to Labuschagne. He's 13 but off 29. And the mood that South Africa are in, they might think about appealing for that one, but it was clearly going high and wide down the leg side.
Very interesting field that Shamsi has got. If you notice, spilling left arm Chinaman. It's a ball coming into the right hander, but he's got the point open. He's got the deep point, so he really wants the batsman to. He's coming in now. Just a moment.
Yeah, just flicked off his legs there to square leg. They come through for a single. Yeah, no, carry on, Ayers.
Yeah, so he wants the right-handed batsman to move away from his stumps and try to cut him. Because that's what then creates the chance for an edge and bowled and so on.
Yeah.
With the ball coming in. So he's got 3 sweepers on the leg side, but the one on the off, he's got the point open just to induce that shot.
This is top analysis. I love it. Thanks, Ayaz. Very good. So Shamsi comes in again. Australia 85 for 6. And Paul Adams style delivery, if we remember him, the fabled frog in a blender, not quite as extreme as Paul Adams, but it must be something in the South African DNA prompts them to bowl in that fashion. Some waving of the hands. Very vibrant yellow. Australia playing it in this tournament. Almost fluorescent. Helps under the floodlights. That one's played down by Stark down to mid-on, but at no great pace and no run. No hope really, as far as we can see here, is there IS for Australia?
No, I can't see a way back unless Marnus Labuschagne plays one of the perhaps the greatest ODI innings ever.
Yes, it would have to be that, I think.
Does a Steve Waugh.
Yeah, it would come from nowhere as well. He's not really in that sort of form. Stark, who can blast, is a bit of a master blaster when he gets going. He plays that one down to long off. Comes through for the single. One ball left of this Shamsi over. Everything would have to go. Every single thing would have to go Australia's way from here. You just cannot see.
It would be interesting to see the win predictor right now. It must be 99.1%.
Yes. At best 97-3, but more likely 99-1. One imagines. Don't know if any match has ever been won from this far behind. Labuschagne faces Shamsi's last ball of the over. Goes back on his stumps, knocks it to square leg. That's a single, but singles won't really do. But what else can they do? It's going to stay in for a while and see what happens. At the end of the 22nd over, Australia 87 for 6. Messi.
Sorry.
Oh, we've got a pot noodle on the go.
Chicken and cashews, actually. I didn't think I was on for another half hour after I heard the dictator say Messi's coming, so I came. I actually have a theory about Australia. Australia worked out before the tournament. How many catches do we normally drop in a World Cup? And I said, 6 or 7, okay. And how many bad DRS decisions do we get against us? A couple. And how many bad shots do we play? Quite a few, sorry.
Put them all into one match. Maharaj is...
get it out the way.
That's all right. Yeah. Maharaj is coming in round the wicket to Labuschagne. First ball the overs. Labuschagne sachets down the pitch, but defends when he gets there. Maharaj in again, loops it up a little higher. Smacked by Labuschagne down to the man at long off. They just come through for the single. David Miller does the fielding down there. Yeah, no, I get that.
Well, I mean, I'm really glad that Australia had effectively already lost before that decision on Stoinis, because all the evidence suggests that was a really bad decision.
I mean,
but
was
really
there
didn't
a
make any
vague
difference.
suggestion from Richard Illingworth that the top hand was touching the bottom hand? I read on one report, but I couldn't see it myself.
No,
played off the back foot by Mitch.
Definitely far away.
Yes.
Definitely far away.
Played off the back foot by Mitchell Stark for a single. I mean, could you see any way that might have been out, Ayaz? Was it basically incompetence and a misreading of the rules?
Yeah, I think it's misreading of the rules. I mean, this has been a conversation in cricket, this bat handle thing. And after the Kasparovich dismissal 2005 Edgbaston Test match, a single there.
But it's a single to square leg again to Labuschagne. But it's not like it's an obscure rule that you could conceivably be forgiven for forgetting.
Exactly, because it also became famous after the Kasparovich dismissal in 2005.
Yes,
one
exactly.
of the great Test matches of all time. So there's no reason why the umpire shouldn't know about it.
Nor is it counterintuitive, if you know what I mean. It's not one of those obscure things. It's if his hand isn't touching the bat, then it shouldn't be out. Strokes
Dot
down
ball,
to the man
take
at just a dot ball to cover. Dot 1-1-1 dot. So nice symmetry so far this over. It won't be continued because there's one ball to come.
Yeah, and the only thing was, as was mentioned earlier, that if the off-handle bat was touching the on-handle bat, but it was far away, there's no way.
I mean, that's what I read on one report. And I had another look and they said, well, that's not happening either. Anyway, it's all over now. Dot ball, just 3 runs off the over. Maharaj is on 1 for 22. Australia are going nowhere fast, and over to Messi.
Josie Oak says, ha, 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 ha. Looked out to me, 2 spikes, one when it nicked the handle and then when it nicked the glove. It was nowhere near the handle. That's what I'm saying. It was absolutely miles from the handle. Farang says, so Bangladesh and Australia will play their final match and tournament over. Cricket back in the Olympics 2028. Question from BRU members. Rickshaw Marathon as an exhibition sport. Why not? Cheers. Is Rickshaw Marathon a thing? It ought to be.
I don't know.
Now, White Line Wireless is responding
Okay, hang on 1 second there, Messi. Shamsi's back in, and that's a dot ball first up. Yep, Messi.
Responding to to Woi Pom, that's Josie Oak with the two spikes thing. You can't really tell from that photo, but the ball wasn't next to the handle. I promise you. I looked at it several times.
Yes, well, I remember
the spike was clearly when the ball passed the off handle glove. Sorry.
Yeah.
Certainly appeared to be. Shamsi in again. This is very familiar. Played off his legs by Labuschagne. He's going to hurry back for two. Bavuma does the fielding and does well, but not quite well enough. So that's a welcome two at least.
So very interesting that we've got two left-arm Chinamen or wrist spinners in this World Cup, Shamsi and Kuldeep Yadav. It's such a rare skill.
Yeah.
Such a rare thing to see that, and having two now. So very, very interesting.
So hard to control.
Both quite good.
So hard to control being a left-arm Chinaman, isn't it? If you've ever tried to do it in the nets and you're not a regular, the ball flies all over the place. It takes many years to hone the art. So. It's great to see the two of them operating in tandem here. Shamsi and Maharaj. One of the great things about cricket is the wide variety of skills which can be on offer, and it's great that ODIs and T20s haven't squashed spinners. They've thrived, if anything, in the shorter format. Labuschagne just knocks it out into the offside, dot ball.
I'm just reading a tweet.
Go IS, yeah.
I'm just reading a tweet from Kit Harris at Wisden. Apparently, he's quoting what the umpire said. He said, the ball is in contact with the bottom hand. And Kit says, yes, it is. Hang on.
Down the wicket comes Labuschagne, dot ball, though, just defends.
And then the umpire said, the bottom hand is in contact with the top hand. And Kit Harris says, no, it isn't. And then shows a photo where he's looking at the wrong image on the screen.
Well, that's what I read. And then I had another look at it and said, well, that's not true either. And that's the stated reason, and it's clearly incorrect. Yeah. Okay, well, these things do happen. But
the third umpire owes Marcus Stoinis a beer at the end of the day.
Who is this? That's knocked out on the...
Richard Kettleborough.
Just past mid-wicket. For a single. Well, Richard Kettleborough is a very experienced umpire, so that is a surprise. End of the over. Australia still going nowhere, 6 wickets down. Messi, any tweets?
Just more argument about the same thing between Josie Oak and others. There's no argument there. Kit Harris is a much better authority than any of us, actually. Jermaine Clark. Jermaine listening in Boston in the US. Great job, guys. Welcome aboard, Jermaine. Great to have you.
Hello, Jermaine. Hi there.
And Dara Azizi says, the Aussies are using this game to prepare for the Ashes.
Very funny. Very funny.
Nice line. Thank you.
Okay, so Nagidi back into the attack. Do you agree with this, IS?
Yeah, I mean, it was. I mean, Rabada had a bit of a spell. He might be resting. Oh, sorry. Who was it?
It was Maharaj.
After the ball. Yeah.
Dot ball first up for Ngidi, who's 1 for 9 off his first 5 overs. You cannot argue with that as an opening barrage.
Yeah. I think Ngidi wants to get into the action and into the wickets.
They look very...
these two spinners.
It's sort of an indefinable thing, but South Africa look very on it this tournament, if I can put it that way. In the same way that Rohit Sharma looked very on it last night. Sometimes players do and sometimes they don't. It's an almost indefinable thing, but South Africa seem very much up for this one. I mean, it's a World Cup, you'd expect them to be, but Australia don't in an odd way. It's an almost undefinable vibe, I would say. Another dot ball there.
To be honest, World Cups tournaments are such long. I mean, it's a long thing, so there's always a danger of peaking too early in these kinds of tournaments. So yes, South Africa and India have started fantastically, but they have to be careful about keeping energy levels and enthusiasm and focus levels up.
Indeed, yes. I mean, in football, Germany often pace themselves through World Cups and end up in the final. They often start quite slowly by a footballing analogy. That one's through Labuschagne. tries to kind of ramp it, flick it over the keeper's head. This is entirely 3-dot balls. Current partnership is 23 off 46, so they're going at 3 runs and over, which would be these days quite slow in Test cricket.
Yeah, I think except for the great West Indian and the great Australian teams, no side which started off really well has won the World Cup. It's always those who struggle a bit at the start and the middle, and then
really
pick
good
themselves
point.
up and so on.
Really good point. We can get carried away with early form. You're dead right. And that one jags back at Labuschagne. He jabs down on it, and just for a second, glanced down at his stumps in case it had bounced back onto them, but it hadn't. Just,
South African fast bowlers are still getting movement off the wicket.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? You wouldn't have expected that this deep into an ODI innings. Of course, we must remember that Australia, if memory serves, did they not lose their first 2 matches in '99?
Good question.
They lost matches in the Super 6.
I had a feeling they lost the first 2 matches in '99. That's played out through point. There is no point, and Jansen does the feeling they come back for 2.
So they beat Afghanistan by 7 wickets in their first match in '99.
Did they? Okay.
Was that one actually? Yeah.
They beat whom? Sorry, you said.
And then they beat Afghanistan and the West Indies.
Well, once again, memory does not serve.
Yeah, in '99, definitely Afghanistan would have been playing. But I remember Super 6, they were in trouble and they had to win all the games. And then Steve Waugh played their amazing innings along with Tom Moody against South Africa.
That's right.
Oh, sorry, were you saying 99? I thought you were saying 19.
99.
99.
99.
Oh,
okay. Nice bit of fielding there.
All over the show. Yeah?
To finish that over. 9-6 for 2. Perhaps you could look that one up if you get a moment, Messi. But meanwhile, have we got any tweets there?
Let me see. No more tweets on YouTube. Stephen Kell says Labuschagne's going to bring them home with his strike rate of 45.
Yes.
And Kieran Roseblake says there's a difference between peaking too early, being competitive, and being a bit shit. And Richard Harmon has got it. He says it must have been the handle of God.
The handle of God.
Nicely done.
The handle of God, yeah.
Hey, that one.
I think Labuschagne has just decided to have a net.
Yes, it rather looks that way, doesn't it? Someone's getting Gavaskar-esque. Well, Stark gets that one away wide of the man at point. And actually, funnily enough, it's gone all the way. And I'm shaken out of my torpor.
Complacency.
Out of my complacency. Are we on the 4 screen here, Ant? I don't know either. Hang on. Any minute now. We're up with the 4s. Here we go.
Oh no, that's the one that doesn't work.
No, it's the one that doesn't work, guys.
This is so gorilla.
Is that it? All of that for a 2-second one. Okay. Still, that's handy because Shams is back in now. And that one was a straight break, which was cut by Stark. And there's a sweeper out in the fence, and they amble through for 2. Stark's moved on to 14. This is... I don't really know where this match is going at the moment, Ayaz.
I think they're both having a net.
Yeah. I mean, is there any point
Which is
in us...
fine, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, I suppose there's an argument...
You never know. You build a partnership, you never know where it goes, really.
Well, and also
you
don't want to destroy your net run rate by, getting all out in the 29th over or something. You might as well, because you just never know how these things can pan out in the end.
Yeah. You have to take it deep, and we can see the spinners, the brace Shamsi is constantly using the towel, which means there's a lot of dew. There's dew on the ground, so
just be professional about it.
Partnership.
See if you can take it as deep as you can. The win is probably out of the equation.
Yeah.
Shamsi in for his 3rd ball of the over. That one drifts onto leg stump and stroked by Stark down to long on. where Miller, I think, will do the field. No, it's Maharaj fielding down there. Just looking at some stills, there's been some looks of bewilderment, exasperation, downright befuddlement by the Australians at the fall of some of these wickets. Smith in particular, Stoinis even more in particular. In comes Inglis as well, but for different reasons. They're getting right across their stumps and clipping it through square here for a single.
Inglis reminded me of, I don't know if you guys remember, but when VVS Lakshman, the great Indian batsman, nemesis of Australia, whenever he used to get out, he used to look like, as if someone has bowled him an absolutely unplayable delivery, even if it was some kind of ordinary delivery. He used to look at the bowler as if it's like Wasim Akram bowling to Anil Nair.
I mean, Smith didn't do it today, but sometimes he just gives that nod to the bowler who said, well, it took an amazing delivery to get rid of me, obviously, and that was one of them.
Yeah. And Inglis as well. Inglis was absolutely shocked.
He was absolutely, didn't know what had hit him. He certainly knew what had hit his wickets. Dot ball played out on the offside. Shamsi gestures. Start looks around, looking for a gap in the field. Wait to see whether starts opening his shoulders up. Probably won't be too long. Can clout a ball, Mitch Stark, no doubt about that. He might as well just play himself in with 6 wickets down in the 26th over. That's the end of the 26th over. He keeps the strike, plays it out to the man at long off. He ticks over to 16, and at the end of the 26th, Australia are 104 for 6, Messi.
I've just realised Australia aren't going to be very happy. They play their next match at Lucknow as well. So that's going to be a challenge.
I can't keep saying don't look now. I'm going to stop now.
Priyansh says they lost to Pakistan and New Zealand in the group stage.
There we are.
Two's helped New Zealand chase down 214 in Cardiff, and Pakistan made 275, and Australia fell short by 10 runs.
Oh, so I was. Did I correctly remember?
Yeah.
Okay.
That was a great game. Pakistan, Australia in the group stages. Inzamam got runs. Wasim Akram got 3 wickets. That was one of the great one-day games. I remember.
Great memory, IS.
But Priyansh is, for those of you who don't know, is a very good friend of mine. He's a bona fide cricket journalist, and would love to be on Gorilla Cricket at some point.
Would he? I'm sure he'd be.
He's in Toronto.
Extremely welcome.
He's in Toronto right now.
I mean, he doesn't have to apply or anything. He just needs to turn up.
Yeah.
It's pretty well what he needs to
get
do.
The Zoom link from one of us and bomb the broadcast.
And he's away, yeah. Ngidi. He's round the wicket. Flicked off his hips by Mitch Stark, down to deep square leg. Bean-poled Janssen throws it in. They come through for a single.
Samantha G says, all of that for 2 seconds. Does the naked front pawn bolt which soap feed?
It did cross my mind. Yes. Sometimes I feed the naked pawn punt.
You do, don't you?
Yes, particularly when there's
Just
an inner.
tickle its tummy.
Particularly when there's an inner ring that needs to be penetrated. In comes Ngidi. Over the wicket to the right-handed Labuschagne. Clips it down to long leg. Maharaj does the fielding, and it's all change again. Right-hand, left-hand combination, just for the single. Got a tip, Ayaz, this early in the tournament for, say, the semis?
Ooh, India.
Putting you on the spot. Maybe you want a moment or two to think.
India, South Africa, England, Pakistan.
Very good. South Africa have warmed up, haven't they, over the last... if you'd have said a couple of months ago South Africa looked like semi-finalists, most people have said not really, but a lot of people have now elevated them to semi-final prospects, having seen them. Stark onto the back foot, plays it down to the man at point, dot ball.
This could be a really dull couple of hours, you know.
Yes. Yes.
24 overs to go.
It's already
no prospect of winning. Oh God.
My rota is over in 6 minutes time, guys. So
That's good news for you, IS.
Some.
Some of us have got to stay up till 3 o'clock watching this nonsense.
Oh dear.
Oh dear, 1-1 dot ball. Engaging again off the back foot by Stark. Dot ball again. I mean, the Ashes was a lot faster than this.
It certainly was. And you know, you sort of get to understand why some people think that 50 over games aren't always fantastic.
No, I mean T20. I mean all forms of cricket are sometimes not fantastic. This is you know, T20s can be terrible if side gets scuttled out for 80 or 90, as can happen.
Well, this is the 10th game, isn't it?
Is it? Yeah. And Gideon again, halfway down the pitch. Oh my goodness! Start almost overbalances, but they're gonna, as he recovers, they decide to come through for the single.
But I think we should look at the bright side. Which other? I mean, in T20 cricket, you wouldn't have a premier fast bowler, an absolute machine like Rabada coming in for 6 overs, bowling super fast.
Yeah.
Yep.
There are pleasures to this format, which are not available with T20 cricket.
Yeah, no,
I agree.
Very good point. Very good point. And Messi's point, as always, is that there's a narrative in the longer form of one-day cricket, which doesn't exist in T20. In fact, Stark got sconced on the helmet there, so they're going through the usual protocols. He actually looks a little
what I had
bit
noticed
phased
is
by
that in the first 10 games, the only one where there's any possibility of a close result was the one between Sri Lanka and
Pakistan.
Pakistan. Yes.
That was a good game. Yeah, I was just talking about that with Russ. Yeah, it was a good game.
Yeah, that ebbed and flowed. That was much closer than the scorecard showed. In fact, it ebbed and flowed very well.
But apart from that, nothing really had any sense of being close at all. I'm sure that will change over the next couple of
I mean, by the law of something or other, we'll have some close matches.
That's the second time today you've invoked the law of something or other.
Yeah, well, it is 2:30. It is 4 minutes to 2 in the morning, Messi. You'll have to forgive us.
Has it been through both houses of Parliament, or is it just the lower house at the moment?
I mean, it's pretty irrelevant what goes through the Houses of Parliament in the UK at the moment. Those guys aren't going to be in a year's time.
Yeah. Oh, Priyansh is back. Priyansh is back with us. It says teams with no specialist finger spinner haven't got a good chance of making the semis. Arguably, Ashton Agar's absence hurts the Aussies most. I agree with that. South Africa, for all of their pace attack, are really emboldened by Maharaj. He brings the balance to the lineup. And Kieran Roseblade says it's been the same for the last 3 matches. What, in terms of the way it's ended up? I do think Agar is actually a better weapon in ODIs than Zampa is for Australia. He's a very intelligent young bowler.
Don't know if you've seen much of Agar IS in recent times. Has he really kicked on, would you say?
I wouldn't be the best person to comment. I haven't followed Agar's trajectory.
Yeah. How about you, Messi? Would you say
he's had a lot of injury problems, which have been a big setback for him? And then he appeared when they tried to put him in the Test team in India. It seems like he just got the yips and pulled out. That's when Murphy and Kuhnemann were put in the team instead, which didn't work too bad. But in white ball cricket, he's always been very good.
Yeah.
But he's always been second string to Zampa, and I think he's been a little unlucky in that. But he's also had these very unfortunate timed injuries, which seems to be a thing with so many cricketers these days.
To be honest with the finger spinner point that Priyansh made, I mean, Maxwell is a finger spinner. He did a really good job today.
Yes, he did.
I think where Australia have lost today is just some poor fielding, some poor batting, and really good bowling by South Africa.
Yes,
Really
I'd agree with that.
Very uncharacteristically poor fielding from Australia. I don't think I've ever seen them drop 6 catches in anything.
No, it was like they didn't care, wasn't it?
Almost. I mean, some of them just weren't difficult chances either. Oh well. Maybe it'll all come out in in the fullness of time.
It's a long tournament. It's a long tournament, and they
Yes,
faced two of the stronger teams at the start.
Yes, very
That's
good
true.
point. Very good point.
And their next game is here against the Netherlands, I think it is. Is it? Let's have a look. South Africa, Sri Lanka. They're playing here. Well,
Sri Lanka have shown some potential.
Yes, that's right. So they may be.
You never know.
They've got good spinners as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, they may be number 3. You never know.
Is this Australian kit more fluorescent than even I remember it? It's almost hurts my eyes.
I don't know. It's been similar to this, I think, for a while. It is pretty fluorescent, isn't it?
Might just
they have changed it a bit. They've taken that little thing off the collar and embedded it in the pattern of the indigenous symbols.
Doesn't really look like a wattle tree anymore, which is presumably what it's based on. I have a feeling this is going to be our last ball together, gents, and it's glided down by Labuschagne to the man at third man. And at the end, he comes through for the single, keeps strike. At the end of the 27th over, Australia 108 for 6. I shall vacate.
I'll do a couple of tweets while we're changing over. Leah says, I don't know if rickshaw marathoning is a thing, but I can tell you there is a tuk-tuk long-range endurance rally across Sri Lanka, and says it's a link to the Red Bull Tucket 2020, which looks pretty rough, but Stapun says, well, that's just everyday driving in Sri Lanka. Nothing special. Okay, somebody else at the desk now to take over.
Everyone, I'll see you guys on Saturday for the greatest show on earth.
Okay. Yeah, take care.
See you then.
We're getting an infinite YouTube screen on our video for the moment. Here's Hattie back into the box and Champsy back to the crease. His fourth over and his first ball is defended by Labuschagne out to mid-wicket. Welcome, Hattie.
Hi.
It's a bit of a challenge for Australia from here, you think?
Yeah, just a little.
Just a little. Champsy is short of a length and Labuschagne turns it around the corner. He's going to pick up just the single. Score goes on to 110.
And the debate rages on about that caught behind from Stoinis.
Yes, that might go for a day or two, that one.
Yeah, my teammates have been raging about it on my WhatsApp group. Was it out? Was it not out? And should the hand be completely on the bat or not? So
Shamsy's full to Stark and he's driving down to mid-off. Just get the one. Well, anything touching the bat is out, or even touching the glove touching the bat, but from what I could see, he didn't have anything touching anything.
I thought he had his right hand finger on it, but I don't know.
Into Labuschagne, who attempts a reverse sweep. He's unsuccessful in beating the short fine leg. So there'll be no run. Partnership's 40 off 65. It's actually not that bad, except for the fact that they need 202 runs off the remaining 23 overs. Labuschagne facing.
Is your screen flickering?
Mine isn't. But we're looking at my screen through the computer, so it might be. This ball into Labuschagne just turned around the corner. They're going to get a single to deep square. One ball left in the over.
That's right. The screen that I'm looking at, like through my laptop, is really, really bad. I mean, I've got it on TV as well, but the one I've got on here is really bad.
We'll have to investigate that at some point. Here's Shamsi, short of a length, and Stark plays out to cover. There's no run.
It's the Sugar and Spice Cat rescue screen.
Yes, that's the one we've got looking at the big screen in the studio.
I'll run through some of the tweets while Russ is checking that. So we've got Jay saying, "Good Lord, I've never seen the Lucknow Stadium before. Looks like the Disney idea of a patisserie counter." And Jay also saying, "I thought Netherlands versus Pakistan could have been close. Yes, I know how pathetic that sounds." No, I agree with you. I thought that was actually a game that seemed to ebb and flow and swap. It was kind of clear that Pakistan were going to win it, but there were chances sort of went back and forth each way, and whereas not so much this game.
Here's Nagidi. It's short of a length to Labuschagne. He turns it round to deep square. He's going to pick up another single. Goes on to 28. Scored a 112. I couldn't see any flickering on the computer, which might just make it an internet thing. Unfortunately, had him, but hopefully you can
it could. Yeah.
see enough. Broadcasters regaling us with replays of Australian drop catches, and it's quite a long montage. Stark's on strike.
You guys are really good.
Nagidi short into Stark's body. No run as it falls away on the offside.
Excuse me.
No, I remember saying earlier, it's just such a momentum game, isn't it? Like cricket, once you kind of start dropping catches, you can kind of take it into the interval and then coming back out again. And Australia have just been pretty poor from the moment they came out to bat, really.
This ball is short to Stark. He aimed to hook at it, but pulled out of the shot when he realised it was well over his head. It's called the wide. Score goes into 113. Yeah, no, definitely. And it's, Australia kind of seemed to get away with a little bit in that first innings. Like, I feel like South Africa had a really good platform and they managed to either pull it back, despite the fact they were dropping catches, despite the fact that South Africa was so well placed. South Africa rolled through them really well, though, in this innings. Stark facing Nagidi again. Still over the wicket, and he's going to play that pretty well through the cover region to the deep point. Sweeper who comes around, just gets a single. Score goes into 114.
Yeah, it says a lot that this is quite easily Australia's high innings, and it's come for the 7th wicket.
Yes. I kind of get the feeling I'm not sure whether they're still chasing or not, or whether they decided they're just going to try and protect their net run rate as best as possible. Nagidi, it's outside off stump and slower ball. De Kock takes it on the bounce as Labuschagne offset it. Doesn't get much very near it.
Yeah, they're definitely not chasing now, are they? I think they just want to kind of see out as many overs as they can, and Labuschagne obviously can bat, and Stark is no mug with it. They just want to try and see through as many as they can.
Yeah, it's a good test match innings by Labuschagne.
Yeah.
Shades's Sunil Gavaskar in 1975. An innings I didn't see, but this one's short of a length to Labuschagne's plays on the offside. But I read about it.
I was going to say you're far too young to remember.
The story, I think, and it sounds comical these days because it was 60 over matches, that I think England made something like 240, 250, and he said, "Oh, that's too many. I'm just going to have a bat." And so he batted all 60 overs, and India made about 120 or something like that in reply. Nagidi, last ball of the over is wide of the crease, and Labuschane's going to cut that late down to the third man for a singles. End of the over, 6 for 115.
On the YouTube, we got Kieran Roseblade's making a nice point, I think, that follows on from what we were just saying. To put Labuschane's strike rate into perspective, Jeffrey Boycott's one-day strike rate was 53.5. Must take an almighty effort to score at a slower speed than Boycott. And we've got Stephen saying, just imagine all those deliveries to Labuschagne and everyone gets running commentary from him. Great ball. Whoa, that was a good shot. And Dara Azizi, have they ever been chasing? Yeah, well, and that's a pretty good point. I don't know. I guess at the start when Warner came out and just swung blindly at everything he was chasing, it was chasing the ball. I don't know whether he was chasing the game.
I might have been harsh on how many England scored in that game in 1975. England made 334 for 4, with Dennis Smith making 137.
That's off 60, yeah?
That's off 60. Sunil Gavaskar got 36 not out off 174 balls, and India was 3 for 132 at the end of the game. Here's Shamsi, and Labuschagne looked to sweep it, stepped across his stumps, then realised it was outside where he even placed himself at off stump, then switched to a late cut, went straight to short third man, no run.
That's almost a bunt.
Yeah, it's like he put the two hands on the bat and tried to kind of bunt it. A lot of movement for no result.
I do find it incredible that he had that much time to make that decision.
He's Labuschagne. This time he's reverse sweeping. He's actually got it past the short third man. He's going to get a 4. Score goes into 119. Hit one of these.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Has been a while, and no one's doing highlights, so no one's going to have to sort that out later. There's not a lot to highlight for Australia. Bear will be annoyed with me.
18 deliveries between boundaries there.
I'm going to see if leaving the meeting and come back in again works, okay?
No worries.
It's just messing with my head a bit, alright.
You do that, he's Shamsi bowling to Labuschagne. He's on the back foot and punching it through the covers. He's going to get a single. Actually, he's going to get 4 because the sweeper was very, very slow to come around, and it dribbled down into the fence for one of these.
She's real fine, my four.
Have to turn that off and transition for a bit.
Labuschagne maybe deciding to take the game on here.
Yeah, he's had a few attacking shots in this over already.
I mean, in this era, this isn't undoable. It's highly unlikely, but it's possible. Whereas 20 years ago, you would say there's no, you're not getting 200 off 20 overs.
It's the 6 wickets is the problem, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah.
This one's into his pads. He turns it round the corner to mid wicket and will take a single. You just can't, what are you going to get from Stark? You kind of need 100 from Stark to get this to win, or a 50, and Cummins makes a 50, and 50 is not impossible from Stark,
But yeah, we are up to required rate of 10 now, aren't we?
Not quite, but getting there. 9.5, I think. Shamsi, it's outside of stump to Stark and turning away, but he just defends it out to cover.
9.25, so that's not disastrous.
Very doable in 20 overs.
Yep.
With 10 wickets in hand. Dark facing Shamsi again, still over the wicket to him. It's the top spinner. He's punching it off the back foot out to mid wicket, who comes around and keeps it to 1. 6 for 126 at the end of the over. There was 10 off that one.
Blimey. Oh, that's heaps better.
Okay, so that fixed it. That's good to know for future reference. Just checking the Twitter. There doesn't seem to be a lot going on there. It has gotten to that point. This is one of my least favourite times of cricket, when you're early hours of the morning, match to commentate through to the end, and you know that there's a couple of hours where you're going to know the result, and they're just knocking it around for singles. And it's not even like a test match where you've got the time and the space to start getting into some really good conversations.
Yeah, and I think the 10-team round robin makes teams more likely to say, well, we can afford to lose one.
Yeah.
Mm.
Just protect the run rate.
Yeah.
How do
It's a funny old game, isn't it?
Yes. Yes, I was listening to the Final Word podcast, and there was Adam was raising the point on that about whether the net run rate being the deciding factor is actually having the opposite effect of what, because it was brought in to speed up the games and make the games have a more important every game have more intensity on it. But he's wondering now whether games are sort of like this. It seems like Australia's sort of taken the foot off the gas, and that's what they're playing for now, is to get through overs rather than any other particular sort of result. Whereas if the alternative was that if you had two teams that were tied for position at the end, you go to the game that they played each other, and you pick the winner out of that, and that's who goes forward.
Mm-hmm.
So that means, yes, in this game, for example, Australia would have a lot more to gain by trying to win the game rather than protecting a run rate.
No, absolutely.
It's a miserable looking scorecard for Australia. 6 for 125 off 30 overs. 2 players have made 20. The rest all in single or low double figures.
Extras made 20 yet?
Extras might have made 20. There were a lot of extras last night.
Only 15. Only 15. I mean, the extras were 10 after the first 3 overs or something.
Yeah, I think Sri Lanka gave up something like 25 wides last night.
That's a shocker.
So it contributed a lot to their loss. In the Stoinis controversy, we've kind of forgotten about the Steve Smith interesting one, which didn't look like the ball on the tracker was particularly close to what the ball did on the TV. But I don't think it's either have made much of a difference to how Australia have gone in this match.
Yeah,
Smith more so, but
I didn't see that issue with the tracker as much as everyone else. That looks pretty right to me.
No, exactly. I think they were just stunned, really, that Smith got out for such a low score. You can psych yourself up for it, can't you? And for a game, and then when you get out for a disappointingly low score, it's one of those, isn't it?
Here's Maharaj. He's round the wicket to Stark. He beats the outside edge with his first ball of the over. He's coming in again, and this one, Stark's tried to hoik it around on the leg side. He's got a big bottom edge, and it'll go out to deep square leg for a single. Score goes into 6-1-2-6. I think too sometimes the difference in frames on the TV image, if it hits the pad and bounces away a little bit, it makes it look like it's hit him, in this case, outside leg stump, when actually when you follow the ball completely, you don't get that frame where it's off centre. You get the frame where it hit the pad right, on more or less on leg stump, which is what the tracker said.
Yeah. That's fair.
Labuschagne on strike. They're moving the field around for the left-hand, right-hand combination. And Maharaj comes around the wicket. Labuschagne's on the back foot. He's punching it through to cover. The deep cover sweeper. There's Rabada down there. Keep that to 1. 6-4-1-2-7. I kind of hope Australia does attempt some sort of attempt at trying to win this, because it's going to be a tedious 20 overs if they punch a single
really
at 6 and over. Here's Maharaj. It's into Stark. He's on the back foot and defending back down the wicket.
I think South Africa just haven't allowed them to play their natural game, which is like attack from the word go, and then if they don't do that, then in the next 10 overs, or just, the spinners have bowled better lengths and lines than Zampa and Maxwell did, although Maxwell obviously did bowl well.
This one's wide of the crease to Stark. He cuts, but doesn't beat the backward point, so there'll be no run. South Africa's been really good in this game. We talk about Australia mostly because we're Australians and biased, but they've, de Kock came out and blasted a century on a pretty, not always particularly easy to score on pitch. Made over 300. Stark's on the back foot this time. Maharaj, he's pushing it out to deep square leg, so he'll pick up a single. Score goes at 6-1-2-8. And then they've taken wickets at the top of the order and through. Rabada's ball really well. Maharaj has kept the runs down. Just a really impressive performance all around. They fielded well as well.
Well, I thought 312 was not enough, and it was was less than what they should have got. And
I think it was less than what they should have got.
And well, it's turning out that maybe that was I think the thing is it's more how impressive those first 15, 20 overs the South African innings were. That they were able just to keep a steady tick at 5.5 without losing any wickets on a pitch that is looking fairly difficult to score runs off.
Broadcaster giving us a view of the dew in the grass. It's like watching Honey, I Shrunk the Kids without the kids.
Showing off that $200,000 lens, just how close I can get from the grass when I'm
50 metres away.
Yeah.
Here's Jansen.
Oh, I don't know. I think I saw Warner running around there.
He's over the wicket to Stark, who's pulling the ball, and it's well fielded by Bavuma at mid-wicket. He didn't get a full piece of it, Stark, so no run.
Geez, Bavuma has one of the most impressive cabooses in world cricket. So you could rest a schooner on that thing.
Brazilian butt surgery wouldn't give you one that good.
Nah, definitely not.
Yeah, it's just coming in again. He's over the wicket to the left-handed Stark, who's turning that out to forward square leg, who fields and prevents the single.
Still looks like he's getting a bit of seam movement off that. It's late on.
Stark's definitely not comfortable. I have no idea what the broadcast is giving us now, but I'll just wait for it to finish. Runs in, everyone's holding their finger up. Stark has attempted to both duck and hook at the same time to this ball from Jansen, and he's successfully done both because it's raced away to the fine leg fence for 4. That was some weird shot, Hattie.
I've never seen anything like it. Trying to get out of the way, but when you're trying to play the hook shot, you just never ever take your eyes off it. But very effective.
This one he's tried to smash over mid-off.
Here we go.
Has missed it completely. I'm not sure he was actually had his eyes open on that one either, to be honest. He's probably just said,
no.
I hit it better when my eyes are shut. Let's give this a go.
I think Stark's listened to us. He's like,
yeah, do it Stuart Broad style.
He's like, White Line Wireless want to get home. So it's time to hit out or get out.
This is it, isn't it? Yeah. 6'8" bowler coming at you, just eyes wide shut.
This one's short of a length. Stark takes it from around the midriff and pushes it out to third man. He'll pick up a single. 6 for 133. Still only 5 off the over.
Would be the first 4 for quite some time, I think, off the bat.
Oh no, I think Labuschagne got a couple on the but before that, was it?
Before that, it was 3 overs in between.
Yeah, a long stint. Not as bad as against India though. I think they went something like an hour and 20 minutes without one.
Oof.
It was very difficult to do Bears highlights when the sum total of highlights was 45 singles in a row.
Yeah. Interesting how Sky do it later.
Here's Labuschagne facing against Jansen. It's pushed out through the cover reach and you'll get a single to the sweeper down there. End of the over. 6 for 134. I'd like to see Jansen bounce Stark a bunch of times. They bowled nothing but short stuff to him.
I've got Graham on YouTube saying ponderous run chase by the Aussies. Australia looking pretty poor so far, and I hope they don't make the semi-finals. That seems to be the way it's going. And Stephen Kelk yawned to the power yawn. Yeah, I know it's bad form, but I can't help it. So I hope you're all enjoying to yawn along with me. And Jay just saying, yeah, Bavuna for a wee man, baby got back. I tell you what, when Bavuna's having a... Here we go. Maharaj.
Maharaj in to Labuschagne. He's turned it out to mid-wicket, but doesn't beat the fielder, so there's no run.
When Bavuna's having a conference with Jansen, it's a hilarious sight.
Oh, it's like Broad and Duckett, isn't it?
Yeah.
Crawley and Duckett.
Well, especially with
National anthem.
Jansen is a beanpole.
Yeah.
And
here's Maharaj. Labuschagne sweeping this one. It's in the air. It's not going to be caught. The fielder there was running around. It was very close to him. They're going to get away back for 2. But a big top edge on that sweep shot from Labuschagne.
I thought he was going to get there.
Yeah.
I thought that
Should have
fielder
done a
was...
full-length dive on it.
Bit of a ponderous run after it, actually. A bit like this run chase. A faster fielder probably would have got to it. It's Maharaj again. Around the wicket to Labuschagne. He's driving that out to the wide, deep mid-off. Jansen misfields, but they won't get back for the second.
But yeah, I think the juxtaposition of Jansen with just all the right angles and Bavuma with all the curves.
Hi, Forthy.
Here's Maharaj around the wicket and Stark's attempting to cut but misses it, so no run. De Kock takes it. One ball left in this over. Very good spell of bowling from Maharaj. This one's down the leg side. It's going to get caught wide. Stark misses it. So one more run. 6 for 138. Maharaj 1 for 29 off his 8.5 overs. It's not let Australia get to him at all. This one's on the off stump and Stark defends it out to cover end of the over.
We've got Jay here saying it's only 20 past 4 there and he's spitting gold. Not my fault if you soporific bastards can't ride the wave. Yes, well, you do get what you pay for, Jay. So I think we're earning every penny here tonight. And Stephen saying on the YouTube, that's what it reminds me of, the famous Sibley-led chase in England versus New Zealand a few years ago. And yeah, it's about all that's happening.
Not sure who's coming on to bowl now. I'm assuming it's Jansen though. Australia need 174 from 17 overs, so it is now above 10 per over. Labuschagne's on strike. Jensen over the wicket. He's short of a length, and Labuschagne pulls that down to fine leg for a single. Takes the score under 139. Labuschagne's on 44 off 69.
Nothing like a fast full Yorker won't fix it.
As I said before, I'm hoping Jensen bounces the Australians, at least the bowling contingent.
Get a bit more exciting, wouldn't it, really?
Well, they worked him out and they just gave him nothing but bounces, so I think they deserve it. This one into Stark is short of a length and he defends it out to point.
Do that all day, wouldn't it? Just.
Here's Jansen again, and short of a length, and Stark has edged that, has he? Yes, he has. He went to try and cut it. It was way too late. All he managed to do is get a little top edge. De Kock takes the catch, and that is the 7th wicket. It was a good partnership for Australia, given the circumstances, but they sink a little bit closer to the end of this game. And Jansen has picked up Stark. Of a slower bouncer off the glove. Definitely on the bat.
On the bat.
Yep, that one fair on that one. That's.
I think we can all agree with that.
Yes. Well, Russ fights the soundboard to get a jingle playing.
Some of them were marked hat trick. I'm like, that's not appropriate yet.
I won't look back. Just by the time that I do, you'll be gone.
27 off 51 from Mitchell Stark. It was a good attempt at rebuilding innings.
Nice gentle jingle for a nice gentle innings.
Yeah. He really needed Labuschagne to be accelerating at the other end with that innings.
Mm. One of them had to, certainly.
Yeah, and probably the batsman is the one who should be responsible for that.
Well, it'll be Cummins coming in now, presumably.
Yep. Labuschagne's 44 off 69 now, so it's gone from, I think it was 28 off 56. So it has accelerated. Yeah, it's sort of up over 100%, over 100% over the strike rate, over 100 from the last few overs after having been very slow.
Here is Jansen into Cummins. Most of the fielders in the outfield are behind the bat. No, he gets a short one, but he manages to fend it off pretty well down to fine leg. He'll pick up a single. Score goes on to 140. 7. A nothing shot from Mitchell Stark. Not really committing to it. Yes, again, 5th ball the over, and he's bounced Labuschagne. That's a very good bouncer. Doesn't take much for Jansen to get it up there, and Labuschagne pulled out of the hook shot. Last ball there from Jansen. It's into the pads of Labuschagne. He's turned around to fine leg for 2. Came back very quickly. Throw went to the keeper's end where Labuschagne was running, and he got back well. So end of the over, 7 for 1 for 2, 16 overs to go.
We've got Leo once saw a picture of Bavuma trying to give Morne Morkel a high five. Let's just say he failed hilariously. Al Hotch over on YouTube saying important for South Africa to show they can kill this game off. And Kieran saying, I think I speak for all cricket fans when I say we'd all appreciate, yes, seeing de Kock get past the semi-stage.
We're due a change.
Oh, well, yeah, due a change.
Well, I'm not moving, and Hattie's not moving.
I'm off.
Oh, you're
I'm
off?
off. Yep.
All right.
You switched me out because I've got to go.
No worries.
All right. I'll see you later.
Jump over on social.
If you could, Anth. See you, Hattie.
See you later.
Fourth, you'll jump back in. Do you want to take the ball by ball, mate? Do you want me to do it?
I don't mind. I'm happy to do ball by ball.
I'll take this one anyway. Maharaj is bowling into Cummins' pads and he's pushing it back down through mid-off for a single. Jansen Field, 7 for 143.
Yes, so since I was last here, we've had one of the more pointless half hours of ODI cricket, it's fair to say.
Look, once you start invoking Sunil Gavaskar 1975, you know you're in trouble.
Exactly right, yeah. Yes, I mean, that is the litmus test, the locus classicus of all-time pointless ODIs, that one. But, I mean, there is a certain air of pointlessness that has descended here because Australia have decided they can't win the game. They're defending the net run rate, and as Russ, that's a dot ball, and as Russ very sagely pointed out, the law of unintended consequences, what was brought in as an attempt to speed up the game and make it more worthwhile, has had the reverse effect here because Australians are definite, there's another dot ball, and Australians are defiantly defending the possibility that net run rate might come into play later in the tournament, so they're doing all they can to protect their wickets. Maybe they'll have a little bash if they get through with 7 wickets down with, say, 5 or 6 overs to go. We've probably got another 10 rather tedious overs coming up. Anyway, here we are. Maharaj. Oh, okay, he's out. He's out. After all that, Labuschagne decided to open up. He came down the wicket. He played an inside-out shot, hit it straight to the man in the covers, who's in that short cover. Labuschagne's out for 46 off 74. Australia 143 for 8.
Oh, that's a run out. Never mind that. Take this.
Catching practice for Bavuma at short cover point. Well, to be honest, I'm not, as I say, no dog in the fight, but if we can get home a little earlier, so much the better.
Look, I think the last time you were here, we got home 2 hours early. This is not
happy
quite as good. It's better when they chase it down quickly than spend 2 hours faffing about. But
yeah. Yeah, it's not been a happy tournament so far for Australia. They say, I don't know whether there's any discontent in the camp or maybe it's the end of a long and fairly gruelling year. They look very tired by the end of the Ashes.
I think, Cummins for me has looked tired since about the third Ashes test.
Yeah.
I was kind of, he had a little bit of a break, but he's still kind of got that weariness about him. That broken poor Pat.
Yes, you have. Broken like a butterfly on the wheel. I don't know. Yeah. South Africa, on the other hand, I mean, they won those. I think they won the 3 ODIs in the warm-ups before this against Australia, didn't they?
That would imply that I was paying any attention to warm-ups.
Well, they did, which would mean that Australia have lost 4 ODIs in a row, which I don't think they've done for at least 20 years. If assuming they lose this one.
They had 3 warm-ups against South Africa, there'd be 5, would it not?
Yeah. Yes, it would. Yes, now that would be some sort of a... Well, certainly not a street you want to be in on. Adam Zampa has come to the crease.
Fortunately, they haven't lost to anyone except India and South Africa in recent times.
That's true, yeah.
They still got time to turn this whole thing around.
They have. And again, things can look very different in a week in cricket. Zampa plays forward defensive to his first ball. He's got his eye in now. Time to open up, Adam. 1 ball of Maharaj's.
Get out.
Please. 1 ball of Maharaj's over to go. Zampa with a fairly open stance. Comes onto the back foot and plays it out to the man short in at point. Dot ball. End of the 35th over. Australia 143 for 8. Ant, anything happening out there?
Just the first points that
We just
Australia's longest losing streak in ODIs is 7. Am I not coming through?
I don't think Ant's currently coming through the speaker. You might be able to hear a little bit of Ant in the background. We're just fiddling with the controls.
I don't know what's going on there.
No.
Just sounds a little hollow. That's all right.
All right. Just the main one I wanted to say was on YouTube. Graham Caldwell saying this has to be the tournament for South Africa. Probably the strongest South African team in a while, and their middle order is destructive. I would love to see them reach the final. Oh, what happened there?
I gave it a bit of gain.
Ah.
When in doubt, give it some gain.
Yeah.
Jensen's into Cummins.
And Cummins has decided to give it a bit of welly, and he's got it out to Cow, but all the way along the ground for one of these. Don't know whether he wanted to fancy a jingle.
I forgot what I was doing for a second. Started giving the old ball by ball.
1, 2, 3, 4.
He wasn't far from being caught then, Cummins.
No, he
That
wasn't.
actually wasn't very far from the mid-wicket.
Yeah. No, it's a yard away.
It's funny talking about the net run rate being, supposed to make things. I remember the '99 World Cup when Australia batted slowly for 10 overs in the hope that because of the weirdness of the Super Sixes, if New Zealand got through, it was worse for them because they lost them than if West Indies did. So they slowed down so the West Indies would have a better net run rate.
Oh, Jesus, yes. That one, Cummins goes to have a big shot, sees that it's not there for it, pulls out, and it goes past his chest through to de Kock.
From memory, Bevan and Moore spent something like 10 overs getting the last 20 runs. Just, absolute tedium.
Most of the time, I say to the man from Mars, actually, cricket's not that complicated, but there are some things on the margins like that even I certainly struggle to justify, and it's very hard to remember why it ended up that way. Cummins has opened up. He's played this one, smeared it out. This time, well past the man in short at mid-wicket for another one of these.
Sure. On the odd yes.
Well, this is what we want to see. I mean, let's get on with it one way or the other.
This is Pat Cummins just being like, I am so frustrated right now.
yeah, he's taking it out on... I mean, it's not impossible. We'll see, 50 or 60 from Pat Cummins, and maybe the result at the end of it will look like there was something in the match, but there isn't.
There hasn't been for quite some time.
There hasn't been for some time.
He's got the run rate down below 10 over almost, though.
Good on him.
Not quite.
Well, if there were 5 overs to go, if it was the 45th over and there was 10 runs and over to get, you'd think this is going to be interesting. The next 10 overs are the problem. Pat Cummins, look of determination on his face, and he smears that one to exactly the same spot. 3 in a row, out to Cow.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, in fact, it was 4.44 because he did pull out of that second one. But 12 off the over so far. This is the stuff to give the troops. No suggestion of them
making everyone else look bad.
Yeah, he is actually. Yeah. Classic captain's knock. This. He's not looking happy, Pat Cummins. Solar panels Pat, as I've heard him described as. That's a good look round.
They've respected him enough. They've now given him a very deep mid-wicket and no one else on the onside. So he's going to have to go over off if he wants more boundaries.
He moves across his stumps. He tries to flick it. And Joel Wilson has decided, I think, a little harshly, that that's a wide. Because had Cummins stayed in his stance, it would have arrived somewhere around his feet. So I think that probably is a bit harsh. However, a wide it is. And after all, Australians could do with some luck now.
Nice. Fourthy.
Thank you very much.
There's a cliche jar, but I don't know if that would deserve that.
That's not a cliche, that's a clever pun.
Maybe I'll give you some money into the...
Just give me some money back for the cleverness of the pun.
There you go, here's some money back.
Thank you very much. Janssen is going to have to bowl 2 more balls now. French cricketed by Cummins. At the man of the covers, gets stared at by Janssen. Cummins sees the funny side at last.
Janssen doesn't smile much.
No.
Very serious cricketer.
Yes, he is, yeah. He's a very determined cricketer, which is good. He certainly doesn't snack a lot. That much we do know. He's just not an impulsive eater. In comes Janssen. That's cut on Cummins. Got a little bit of room there, but straight to the man at point. At the end of the 36th over, Australia 156 for 8, Ant.
Yeah, we've got Al Hodge just suggesting that Cummins should open the next game.
Yeah.
And Messi just pointing out that Australia lost 5 ODIs in a row, the last 3 against South Africa, the first 2 against India, but they did win the third one against India, so this will only be the second in a row.
I missed that one.
Yeah. So if they had lost the third against India, then this would be their
8th.
Still not.
And that would be a record.
But still not a
7
great
is
run.
the record.
Yeah, it's not a great run. Just having a look at the worm. Well, as much as you would imagine it.
It looks like it looks like the diagram of a tunnel being made under a hill.
Yes, that's right, yeah. And there's an awful lot of digging to go before they get out of this mess, and there's no sign of them getting to the surface. I mean, tunnels obviously don't want to get to a surface, but
eventually they do.
Well, yeah,
it's
a very
that
good
would be an
point.
interesting train, right? But not
That
one you want to
would be
take.
a very good point. Yeah. Shamsi is in again. Oh, he's really pulled that one down, and it's got the treatment, and it's gone all the way down to long leg. Despairing dive by Klaassen on the boundary cannot prevent one of these.
I hit the ball, 4 runs. I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
That was the sort of crap that Zampa was bowling earlier.
Yeah. I mean, you always get the occasional one of that from the Chinaman bowlers. Don't think we can still call them Chinaman bowlers, can we?
Yeah, but I don't like some people call them left-arm left leg spinners, but it doesn't really make sense. They're not turning it towards leg.
No, that's exactly right. Slow left arm unorthodox. That is a dot ball.
It is unorthodox. It looks weird. It's not.
Well, it's the opposite of orthodox.
It's wrist spin, but wrist spin doesn't imply which direction it's going either. Yeah,
it's the Paul Adams style, is what it is. And that's pulled again, and I think this time Klaassen is equal to it. He's stationed for that very shot, and they just come through for the one.
I was associated with Michael Bevan, which is weird because he wasn't necessarily really known as a bowler, but he bowled a lot of sometimes quite effective spells of his.
He did, didn't he? He was I don't remember him very well, but could turn his arm.
He bowled some complete tripe occasionally too.
What Steve Smith's got?
He was a normal orthodox right arm left leg spinner.
Yeah, he's complete opposite, in fact. Yeah.
The mirror.
I do remember him. I haven't seen him bowl for many years, but I do remember him having an odd delivery style. Shamsi bowls again, defended resolutely. Score remains on 161 for 8. South Africa will be going up to the beautiful Dharamshala next to play Bangladesh. And that's looped up by Shamsi, looped up, and plenty of revs on it, brings it down rapidly, but Cummins equal to it, defends.
I'm sure they'll enjoy the bus ride up the the road to Durham.
It's not too far, is it? From Lucknow to Dharamshala.
No, not terribly.
And quite picturesque, I imagine, as bus rides go.
Not sure the roads are good.
No, probably not. That's quite hilly. That's pulled by Cummins for a single out to Van der Klaassen on the boundary. That is the end of the over. What have we got happening out there, Ant?
We've got Stephen saying that Cummins is trying to ruin our collective evenings. I don't know, he's providing us a bit of entertainment just as we're all getting a bit sleepy.
Yep.
And Jay suggesting that Cummins has just read the BJP's environmental policies, and I'm guessing taking that out on the ball. Yeah, that's about all we've got.
About it, yeah.
We when we were in Durham, so we got a lot of lovely shots of the local area.
We did.
And then we're in Lucknow, we seem to be mostly getting shots of the local freeway.
Yeah, we are. Maybe that is.
And some buildings. It's a bit like looking at Dubai.
It's not as remotely as picturesque. I assume it's on the plain. Look now, I think it's an industrial centre far more than I mean, Dharamshala is an absolute picture. Chennai looked pretty nice with the beach behind it.
Oh yes, it did. Hyderabad was quite nice.
Yes, Hyderabad was nice too. Vast country, obviously, India. That's smitten by Cummins straight, but they didn't time it at all. Straight back at Rabada, who's come back into the attack. He's 3 for 22 off his first 6 overs. Bowled extremely well for 3 for 22, and absolutely cleaned up Inglis earlier. And the controversial dismissal of Smith as well. And then the even more controversial dismissal of, who was it? It was...
Stoinis.
Stoinis, that's right. Oh, Cummins has launched one over the head of mid. Off for... fancy jingling it, Russ?
Sure. What do you reckon, George Pins?
Go ahead.
Late night jazz.
Very nice. You get to a point in your life when you realise there's only so many years left, and I've
It's a bit of morbid late night thing.
Well, yeah, you've got to decide where you're going to go on holiday for the rest of your life. You're not going to go on forever, and I think I've put sort of northern India and the Himalayas and somewhere around that. I think it's rising high up the list after seeing those drone shots. It looks beautiful. And furious nodding from Ant, who perhaps you've been there in the past.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of India.
Yeah.
I've travelled most of the west coast. Haven't been up into the mountains as much as I'd like. That's definitely a trip I'd like to take.
Travelled on here's back to the cricket. And that's crashed by Cummins. But there's a man coming round, the sweeper's coming round on the boundary, who is the ubiquitous Jansen. And they just come back for 2. I think you went on a tuk-tuk, didn't you?
Yeah, we've had a few side tweets today about the one in Sri Lanka. There's another little trip in Sri Lanka.
Yeah, I've got Sri Lanka in mind.
Yeah.
Looks lovely.
Unfortunately, got very sick just before I was in Sri Lanka. So by the time I got to Sri Lanka, I'd been travelling for 9 months, and I was like, "No,
9 months.
I'm done with being sick overseas. I'm going home."
Classic Australian trip, 9 months. In comes Rabada. He's not happy with having been belted for a couple by Cummins, and pings that at his head. 1 for the over. Cummins not interested, lets it sail by.
The challenge, of course, there's so many places to go, and I have an intolerance to chili, which makes me very nervous to go to places like India.
When you say intolerance, just don't like or come out in hives?
How late at night is it?
Okay, no, I get the picture.
No, it's a bit like a gluten intolerance. It eats away at my stomach lining.
Oh my goodness,
so,
you don't want that.
It does some bad things to your internals, and then I start to run out of energy because I can't take in any nutrients.
Oh, right. Dot ball to finish the over from Rabada. Just going to check over with Ant.
Yeah, we've got Jay saying, "Who's that weirdo?" Warren asking about Vatican bowlers. I'm not sure what that was in reference to, what we were talking about. And Jay saying, "I reckon Jansen eats about a cow a day. He needs it as fuel." And I also just wanted to add that so Dharamshala is close in Australian terms from this ground.
Yep.
So it's only 1,000 kilometres away.
No, that's fine.
Yep. So
from Lucknow.
Yeah.
Really?
So if you look on the map, they do look very close, and then you have to go, oh, yeah, that's right. India's really big.
Yeah, India
but Lucknow's quite close to the Himalayas, right?
Yeah.
It's not.
It's like the other side of the country.
Is it 1,000? Really? 1,000k? Right, okay. So that's played out. New Shamsi over. That's played out by Zampa, who hasn't seen much of the ball recently. Straight to the man in the short in it in the covers. Dot ball.
So it's a bit like Melbourne's near Sydney on the basis they're both the side of the Great Dividing Range, is what you're saying.
I was going to say, there is a route that's 950 kilometres, but
okay.
Google reckons that's going to take an hour and a half longer. So I have serious concerns about that, the quality of the road on that shortcut.
Righto. That's a big turning leg break, actually, from Shamsi. Pitched that side off and would have missed leg. Played out without too many difficulties by Zampa. Dot ball. That one's a straighter ball, but you can only smash it down to mid-off. Another dot ball. Zampa looks like he wants to get on with it, but can't time it here. To be fair.
Yeah, there's a talent gap.
Yes, that's a good description. There's a heave, and I think he's probably got that one all the way to. They've put a man out, put Van der Clausen out at what I disrespectfully keep referring to cow, but I think we all know where that is. Come back for no, they just took a single there. Cummins back on strike for the last 2 balls of the over.
It's cow for that shot. It's deep mid wicket for the
if it's
for the upper top order.
Yes, that's right. Yes, if it's played elegantly. Shamsi, who looks like he eats the leftovers that Janssen leave behind, if I'm being honest. And that's a pretty ugly ball and a pretty ugly shot. Missed out by Cummins. Dragged it down a bit. Cummins couldn't connect. 1 ball of the 39th over to go.
There's a great variety of body types in the Surrey side, isn't there?
Yes, there is. That's exactly right. Oh, it's a beautiful leg break. Beautiful leg break. Too good for Cummins. Dot ball straight through to the keeper. End of the over. I actually missed the score. Something like 169 for 8. And anything going on?
Yeah, just Jake Grover telling Uforthi to head to Mandawala. He'll sort you out. And Mandawala's kind of in between look now.
Well, when he says he'll sort me out, he lives in Sheffield. How's he going to sort me out?
Yeah, well, there you go.
I mean, it's very nice for him to say so. I look forward to being sorted out by Jay. It'd be good.
Oh, well, maybe Mandawala's the Sheffield of India.
maybe that's the steel centre of northern India. Perhaps so. Or maybe it's the highest city in India, which Sheffield is, I believe, in England. Maybe all sorts of things. Maybe it's got 2 football teams, one of them called Wednesday. That one is bowled by Rabada, missed by Zampa, dot ball.
Maybe they have their own football rules that no one has played for 150 years.
Maybe that as well, yeah. Slightly running out of things which might be unique about Sheffield. Maybe it's got 7 hills. Oh, that's missed. Oh, that's a very good ball by Rabada.
That's not unique about Sheffield at all. Rome has 7 hills.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
So does Sydney.
Yeah, I mean, it's not hard to have 7 hills in some ways, I suppose. That is true.
You just need more than 7. You count the first 7 and stop.
Maybe it's got a vibrant independent music scene, but that's not unique to Sheffield as well, except...
It's probably not even the top 10 music scenes in England, is it?
Oh, it is. I mean, it's produced... I mean, let's think of the great Sheffield bands in a moment. So that's Smeared down to third the man by Zampa. He's come through a single. Pulp, Arctic Monkeys, Cabaret Voltaire, Comsat Angels. 4 straight off the bat.
Def Leppard.
No, I wasn't going to include them, though.
Moloko, apparently.
Joe Cocker.
Moloko, Joe Cocker. Yeah, well, okay, now we're getting
into the Human League.
We're getting into second division. Human League, Heaven 17. Definitely top 10.
ABC. Okay, I'll give you top 10. I'm not sure what the rest of the top 10 looks like. I haven't really thought about it.
Well, I actually did a Sheffield episode of my podcast, which is why I know all about it from musical podcast. That's played out for 1 by Cummins. He ticks over 22 off 20. These 2 are kind of, doing what they can. They're having a go, which the previous pair really weren't.
Oh, Baby Bird, they had that one song.
You're Gorgeous. Not a great song, but it was their best one. Bavuma comes all the way from long off to long on and fields, so they come back for 2.
Fourthly, I'm going to dispute on that. I don't actually think it was their best song, but it was by far their most popular.
Yeah, I did have the album off that came. I couldn't find any other good tracks on it. So
I don't think the other best song was on that album.
Okay, well, I gave up on them then. Can't remember the name of the bloke who was Baby Bird now. Oh, very good, very good. Stephen Jones, yes. I haven't thought about him for a very long time. Oh, big old smear. That one would have crashed into the middle of middle stump, but he gets a big, thick inside edge down to long leg. Zampa. He will, I think, keep the strike. Yeah, he moves on to 10. Australians move into the 170s, but 8 wickets down.
They're not scoring quickly, Australia, but they are at least trying to score quickly. So
yeah, we can forgive them for that.
It's keeping us entertained.
Richard Hawley. He's another good Sheffield.
I have to stand up and tell the television we're still watching.
Oh, it does, yeah. It's another band called something like 360 Days of Static. I may not have that exactly right. Jay will be chiming in, my guess is, on Twitter with other bands from Sheffield any moment now. Wait for him to explode. Oh, this is some sort of a power play indication from Richard Illingworth, the lesser of the England Illingworths. Illingworths. Shamsi back into the attack. Australia. 174 for 8. One step away, one big step away from Zampa. As an almighty heave, misses it completely. It also misses the stumps.
I'm not sure how they didn't bowl him. It obviously because it bounced, but it probably should have bowled him.
Maybe the top spin just meant that it kicked up more than it would otherwise have done, like top spin balls can do. Maybe. Shamsi in for the second ball. That's a flatter delivery, slightly slower. Clipped off his legs by Zampa for a single. With God, 10 more overs of this.
They need 140 off 10 overs. Shamsi's dropping the ball and it's rolling.
God, this is like under 14.
Yes. So that's
thrown back to the bowler who misses it. There's no one anywhere near. He has to go and pick it up.
Simpsons baseball episode where it's like, I can't believe how boring this game really is.
Coach is shouting, "Come on! Pick it up, guys!" Shamsi in again. Big launch. Is there a man underneath it? Yes, there is. Falls over. Didn't really need to, but he poaches it. I think that's Cummins is out for 22 off 20. Caught by...
Salvation is at hand, Forthy. Where's Mum? Get to go.
Come on. You can do it.
Good little top spinner. He ended up slicing it because it was a bit further away from than he was expecting.
So, well, he fell over, but yeah, definitely a good catch. He's got very tight pants on. Maybe that meant he fell over down there. Big hug for Shamsi. Is that his first wicket? I think it is. Yeah, he's 1 for 36 off 7.3. Cummins 22 off 21. It was David Miller actually who caught that one. Pat Cummins, okay, 22 off 21 for a number 8 or 9. That's okay. Can't expect too much more. It's the top order who's failed Australia here.
It's great being a bowler.
Yeah.
You're like,
guys, didn't seem too bad out
there. By the time I got out there,
yeah,
there was not a lot we could do.
Batsmen get the headlines and bowlers win the matches, of course. This is what we say about ODIs. Having a look at Gordon Ramsay at the moment on Channel 9.
Who's he yelling at this time?
Yeah, he seems to be upset about someone. Josh Hazlewood, the cavalry arrives. He's going to be on strike for the 4th ball of Shamsi's over. Come on, Shamsi, you can do it. Ian, there's a slip in. South Africa showing intent. Ooh, Josh Hazlewood's got that one away, and the sweeper will have to come round on the boundary. They're going to come back for 2. Yes, they are. What Hazlewood's top score, I haven't got it in front of me, is but it's not going to be a lot in ODI cricket. I wonder if he's ever got to double figures.
I think from the other day, his average wasn't actually so bad.
Was it not? Right, now I do him a disservice, right.
But no, I think it was because he hadn't had many innings and he doesn't get out very often because he's the last player in.
A lot of redding, as we used to say, Dylan, whether we still do. Shamsi in again. Oh, that's gone way up into the look now sky. Don't look now, but it's been caught. That was the end of the match. Successfully poached. Hazlewood is out for 2 off 2. South Africa, Shamsi roars to the sky. He's 2 for 38 off his 8 overs. Australia all out for 177 after 40.5 overs. A jubilant South Africa. A very disappointing performance from Australia again. Still a long way to go, of course, but well played South Africa.
I just want to chime in with a stat that I was about to throw at you because it's quite fun. So Josh Hazlewood's highest score in one-day cricket is 23.
Thank you very much.
And he averages 23.6.
Okay. Oh, that's a nice little statistic. A statgasm, as I like to say.
His average is higher than his highest.
Yeah, that's beautiful, isn't it? Yeah.
Whereas in the summer, I averaged over 40.
Who was that Australian batsman who came over to England and averaged about 370 that time because he only got out once and played in a whole load of county matches and so on. I'll have to look him up for next time. Well, what do we think of that?
Well, Australia's got a bit of a hole that they've dug themselves for the remainder of this tournament. Is the first thing.
Yeah.
They played possibly even the two strongest sides in the competition.
I'd say so.
I'm not sure who their next match is. It can't be as hard as these two. But in a way,
they got Sri Lanka next, I think.
Yes, so at least their batting has got someone to plunder because Sri Lanka's been very poor so far. If they don't come out of that match, then their tournament is over.
Yes.
So, in fact, they basically need to win all but maybe one for the rest of the things. Maybe you can get away with two if results really went your way.
Yeah.
But at the moment, their net run rate is so poor because they've lost this one by 140, I think.
Yeah, that's right.
So, that's that's a lot.
Yeah, and obviously we feel patriotic. We want to support our sides. I'd like England to go a long way. I want Australia to go a long way, but I just don't feel it doesn't feel like it's either of our teams' turns this time. I'd like to see someone like South Africa or New Zealand,
I think
take their turn.
And
I think England's got a good chance.
They've got a chance.
I mean, I'd love to see New Zealand win it or Pakistan.
Yeah, or Pakistan. Yeah.
England have the batting to score decently. I don't know if Australia does. I mean, so far, obviously against two pretty good bowling attacks, well balanced bowling attacks, they've just scraped past two. They haven't made 200 yet, in fact. They made 199 in the first,
correct.
and they made less than 200 here. So you will win close to 0 games of one-day cricket if you can't make 200.
That's right.
The lesson you learned from watching Nepal for many, many years. Great bowling attack, can't bat. So, that's their biggest issue. You'd think that the very minimum, no matter how good Cummins and Stark and Hazelwood are from the top, they're not going to they can't win anything without 260. And I'm not sure they've got the spinners because Maxwell's been okay, but that's no more than you'd expect for him. Zampa's not doing that well. They're not going to be defending. They're not going to be chasing much less than 260 for any.
Doesn't sound like an ingredient for the winning cake at the country stall, does it? I
They'll
agree.
win some matches. Might be the most positive outcome that you could say for the rest of their tournament.
Yeah, that's a fair summary. I mean, we haven't got the monkey of England finally winning World Cup off the bat. I can actually kind of relax a bit, and if we do well, that's great. If we don't, we think, well, we won it last time, it's all right. But, I don't know, how do you feel about Australians? You win so many of these things. Do you just think, oh, well, we didn't win this one? But it must be a little bit demoralising to see them not really show up.
Televise one-day cricket on free-to-air anymore, which should give you tell how much Australians care about. In fact, and it's always been a bit of a thing that the cricket economy in Australia is very strong, and Australia is a very rich nation, but the ICC got very little money out of Australia because the rights aren't worth very much, and that I think speaks to a general disregard for this tournament having won it many times. Obviously 2015 people are interested because it's in Australia, but I'm not sure that I don't think Pat Cummins is going to be fired. You have to be very, very disastrous, like winning one game out of the whole tournament before someone really said, well, that was bad.
I mean, I was sitting around at my book club this week with some guys who are not like us. They were cricket agnostics. They like cricket, but they don't love it. And if a tournament was catching fire, that's what we'd be talking about. We weren't talking about cricket at all. We were talking about the Beckham documentary, So maybe that's a kind of like shorthand for how this World Cup's going down so far in Australia. Anyway, that's the state of play. Don't know whether either of you two guys want to
run the card. Do you have the card?
Quickly run the card,
Yeah, I can quickly.
One for the highlights reel.
Grab that up. So yes, Quinton de Kock. opened for South Africa and top scored for the game, 109 runs, ably supported by Bavuma, Van der Dusen and Markham, who all got nice scores. Heinrich Klassen at 29 as well. And really just sort of, that's the story of the South African innings, is everyone came in and contributed fairly slowly. And they were in eventually 311 for 7 after their 50 overs. The bowling, the most notable bowling for the Australians is Glenn Maxwell, 2 wickets for 34 runs. Also supported there by Mitchell Starc, 2 for 53. But a lot of high economy rates there. The Australian innings, well, what's there to say? Marnus Labuschagne scored 46 off 74 balls. And other than that, only Starc and Cummins managed to get into the 20s. Extras in the end didn't quite manage to pip Stephen Smith for that 4th highest run scorer of the Australian innings. And Australia all out for 177 runs in 40.5 overs. And the South African bowling, it was Rabada to do the most damage, 3 wickets for 33. But Maharaj with 2, Shamsi with 2, Janssen with 2, and Ngidi with 1. They all shared the workload fairly well. And anything else to add there?
That concludes proceedings, I think, from Mooney Ponds, from White Line Wireless, from the Box of Dreams, from Sugar and Spice, Cat Rescue. Anyone else we need to give a little shout out for?
Gorilla Cricket. We should thank our friends who are hosting our website.
Yeah,
Gorilla Cricket. Everyone
thank
who's
you, Gorilla Cricket.
Everyone who's listened and engaged.
All our listeners.
All our commentators.
Thank you to Russ and Russ's partner for open his house for us and the cat.
I did bake brownies today. Did you see that?
Did you bake them?
No, Adik did.
I did. Yeah, I had one. It was really nice.
They were good brownies. So
thanks
for the brownies.
Really
Thanks for the
appreciate
beer.
the brownies.
I think Brian.
There.
Is that Brian?
And what have we got?
Yeah, it was Brian. Yeah, he sent
We're
some
just
beers round.
we're
Thanks,
just rambling
Brian.
now. Let's go home.
What have we got up tomorrow? We've got New Zealand, Bangladesh tomorrow.
Are we on for that as well?
We are on for that.
We are.
Excellent.
Same bat time, same bat place. 7:30 p.m.
See
Eastern
everyone
time. We'll see you then. Good night for now.
Good night.
Cricket, all the way. We got it deep in our DNA. So when they start to play and you want to know and you can't find the call on the radio, go the White Line Wireless. White Line Wireless. White Line Wireless. White Line Wireless. Just one click to hear it all. Boba, bloody bow. The vein of every true blue fan is the bad ex cricketer anchorman. It's the same old words in the same old voice. Long past time there was another choice, like the White Line Wireless. White Line Wireless. White Line Wireless. White Line Wireless. From the box of dreams you're gonna hear the call. Boba, bloody bow.